Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders. Government business.
Fiscal statement. Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak today on the economic statement because in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, it has been seen that that statement is unanimously decried by the people, the economic commentators, the political commentators, and indeed everyone. That denunciation cuts through Quebec and Canada. I believe everybody expected, or perhaps the Conservatives, with the exception of the Conservatives or the Prime Minister, everybody thought that the Minister of Finance would bring in some measures to deal with the economic crisis. But what do we have? A series of measures that are financial in character, but which will have no major impact on what the people in the regions and the economic sectors that are in difficulty will have to face. There will be no help. With respect to last week, suggestions made by the Bloc Québécois, and indeed even before last week, suggestions made in the past by the Bloc Québécois were not taken into consideration by the government. Perhaps that whole philosophy of laissez-faire predominated. I believe, but what was the most disturbing to us was that not only were there no economic measures to support the economy, the sectors in financial difficulty and the victims of that crisis, we found an ideological attack, strictly ideological attack that had nothing to do with the economic crisis that we are going through now. So why would they question and rules that had been the subject of consensus amongst us with respect to 2006, with which we agreed by limiting to $1,000 private contributions to parties. And now what we have here, a contribution to the state for funding by the state for funding parties. Why should that be questioned now? Now, at a time when the Prime Minister had been speaking about a climate of conciliation in the House, how can you explain the fact that this element was put on the table? It's just provocation with respect to the opposition. And when you take a look at what was in there with respect to the public servants, well, I just don't understand. First of all, the reference really flew in the face of what exists internationally, international labor law. But in addition, you have the largest union, the Public Service Alliance, that was not in agreement. It seems to me taking away the right to strike was unacceptable to us. It was unacceptable to the opposition and to union members throughout the country. It's very important to say that that also ran counter to the agreements that were already signed with respect to 2.5, 1.5 in following years. But when you have this type of agreement, there are some unions that have had agreements elsewhere that settled at a higher level. So you see that you have a government that has an ideological agenda to fulfill, but in addition, there was a total disdain, indeed contempt, for the bargaining rights of workers and the work that is being done by the thousands of public servants in Quebec and Canada. Another matter that was extremely surprising and once again provoking, intended to provoke the opposition and citizens in Quebec and Canada. Why would there be a limitation on the rights of people to go before the court to deal with wage parity? and equality rights. Why was that dealt with here? Not only did they provoke the opposition, but they have actually handicapped women who are seeking wage parity. Given these three irritants with respect to the opposition, this is something, of course, that is very important in terms of the democratic process. I think in terms of the Green Party, which wouldn't have been able to campaign and present a platform like they did in the last election had the rules been changed. We are partisans of the democratic debate in the Bloc Québécois, and we say that people have the right to express their views in a democratic society, and they should not be prevented from expressing those views in public. So that represented an attack on democracy. The right to strike, or suppressing the right to strike, was another impediment to democracy, we feel, and preventing women from appealing to the courts for whatever reason, goodness knows, once again flew in the face of democratic rights. Therefore, the government was stubborn in its approach, in provoking the opposition, in provoking Quebecers and Canadians, and that to us is unacceptable. I mentioned earlier, but basically, in this economic statement, there should have been a certain number of measures. And, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we presented a plan representing some $23 billion over 2 years. We expressed our ideas for how that would work in the future, how they could rationalize a certain number of expenditures that weren't really serving the public. There was a vision of what was useful for taxpayers, for our fellow citizens. In our plan that we put forward, a certain type of continuous feed of spending at the federal level. With Jacques Léonard, we conducted a study. Jacques Léonard is the former president of the Treasury Board in Quebec, and we looked at areas where we could identify where there was bureaucratic expenditures, and we saw that there could be some $6 billion over 2 years that could be saved. Other expenditures, other areas, for example, the exchange account, if memory serves me well, that represents $42 billion. That could have been used for a part, or at least a part of that money could have been used otherwise. We suggested things like this. We made these suggestions to the government to prevent an undue growth of the debt. Of course, there may be a technical deficit because there are more expenditures than revenues, but we felt that with our proposals, there would be no excess growth of the public debt. There were three types of measures we proposed. The first cost almost nothing for the federal government. For example, the 2 weeks waiting period for employment insurance. The minister has often, the Minister of Human Resources, but often it was the Natural Resources Minister last week that answered questions for the Human Resources Minister. We talk here about employment insurance. We're talking about social insurance, not private insurance. And in that context, not only is it false that there is a waiting period in private insurance, we're just not talking about the same thing. We can't talk apples and oranges here. We have to look at the people who lose their job, who are laid off, and we have to try to provide a certain amount of support for them. I think that is very reasonable. That doesn't mean necessarily that you're going to count the number of weeks. It doesn't mean that it will cost nothing at all, but it will cost very little, that 2-week period. Perhaps it could have been done over a longer period of time, but I believe that the 2-week period could have been included in the economic statement. That change would have been effective. Another proposal we made was the moratorium on retirees having to withdraw a certain percentage from their RIFs or their RSPs. We had hoped that there would be a change, that when they came to withdraw that, perhaps there would have been some flexibility in the rules. But if you wait for our retirees to be able to put money back in to try to adjust for their losses, well, that percentage would be adjustable. And we felt that it would cost very little for the federal government in terms of net cost. So once again, I say that we were making proposals that cost very little to the government. There were a certain number of elements that we had expected to see that would be intended to help the economy. In 2006, on page 30, there was growth in industries like the petrochemical industry, like the oil industry. There was growth, but the federal government could have intervened a year ago, a year and a half ago, to try to do something to help the forestry industry. There was a sense of urgency at the time, but there is an even greater urgency now. When you take a look at economic growth, you know that there is difficulty, but that difficulty will increase when our main market, the American market, can be in difficulty. So we made other proposals, Mr. Speaker. For example, the modernization program, we called it like that, but if the Conservatives wanted to call it otherwise, they could have. But it was a program, Corvée Habitation, that existed in Quebec to renovate homes. There was union involvement. There was a fund that was created to support renovation and residential and business reconstruction. So Corvée Habitation that existed in Quebec stimulated the industry in Quebec. We wanted to see the same type of program here at the federal level, a program that would allow the forestry and manufacturing sectors to renew their equipment, to be more productive, to be able to compete better in a matter of months, in a matter of years. It meant that for every dollar invested by the government, there would be a fund, a modernization fund, that would be defrayed by the federal government at a rate of 20 cents. So you can see that from $4 million, you can go to $24 million in the investment on equipment in the manufacturing and forestry sectors. There were proposals that we brought before the Industry Committee that were supported at committee, at the Finance Committee as well, in the area of research and development. These are the types of measures, Mr. Speaker, that would help sectors in difficulty, businesses in difficulty, and which would allow them to remain competitive and to improve their productivity, to benefit from future growth through the opening of new markets. That refundable tax credit would have helped a company like Tembec, for example, which made some $80 million last year in terms of research and development. It could have benefited from a tax benefit that would have helped it in terms of tax credit. That tax credit would have promoted research and development, but it would have shown also that there was support from the federal government and indeed from all levels of government. That was an important measure that we had proposed. But what did the Conservatives say to all the proposals that we made to them with respect to the economy and sectors in difficulty, like the forestry and manufacturing sectors? They said, we are taking measures. I think that you have to understand that if you reduce tax on profits when companies are not making any profit at all, you are not helping them at all. There are businesses that are growing, that are not in difficulty, that have benefited from government tax cuts, that carry on, but not those companies that are in difficulty. We feel that we had expected to see some very concrete measures in the economic statement that would be there to support the economy and to help sectors in crisis. Now, with respect to victims of the crisis, those people who will be losing their jobs, older workers who will be losing their jobs, we have asked on many occasions, and my colleague from Chambly-Bordua has brilliantly asked many questions with respect to this, has asked for an older workers program similar to the Liberals' program for older workers, POWER, in 1996 and beyond. But we wanted, they said that there was a training program for older workers, but that's not what we were talking about, Mr. Speaker. We were talking about a program that would allow older workers, when they are laid off, to have the possibility of being able to manage their pensions. I can give you the example of a place in Quebec where there is a partnership. There are two industries in this town, Saint-Eustache, and they are closing their doors. Both plants are closing their doors, but they will be able, in the future, it is said, to start again but only with a portion of the workforce that they had in the past. So that means that many older workers, 55 years of age, 58, 59 or so, will be able to and be willing to yield their place to the younger workers. Well, given that there is no program like we have proposed, those people who will not have a job when the mills start up will have to leave Saint-Jean, will have to go out of the region. That means there'll be fewer children in the schools. So there will be less consumer-wise business in the towns. The businesses will suffer. And communities hit by massive layoffs will be hurt. But had our proposal been retained by the government, they would have been able to have a decent income, and the community would have been able to have some sort of sustained economic activity.
So, as I mentioned, these are measures that are relatively inexpensive, and they would have allowed the government to concretely help people who are victims of this crisis. There's another proposal that we made as well, which concerned the guaranteed income supplement. Older people are very much affected by the loss of investment income, especially the poor seniors who receive the GIS. We wanted to improve the program, but the Conservative government insists on not doing so, so 60,000 people don't have access to it who should. This is a simple question of fairness. People realized that they were eligible to get the GIS and they needed the retroactive benefits, but they did not receive them. We used to talk about the poverty line. Now the terminology has changed. We have a more politically correct term, the threshold for low income, the low income cutoff. But these are the people we are talking about who receive and need the guaranteed income supplement. I would like to propose an amendment. I want to move my amendment. I don't want to take any chances here. Seconded by the honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Constant. That the motion before us be amended by replacing the word taking note of by condemn. This is the amendment that I want to move here in the House, and I would like to thank the member here for her support, which will revolutionize the history of Canada's Parliament. Mr. Paquette, seconded by
Madame Lavallee. Que la motion soit
moves that the motion be amended by replacing the words "take note" by "condemn."
and we will take this under consideration. And at this point, I'd like to proceed with questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for his intervention this morning. And also, I would once again thank the Bloc for actually putting forward some suggestions. I think that's positive, and I would remind other honourable members that the Bloc has at least put forward some positive suggestions. And Mr. Speaker, we will be looking seriously at those in our pre-budget process, which, as the Finance Minister has said, is ongoing. The Minister himself will be travelling across this country preparing to listen to individual suggestions of how we can actually continue on what has been a good solid beginning on helping people, helping Canadians to survive this economic crisis that the entire world is in. But Canada has been somewhat protected from that because of the economic stimulus that has already been put forward. And I would just like to ask the honourable member if he cannot recognize the fact that there was economic stimulus in this, maybe not to the magnitude that we will have to see in the budget, which we now have a date for on January 27th. But my constituents, and I'm sure his constituents, were asking for changes to the RIFs. Mr. Speaker, we put that in, 25% reduction. The fact that we put $350 million into both EDC and BDC, does the honourable member not recognize that those are important and quick stimulus pieces that we could put into this economic statement in preparation for our budget for January 27th?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. I think that we are dealing here with two economic philosophies. On the Conservative side, like other Conservative governments around the world, the preferred approach, regardless of whether the economy is going up or down, is to cut taxes. And at certain times, this can work well. For example, we had the GST cut by 2 percentage points. This can be a recovery strategy, but to cut the GST by 2% when consumption was already high risked pushing up inflation last year. For example, we know that the crisis in the U.S. is going to affect our economy here. The Conservatives used up their ammunition too far ahead of time. The billions of dollars used to reduce the GST were given at a time when it was needed. The government took those steps then. I don't agree with what they did, but it is perhaps in line with the Conservative approach. They didn't give us good results for the situation that we're facing now. We agree with the idea of increasing the budgetary envelope, but this is not helping industry and companies that are fearing for their future right now. This needs a lot more stimulus. We prefer a responsible approach that will stimulate creativity, innovation, and industrial investment, such as the strategy that I mentioned during my remarks. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Congratulations on your job. You're doing an excellent job in difficult times. It was great to hear the Parliamentary Secretary applaud the Bloc for providing suggestions, but if they'd actually listened to these suggestions in a type of crisis, maybe we wouldn't be into this crisis. The RIF suggestion it's a good move, but it's only 25%. And, seniors are still going to have to take out 75%, and they're going to have to come up with the cash for that to pay their taxes, to live on. And where's that going to come from? They're going to have to sell securities at an all-time low rate. Things were going on fine, and we expected Canadians were in crisis. I heard it at the door. I'm sure the Conservatives did, and then there's virtually nothing in the package for it. And there was the Prime Minister, of course, precipitated this crisis with a couple of other major mistakes, things that were not even in the election campaign, major changes to the electoral system, to the collective bargaining. Fortunately, he's withdrawn those. But my question is about the most egregious mistake, not dealing any large step to deal with Canadians that are really worried about their futures, that were in need, wondering how they're going to feed their families.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for his question. Obviously, we would have expected the economic update to show that the federal government knows where it is going to deal with this crisis. But we see a sprinkling of little measures, but it's essentially business as usual in this update. We see no guidelines or direction from the government that will really help us get out of the crisis, that will help the victims, and that will be bold moves. As I said earlier, the crisis may be extremely serious, and if we do not act now energetically, Canada will certainly be in a recession with deficits. So we need to do three things. We need to look at the global economy. We need to support certain industries to make sure they get through the crisis. And third, and especially, we need to help the victims of the crisis, such as unemployed people and seniors. We propose, for example, a moratorium on taking money out of RIFs or increasing the age limit from 71 to 73. There are measures to be taken. They have not proposed them. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank and congratulate my colleague for Joliette for his remarks. He, as you know, is the Bloc House leader. He is doing a very good job. He has substantially contributed to the recovery plan that has been proposed by the Bloc, that was also supported by the Parliamentary Secretary as being a helpful contribution. The Conservatives have asked for suggestions, and yet they have not taken any of the measures from our plan and brought them forward. My question to my colleague is as follows. He pointed out, rightly, that a recovery plan, or the one that is proposed by this Conservative government, is not really a plan for recovery at all. With this current economic crisis, it will not
help because it is reactive instead of being proactive. So I would like to hear from my colleague with respect to the victims of this crisis and what kinds of measures should be taken for people who have lost their jobs and people who are seeking help from food banks and so on. The Honourable Member for Joliette, I would like to thank the member for Chambly-Bourgeois for his question. This enables me to bring out an aspect that we have not really dwelled on up to now. One of the repercussions that we are seeing is an increasing gap between rich and poor. In the U.S., for example, in 2006, 1% of families had 23% of family income. Before President Reagan came into power, it was much lower. So almost 3 times more wealth is concentrated in that top 1% right now. The last time that 1% of the population in the U.S. had over 20% of the family income was in 1928, which was just before the economic crash, as we all know. So we need to attack this aspect. We need to have better GIS. We need to have better family support and more in the GIS. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member from Simcoe North.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today on the government's economic and fiscal statement delivered to this House Thursday last. Mr. Speaker, I should also let the House know that I'll be splitting my time this morning with the member for Barrie. Mr. Speaker, certainly the last several days since the statement was delivered by the Finance Minister have been filled with political intrigue, the kind of drama that one doesn't normally associate with Canadian politics, to be sure. But I'm sure that political watchers and many more Canadians are captivated by the last day's developments. But, Mr. Speaker, aside from the specter that it has brought to the airwaves and print media these last few days, there is much at stake for all Canadians. At home in my riding this weekend, I heard from more constituents than normal, their concerns, their fears, and their frustrations that this House is posturing toward the brink of an unknown path ahead. This is at a time when they look to us for stability and prudence. It's no surprise that they're anxious. One only needs to consider the exceptional situation that we in Canada, and indeed economies around the world, find ourselves in. We're facing an unprecedented deterioration in the world economy. The slowdown has been sudden and dramatic. No government and no economist could have predicted the speed at which it would intensify these last few months. The crisis has brought some of the world's largest economies, like Japan and the United States, into recession. And yet, while we observe these developments around the world, our situation here in Canada is not quite as dire, at least not yet. We must be ready to respond, and as and if our economy weakens, we must take some solace in the fact that we enter this downturn in a much stronger position than most of our international partners. It's a unique position to be in, Mr. Speaker, and while I can understand why the opposition parties and some commentators across the country are looking for massive bailouts and government interventions, let us remember that doing so would necessitate borrowing, putting the burden of these interventions on to the next generation. That's something that this government has signaled it would be prepared to do, consider doing, i.e. running a deficit in the short term.
On point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable Member from Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I apologize first to my colleague for interrupting him. I do so because the previous intervention from the Honourable Member from the Bloc Québécois was out of order. This was the proposed amendment that would change the words of the motion from take note of to condemn. And this is out of order, Mr. Speaker, because it changes the nature of the original motion and indeed goes beyond the scope of the original motion. I mention in reference to this and draw your attention to Beauchesne's point 579 on page 176, which states that an amendment setting forth a proposition dealing with a matter which is foreign to the proposition involved in the main motion is not relevant and cannot be moved. And I draw as well in this connection and in support of the point I'm making, Marleau and Montpetit, page 453, that an amendment must be relevant to the main motion, must not stray from the main motion, but aim to further refine its meaning and intent, which clearly this does not do, and amendment is out of order procedurally if it is not relevant to the main motion. In other words, it deals with a foreign matter to the main motion or exceeds the scope of the motion, or introduces a new proposition which should properly be the subject of a substantive motion with notice. None of these conditions having been met, this is out of order, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, and I thank the this honourable member for his intervention. As I said a few minutes ago, the chair has taken the proposed amendment on advisement, and we are looking at that, and we'll return later to the House with a position on that amendment. Continuing debate, the honourable member from Simcoe North.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I had indicated, this is something, i.e. deficits in the short term, is something that this government has signaled they would consider. It's certainly a direction that we do not take lightly. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the fact that we have paid down debt by some $37 billion since taking office, the country is in a position to respond. And in fact, going back further, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have worked hard to pay down the national mortgage from its peak in the mid-1990s at about $562 billion to down to about $457 billion today. And this at a time when our economy experienced steady and almost unprecedented growth. It's a path that we must stay on over the long term, but because of this tremendous achievement, Canada is almost unequaled in its strong fiscal position. It gives us the ability, as I said, to take the necessary steps in the months ahead to keep Canada's economy strong. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect that part of a prudent way forward should also include tightening our own belts here in government. This is what families do when they're faced with an unexpected loss of revenue. They prioritize their spending. Our economic statement of Thursday last addressed the direction of those spending changes. Now, it certainly became clear over the weekend that some of the proposals forwarded on Thursday would not receive the support of members opposite. Our government has listened and adjusted. I think it's fair to say, based on the advice from people I heard in the riding this weekend, it's fair to say...
Point of order, the honourable member from Joliet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize to my colleague. I'm interrupting him, but we had raised arguments to pointing to the fact that the motion was to be declared out of order, but on page 431 on the Marleau-Montpetit, it refers to the main motion, and it specifies the objective of the motion. We were simply taking note of the fact that the House was going to pass judgment on the economic update. That's why we're asking that the House condemn this update, and we wanted to replace certain words in the motion. And I would remind the House that if you're challenging the fact that this is a question of confidence, I would refer you to a precedent in 1926. Constitutional experts referred to this matter, and on page 44, I would simply like to that in June of 1986, when the official opposition presents a motion
that is tantamount to being a censorship motion or a vote of confidence, the House should refer to a series of motions set forward. So this is not a precedent. This is... So I would like to draw this to your attention to ensure that you have all of the required information before a decision is made. And I think that you will find that this motion is in fact in order.
To this honourable member. Before I deal with the substance of your point, I would just like to make a comment. It is my intention in this chair to address my colleagues the majority of the time in their first language. And but when I'm dealing with points of order and things like this that I am unfamiliar with as a new chair occupant, I hope that the member and other colleagues will indulge me if I use my first language until I'm more comfortable with process. Having said that, and thank you. Having said that, as I said previously, the chair has taken this amendment on advisement. We will be returning to the House of Commons with a ruling on it, on its admissibility, and I encourage all of my colleagues to patiently await that ruling. Point of order, the honourable member from Lanark, Lennox, Addington, and Frontenac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just very briefly in response to my honourable colleague's observations, while I'm sure they're well intended, I just want to draw your attention to the fact that the motion, the initial motion, does not ask the House to pass judgment on the fiscal update or indeed on the government, and therefore asking it to pass judgment, as the amendment he's put forward does, goes beyond the scope of the original amendment. And that's the problem that's involved here. It's not that there aren't mechanisms within this House by which actions of the government can be condemned and so on. It's just that not within this particular motion. And that's what puts this out of order. So there are a variety of other options available to him. He's an experienced parliamentarian. I suspect he knows those as well. But I submit to you that the intervention he's just made is, in fact, while well-intentioned, in error in its facts. Thank you.
I thank this honourable member. Before we continue with debate, is there a further point of order? The honourable member from Joliette.
Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, I'd refer you to 425 of this book. You will see that to declare whether a motion is in order or not in order, it doesn't deal with the subjective nature of the amendment or the words that are being replaced in the amendment. I don't have the exact wording, but the word to condemn, well, that's in order. It doesn't add anything new, and it is quite in keeping with the main motion, that is the motion to debate the economic update. I simply wanted to refer this. It's found on page 453.
The honourable member from Windsor-Tecumseh.
On the same point, Mr. Chair, I want to rise and express our support for the amendment and make the argument that, in fact, it is in order. The attempt by the government here to say this doesn't, their motion does not require any opinion from this House is, in fact, not accurate. By us accepting it as a take note of the content of the economic statement, in fact, does call on this House to give an opinion, and so that the motion that has sub-amendment that has been brought by the Bloc is completely in order. It's relevant. It is simply going to be a different opinion than what the government is asking for, and so by inserting the one word, taking two out and inserting one word, it's well within the scope of the amendment. It is going to be, I suggest, likely that the result will be different on the motion, but the intent of the motion is still there. The sub-amendment is in compliance with that intent. It's the result that may be different than what the government wanted and is hoping for. But it is certainly within the rules, as cited by my colleague from Joliette, that this is relevant and proper and in order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing, thank you, and as I've said previously, your comments will be given the consideration they warrant. Continuing debate, the honourable member from Simcoe North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, I think it's fair to say, based on the comments that I heard from people in my riding, that Canadians do not want another election. And with few exceptions, they would not accept an alternative government and prime minister that was not elected by the people. So here we are, Mr. Speaker. It's time to move ahead, take a collective breath, and find the means and path to move forward in a strong and decisive manner. This, more than anything, is what I believe Canadians want us to do, especially at this delicate time for our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, our newly elected government assembled Parliament quickly, a little over a month after the election, and we laid out our agenda in the 40th Parliament in the speech from the throne. That agenda received the support of the House last Thursday. On the same day, the Minister of Finance delivered his economic and fiscal statement, a statement which informed Canadians about the current economic conditions Canada is encountering, and a statement that framed the government's intentions for the term ahead on matters of financial priority and plans. The statement signaled a commitment to deliver additional measures in the months ahead to protect and strengthen our economy. It recognized that these additional measures must be done in concert with the provinces and with our G20 partners. But to put that current situation in context, Mr. Speaker, and as I mentioned earlier, Canada is already in a much stronger position of all of the G7 countries. We took action early, ahead of the curve, to bring stimulus to Canada's economy. We did this with tax cuts to individuals and businesses that will total some $31 billion next year, equivalent to 2% of GDP, equivalent to the recommended stimulus that all G20 countries have agreed to implement going forward. These are permanent, sustainable tax reductions that's keeping money in the pockets of Canadians and Canadian businesses this year, the year after, and the year after that. Since 2006, we've reduced the tax rate on new business investment to the lowest level in the G7 by 2010. We've made historic investments in job-creating infrastructure and invested in science and technology and education and training. On the infrastructure front, we've embarked on the largest infrastructure program since World War II. The depth of these interventions, the ones we have taken and are prepared to take, are unparalleled in the world's advanced economies. Now, history teaches us that government responses to these types of economic downturns are best to include stimulus in the form of investments like infrastructure, but also in keeping credit available for consumers and businesses. Credit is an essential and an integral part of the economy in order for it to function well. So in the last months, we took prompt action to keep credit flowing without putting tax dollars at risk. We created liquidity for our financial institutions, building on the solid position our banking system already enjoys in the world. As the world economy deteriorates, however, there's little doubt that we're going to feel the negative impacts. Our forecasts show us dipping into recession this quarter and perhaps the first quarter of 2009. This is consistent with private sector forecasts also. And even with these lapses in growth, the first in almost 18 years, Canada has among the best economic outlooks among industrialized countries. So part of a prudent way forward must also include prioritizing government expenditures in line with the priorities of Canadians. This will give us more capacity to invest in the economic futures of Canadians and our businesses without running up the national mortgage. Mr. Speaker, that is the approach that we've laid out in the throne speech and in the economic fiscal update. It's an agenda to build on the hard-won success of our economy over the last decade or more, build on the sacrifices and determinations that individual Canadians and innovative Canadian businesses have taken, the ingenuity they've shown to dig in and work hard and improve their lot in life. At times like this, we owe it to them, not to squander Canada's strong position, but to stay on course that has in fact delivered that position. Fiscal discretion, paying our way, targeting our investments for the long-term competitiveness of the economy. That is how we can ensure Canadians will be afforded the greatest opportunity to earn a good living, support their families, and realize their dreams and aspirations. So let's get to work and do well by all of them now. We have not a moment to lose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member from Yukon.
Monsieur le Président. And I mean, the last line was perfect. We have not a moment to lose. And that's what people were expecting in the economic update. Just like other countries in the world have taken this seriously. It's great to say things look good in this area and a bit better in other countries, but that's not an answer to those seniors that are hurting, that are wondering how they're going to survive on their incomes, to the thousands of people that have lost their jobs in this situation, the thousands of Canadians that are wondering how they're going to pay their mortgage. Are they going to have to move? Are they going to be able to pay their children's school supplies? I mean, this whole constitutional crisis was precipitated by this lack of action. And I hope that the member is the inside caucus, will just be pushing to accelerate items to target, pick out these people in need, analyze them as an economic update should, but then provide significant action so we can get out of this constitutional mess. And more important, just focus on Canadians, the Canadians that are in need, and take some measures, some concrete, significant, major measures to deal with some major crises that some individual Canadians are experiencing now.
The honourable member from Simcoe North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. There is no doubt that we have to take a course here that will be good for seniors, for those who are displaced by the kind of shocks that may come Canada's way. But I think it's also true that we must remember that massive interventions taken ought not to be taken lightly. And the understanding, as we've learned from our history, that we can't just take massive bailouts and interventions for the sake of doing them. It has to be done in context with what the capacity of the Canadian economy already brings. We've already indicated a willingness to do what's necessary to keep the economy strong. These are critical investments. We need to watch closely, and we've already taken measures ahead of this. So I urge the honourable member, like he encouraged me, to do what we have to do to work together on behalf of all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Berthier-Masquinongé.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague opposite. He talked about the economy and the significance of the economic update. But the problem is that this update didn't present any measures for the economy. About a month ago, we discussed the needs of Quebec. We talked about the needs of the forestry sector. We talked about the problem with older workers. We talked about social justice. But this government, we talked about the POWA program. We talked about the unemployed, the Aboriginal people during the election campaign. And we have to support our industries. We have to support our manufacturing sectors who are going through a very difficult crisis. But this economic statement didn't discuss any support for the industry. Nothing in this update says that their sectors are going to be helped. And that's why we're against this economic update. During the election campaign, when this government was elected, a minority government was elected. But I would say that the government has not, even though it's a minority, has not listened to the opposition parties. So I'd like to hear from my colleague on that matter.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and there's no question. The honourable member has spoken about some important interventions that probably will need to be taken But I differ with him in his comment that the economic statement didn't talk to some of those measures. In fact, we spoke in terms of looking at prioritizing our own federal spending to the tune of about $15 billion over 5 years. That's $15 billion worth of capacity that exists now that can be invested in the right places to keep our economy strong, and it's $15 billion that we won't have to look to either in the form of raising taxes or increasing additional debt. It's what the finance minister talked about, emerging after this downturn in a stronger position. We can do that if we use our existing capacity so that we can make those right investments, and we can do that by cutting back on those things that we don't need to spend money on.
Continuing debate, the honourable member from Barrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to rise in this chamber, and also want to thank the eloquence of my colleague from Simcoe North. I have the pleasure of coming from the same region of Ontario as the member for Simcoe North, and certainly he is an industrious advocate for our region and has done some incredible work for Lake Simcoe and our regional airport and our local college, and it is a pleasure to speak with him and in this House. On the situation of the economic and fiscal statement, it is very important to note the context that we are in. And the context we are in, Mr. Speaker, is there has been an unprecedented deterioration in the global economy in a very short period of time. Nobody could have predicted the full force of the economic crisis. The cascading effects of the international credit crisis were sudden and devastating. And Canada has not been immune to this, nor can it be. Economic projections are much lower than at the time of our last budget. Forecasters now widely expect a recession with negative growth in the fourth quarter of 2008 and first quarter of 2009. What we are fortunate to have in Canada is a government that has taken steps previously in anticipation of a potential slowdown to guard against some of the larger effects we're seeing in other countries. I know in my own riding, I've certainly seen some of the effects of the slowdown starting to commence. We've had a few plants, Intersource, for sure, shut down, and those job losses certainly are damaging to families, and it's important that we have a government like we do that acts against them, that guards against these potential losses and protecting businesses, and that's certainly what the approach of our finance minister has been. We made choices to help put Canada in a stronger economic position. In fact, since 2006, this government has reduced the federal debt by $37 billion, an incredible figure. Wow. We have reduced taxes by almost $200 billion over 2007, 2008, and the following 5 years. We will have reduced the tax rate on new business investment, leading to the lowest level in the G7 by 2010. We have made historic investments in job-creating infrastructure, and we have increased investment in science, technology, education, and training. And in terms of the infrastructure investment, a lot of governments talk about their support for infrastructures, but when it comes to actually seeing tangible projects around the country, it's been rare to see. But that's been the opposite with this government. With this government, we've seen incredible infrastructure projects across the country, and I'll mention a few of them in our region. 3 years ago, when the Conservatives first got elected, there wasn't GO train service to Barrie. It was the Conservative government that invested $8.3 million to bring back the GO train to Barrie. We've also seen projects, 3 infrastructure projects around Lake Simcoe, protecting the lake from phosphorus elements getting into it. We've also seen a new recycling plant built on Ferndale Drive in Barrie through a federal contribution. That is an investment in infrastructure that's working. That's an investment in infrastructure that's creating jobs in the region of Simcoe-Muskoka. Our financial system is considered to be one of the soundest in the world. That statement was made by the World Economic Forum. The International Monetary Fund concluded Canada's financial system is mature, sophisticated, well-managed, and able to withstand sizable shocks. And I'd suggest that the reason for that is the strong steps taken by our finance minister. We've acted to keep it that way. We have protected its stability so that Canadian businesses and families would continue to have access to credit. Businesses need credit to invest or to meet their payrolls. Families need it to take out mortgages and loans. This government took steps to maintain the availability of longer-term credit with the purchase of mortgage pools through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. Our government has also created the Canada Lenders Association facility. The facility offers insurance on a temporary basis on wholesale term borrowing by Canadian financial institutions. We have also increased authority for Export Development Canada and the Business Development Bank of Canada. Our sensible approach in Canada is paying off and protecting against the much more significant effects of the slowdown we are seeing in other countries. Something that's very important to mention as well, and something that I was certainly eager and enthused to hear our finance minister say when he gave the economic statement, was that the Canada Health Transfer and Canada Social Transfer would be protected. Provinces must be able to pay accurately, especially when it comes to some of the largest expenditures items in their budgets, healthcare and social services. And this wise decision was not taken during the mid-1990s and the early 1990s when Canada had a slowdown. The previous Liberal government, when they were grappling with a difficult financial situation, chose to balance their books on the backs of the province's healthcare and education budgets, and the effects of that were not right for Canada. Canada is still limping from the attacks on healthcare and education that took place by the previous government. And I think of my own region. You know, the cuts to healthcare by the Liberal government to Ontario meant that there was cuts across the board. And a good example is the fact that medical enrollment was cut in Ontario medical schools. That was a decision that was affected by the cut that the Canada Health and Social Transfer. We have a huge physician shortage in Ontario, and I can tell you it's pretty acute in my region. It was because of those choices. It is great to see a finance minister that recognizes how important our healthcare system is, how important our education system is in this country, and it is reassuring to see that that is not going to be touched. And certainly if we saw the people in the same chairs in the last slowdown back in these chairs as they're talking with their coalition with the separatists, they might make those same immature choices that occurred during the last slowdown. And our health system can't make that difficult period again. It really can't. It can't afford to have another Liberal slash to their budgets. I know the folks who work in our hospital in Barrie, the Royal Victoria Hospital, certainly couldn't afford another vicious slash, and it's great to hear that our finance minister is prepared to stand up and protect the Canada Health and Social Transfer. And it's also obviously to note that the person who persuaded over the cuts to healthcare in Ontario during that period and cuts to medical enrollment was a member for Toronto Centre, so it wouldn't be surprising if he ended up in the scary post of a minister in a coalition government with the separatists, that he may choose to continue the ravaging that he started of healthcare in Ontario. I'd also mention that our economic and fiscal statement is taking steps to help Canadian seniors. Our seniors built this country and deserve to live with dignity and respect. Registered Retirement Income Funds, or RRIFs, and their associated withdrawal requirements are of particular concern. Last year, our government raised the age limit for converting a registered retirement savings plan, an RRF, from 69 to 71. This government is proposing a one-time change that will allow RRF holders to reduce their required minimum withdrawal by 25% for this tax year. For example, for an individual otherwise required to withdraw $10,000 from their RIF in 2008, the required withdrawal will be reduced to $7,500. On top of the $2 billion increase to the borrowing authority of the Export Development of Canada, Minister Flaherty, the Finance Minister has also planned for a $350 million equity injection that will support up to approximately $1.5 billion in increased credit for Canada's export business. And that's something that should be applauded by all the members in this House that are concerned about Canada's export business. The export sector has been hit hard by the financial crisis. EDC will now be able to add to the nearly $80 billion in exports and investments that helps make possible for Canadian enterprises, including $4 billion for the auto sector alone. This government will move forward quickly on the securities regulation front. Our cumbersome and unwieldy system of 13 security regulators is a glaring flaw in Canada's world-leading approach to promoting financial stability. Mr. Speaker, this government came to office looking years down the road. Our country is better off today thanks to exactly that approach. Canadians chose a Conservative government on October 14th to deal with the economic crisis facing the world. I'm pretty sure that when Canadians went to the ballot box, they didn't pick a Liberal NDP Bloc Québécois government, and certainly if the rumours are correct of this coup d'etat, this election this non-election, this takeover of democracy is true, it would certainly misrepresent the views of Canadians. We will deal with these economic challenges in the way that protects Canadian families, in the way that Canadians asked of us and expressed their opinions at the ballot boxes. Our plan demonstrates restraint and respect for Canadian tax dollars. It forces governments and politicians to cut back before asking ordinary Canadians to tighten their belts. Hear, hear. The Conservative government's economic plan will reform global finance, ensure sound budgeting, secure jobs for Canadian families and communities, expand investment and trade, and make government more effective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to rise in this House today.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, I know there's Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend for his comments. I want to begin by agreeing with him on one aspect, and that's with respect to regulation of securities throughout this country. I think that provinces have a lot of work to do on that. But, you know, his rhetoric about a coalition government, what Canadians didn't choose, I'm pretty sure Canadians didn't choose, at least the Progressive Conservatives that were in my writing, they didn't choose a Reform Alliance Progressive Conservative government. And I think that, you know, we have to wait and see what happens. We have to understand that parties change. And I would have thought that, Mr. Speaker, they would know more about parties changing their titles and working together than anyone else. But a serious question, it's a very simple one. He went on and on about Liberal governments in the past. Of course, there's been so many of them, Mr. Speaker, and the correction that had to be made for the deficit that was left them. Can he admit to the House, to the public, what the Mulroney year deficit was and how long it took to get rid of the Conservative Mulroney deficit?
The member from Windsor-Tecumseh is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the same point. I didn't have this precedent before when I argued. It's on the same issue of the whether the sub-amendment is in order. I want to draw to the Speaker's attention a motion that was brought by the current Prime Minister when he was in opposition on April the 22nd of 2005. It's been allowed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion that was before the House, the main motion, was a concurrence motion. And the now Prime Minister moved at that point that the motion not be concurred in and be sent back to committee. Very similar to, I think, a change in the format of what we're speaking about today. And in that case, the Deputy Speaker, who was in the chair at the time, ruled the motion, the sub-motion, in order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing with his response, the honourable member from Barrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting to hear my colleague from the Liberal side of the House talk about debt. Certainly, we're very well aware that it took a Conservative Prime Minister for real action in reducing the Canadian debt. If you look at the $37 billion paid down during the last 3 years under this government, that's a noteworthy figure. It's a record debt repayment. Where we've seen a real change in the approach to debt is with what happened before that. Before that, every year the Liberal Party would blow $5, $6, $7 billion at the end of the fiscal year to simply on whatever project was their whim. A much more sound approach is, instead of having these massive surpluses which they blow in a short period of 30 days on whatever the project they choose to appeal to for that wind of change that week, a much more prudent approach is to pay down the Canadian debt, and that's the approach that's been taken by this government. And so I appreciate the member raising the issue of debt, because that's certainly one of the things I think Canadians rewarded the Conservative Party with when they increased and strengthened this minority government.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, the seniors are worried. They are watching their retirement savings disappearing because of the stock crashes. And they've been saying that they need a 2-year moratorium on the withdrawal of RIF, which is the Registered Retirement Income Fund. That's not in the statement. They've been saying that some of the seniors, they are concerned that that their pension funds could be in jeopardy because some of these companies may have trouble, and that they want, in the condition of it, when we take action to support these companies, as there should be a condition to extend to make sure that their pension is safe. That is also not in this economic statement. And many of the seniors are talking about that they've been working for quite a while and they're facing layoffs. They want the employment insurance that they've been contributing to actually work for them, because it is, after all, an insurance. They want to get some of that insurance back when they are unemployed. That also is not in this economic statement. And for those that are in a desperate situation, they want a slight increase of the guaranteed income supplement. That is not in this statement either. What is in this statement is to say that this government, Conservative government, expects to save over $15 billion over the next 5 fiscal years under the new expenditure management system. So my question is twofold. One is, can this member give us some examples of how they're going to find or where they're going to find $15 billion of cuts, which department? And I thought that every country in this world is actually contributing money for economic stimulus package, not cutting money. So this is a cut of $15 billion. And also, what is also in this statement is that they're going to sell some real properties. So I would like to have some examples. Is this CN Tower, or is it some real estate in Barrie, perhaps? So which property are we going to sell, and what kind of programs are going to be cut out of this $15 billion expenditure management system review?
The honourable member for Barrie.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the topic of deficits and economic statements, I think it is interesting to hear the NDP provide lectures given their record when in power in Ontario, where Ontario's economy took a devastating hit on the spending spree that they took and the cuts to essential services. I'd note on infrastructure, it was the NDP government that actually cut GO Train service to Simcoe Muskoka when they were in power. And I can tell you that was the wrong approach. Cutting infrastructure spending at the time of a slowdown was foolhardy by the Ontario NDP government at the time, and certainly that approach right now nationally would not be right. And that's why I think it's fantastic that our finance minister wants to accelerate infrastructure spending and help rejuvenate the Canadian economy. In terms of seniors, I'd like to mention to my colleague from Trinity Spadina that it was a Conservative government that actually created a cabinet minister for the post of seniors issues, recognizing the importance of seniors and the role government has to stand up and protect seniors. In terms of the financial concerns that exist today, I'd suggest that these two concerns are the impression that assets in RRFs must be sold to meet withdrawal requirements and the recent drop in the market value of some of those assets. And our Minister of Finance has made it clear to financial institutions that they should accommodate in-kind transfers of those assets at no cost or offer another solution that achieves the same result, and that was expressed very clearly to the banks by our Finance Minister. To help seniors cope, the economic statement proposes a one-time change that would allow RRF holders to reduce the required minimum withdrawal by 25% for this tax year. This measure would mean that seniors are under less pressure to withdraw assets at a time when they are at the low point in the market value. Another fact that highlights how this Conservative government is very in tune with standing up and protecting Canadian seniors.
Order, please.
The time allotted for questions and comments has now expired.
Before proceeding, I would like to indicate to the House the Chair's opinion with respect to the amendment that was moved by the Honourable Member for Joliette, which I must indicate that I considered the amendment, I took it under advisement, and I have an opinion to express to the House with respect to its admissibility. First of all, I would mention the quotation in Marlowe and Montpetit that was referred to, or at least mentioned by the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lexington and Addington. And on page 443, an amendment, 453, an amendment must deal with the main motion. It must not stray from the main motion, but aim to further refine its meaning and intent. An amendment should take the form of a motion to, and there follows on page 453 a list of what should be contained in an amendment. I must also quote a decision that I gave when I was Deputy Speaker of the House in 1999. I only have the English version before me, but I will quote it. No, I do have the French. I said the following at the time. The honourable member knows full well that practically any motion moved in the House, except, if I'm not mistaken, a motion for adjournment, and can be the object of amendment. There can be perhaps certain others that are not amendable, but they are not numerous. In the case of a take-note debate, there can be the subject of an amendment. It can happen that a motion will not be voted on. Thus, the amendments are amendments as long as they are linked to the main motion and do not contradict what is in the main motion in general. When that is the case, they are found to be in order. In my opinion, the amendment that has been moved, which changes the words take note to the word condemn, is not something that complies with the main motion. To my mind, it is an amendment that flies in the face of the main motion, and therefore I find it to be out of order at this time.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And usually I say it's great to have the opportunity to speak on some issues, but it's with a great deal of sadness that I speak on this take note debate, which now says, quote, that the House take note of the economic and fiscal statement tabled in the House on November 27th, 2008. And I say it's with some sadness, Mr. Speaker, because it's what could have been. We could have had a stimulus package. We could have kept the politics out of it. The Prime Minister could have fostered cooperation, but none of that happened. At a time when the world is in a global economic crisis, and Canada, although its foundations are relatively good, thanks to previous governments mainly, but when Canada is certainly going to feel the impact of that. We should have been debating, Mr. Speaker, a stimulus package. We should have seen the PM be honest when he spoke of cooperation in the throne speech. We've seen none of that. Instead, what we're now doing is having a take-note debate because the Prime Minister has, under his authority, basically moved back the Ways and Means motion a week and suspended, to a great extent, the opposition day, where there might have been, not necessarily so, but might have been a confidence motion come forward. Mr. Speaker, really, I think what's happening here is the Prime Minister takes a week, and we've seen some of it over the weekend as that propaganda machine that the Prime Minister is so good at fostering, as that propaganda machine starts to roll out and change the focus, that this is about gaining power when it's really about the economic situation, the stimulus that's needed, and the dictatorial and ideological approach of the Prime Minister. And I think we'll see that propaganda machine big time in the Prime Minister's initiative to see if he can again rechange the focus. Mr. Speaker, under the cover of the economic crisis, the government tried to weaken political dissent in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's ploy on political party funding, which really makes democracy work and allows the people of Canada a political voice on all sides, was just a ploy to divert attention from the other aspects of this downgrading of government and erosion of rights. Simply put, political funding's inclusion in the statement was to provide cover for the other measures he was taking. His attack on collective bargaining by taking away the right to strike and eliminating pay equity was unconscionable, but does fit with his personal ideology. How could anyone even suggest that taking money out of working people's pockets would in any way improve the economy? You know, the issue is jobs, is economic stimulus. It is, and it should be, about the economy, not taking money out of working people's pockets and taking fundamental Canadian rights away. And that's what the economic statement suggested it would do. The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, here's the facts on the economic statement. Having made pledges of cooperation at the G20 with the premiers and to the opposition parties, he then unilaterally introduced an economic statement inclusive of the Ways and Means motion that subverts democracy, attacks public servants, undermines fundamental rights such as pay equity and collective bargaining, fabricates the financial numbers to show a fictional surplus, targets the sale of the people's assets, and fails to provide a stimulus package. That's really what the economic statement did. Let me turn to another voice, Mr. Speaker, on the farcical economic statement that has turned an economic crisis into almost a political crisis. And I think perhaps Don Martin, who's sometimes quite friendly to the Conservative Party of Canada, but Don Martin, in a commentary in the Ottawa Citizen on Friday, had this to say, and I quote, "The true horror wasn't in the let's pretend numbers contained in the much-dreaded fiscal update from Finance Minister Jim Flaherty. Those were fluffed to give the delusion of deficit-free, rising revenue fiscal stability, subject to so much eminent changes as to be almost meaningless. It's a nightmarish aftershock from a sneaky, ill-timed, irresponsible government move to eliminate the $1.95 annual provoked public subsidy to political parties. Prime Minister Stephen Harper put away his friendly sweater vest, and in an epic mistake that might only be resolved if his Conservative government does an uncharacteristic retreat, pulled on his brass knuckles in an ugly bid to inflict knockout blows on his political riding." He goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, while not as politically egregious, the fiscal update was almost as pointless as Harper's move to use his economic update as stealth cover to sabotage his political opponents. The fiscal update's numbers are mostly carved in cotton, a document of denial because it represents a snapshot of circumstances today without taking into account any downside developments to come. It's not until you reach the very last page of the background material under the heading of Risks to Fiscal Projections where everything in the document is put to a harsh reality check. End of quote by Don Martin, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Order, I hesitate to interrupt the honourable member, but he's an experienced member and he knows that referring to members by name is unparliamentary. And I believe, even though he was reading extensively from an article that appeared somewhere, he shouldn't use a member's name. He ought to refer to him by a title or constituency, and I'd urge him to restrain himself in that regard.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I can see extensively why the members opposite do not want that name mentioned, even if it is in a quote. But I accept your point, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the financial minister shows clearly through his economic statement that he is, and let me repeat this, the finance minister clearly shows through his economic statement that he is a stranger to the truth. Let me turn to the point, let me be clear, that the Minister of Finance in that economic statement, as Don Martin said, basically, to a great extent, fudged the numbers. Let me turn to James Bagnall, who also wrote an article in the Ottawa Citizen on Friday, Mr. Speaker, and I'll quote it as well. Such is Canada's strength among the G7 nations that the Minister of Finance is foregoing a significant boost to spending on roads and other public works projects, though necessary by some to offset the deterioration in economic growth. He goes on to say, and I quote, "In view of the financial turmoil in other countries, it is a remarkable record, the financial record of Canada, Mr. Speaker. And it would be nice to see the Minister of Finance give credit where due. Canadian solvency owes a great deal to Jean Chrétien's Liberal government. Because Chrétien acted in the mid-1990s, the Minister of Finance has a range of options to combat a declining economy. The current leader of the official opposition's Liberals and the rest of the opposition in Parliament are angry he is not taking advantage of, the Minister of Finance is not taking advantage of that foundation that is due to a previous Prime Minister and his Minister of Finance. Fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the foundation we have, by 2008, federal debt levels had tumbled, and this is still quoting Mr. Bagnall, federal debt levels had tumbled more than $100 billion. The government is now paying about $30 billion per year in interest payments compared to about $46 billion in 1995. Canada's books are solid at the right time. But, Mr. Speaker, what the Minister of Finance failed to do is to recognize why that is so, and furthermore, in my remarks, Mr. Speaker, I will point out that not only did the government have a good financial foundation in the beginning, they undermined that financial foundation, regardless of the propaganda been spun today by the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister, trying to say that it was their good management of the economy that got them to this stage with decent fundamentals. The fact of the matter is the decent fundamentals were, as is stated here in James Bagnall's article, Canada's solvency owes a great deal to Jean Chrétien's Liberal government because Chrétien acted in the mid-1990s. The current finance minister has a range of options to combat a declining economy. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, that's what the Minister of Finance should have done. He had a solid foundation. He had a fiscal capacity turned over to him by the previous government. He failed to seize on that capacity and instead played the ideology game, tried to attack public servants, attacked pay equity, attacked political dissent in the country, and failed to bring in an economic stimulus package when the ability to do it was there in this country better than any other country in the world. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what the Minister of Finance did. In this particular economic statement, the Minister of Finance, this finance minister, is clearly a stranger to the truth, and in terms of the way this action unfolds, the Prime Minister, through his actions, has shown that he's a Prime Minister that cannot be trusted. But today, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister tries to buy time and put his propaganda machine into full gear, attacking the idea of a coalition, and worse, as I indicated, fabricating the history of how our financial position got to where it would be, or to where it is, more stable than other countries in the world. You know, I guess let me put it this way, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 2 years, the Prime Minister has managed, the Conservative government has managed to move Canada from being the financial envy of the industrialized world to be on the brink of deficit financing. And what concerns me about the economic statement, Mr. Speaker, is when you go through the economic statement, it's interesting you find that he's projecting surpluses. Oh, small, he's saying, surpluses out into the future. But how is the Minister of Finance projecting that into the future? Well, we're going to sell off some Canadian assets. Which one? Well, when you ask officials what Canadian assets are going to be sold to get to that $2.6 billion, which happens to match the amount that they need to show a surplus, they can't say. You know, was the Prime Minister right during the election that this is a good time to buy? Is the Prime Minister of Finance saying to the rest of the world, come to Canada, the auctioneer is the current Prime Minister, and we'll sell off the people's assets? They're not the government's assets. They're the people's assets that this Prime Minister is saying he will sell to show a fictional surplus in the budget through his Minister of Finance's economic statement. You know, is it fire sale prices? Why cannot the Minister of Finance, now is the time for honesty. Now is the time for the government to be straightforward, lay out our fiscal position, admit to the fact that their the biggest spending budget in Canadian history. They're taking away $12 billion annually through the GST cut. Did nothing to stimulate the economy. We're seeing the effects of that. But what it sure did was take away the ability of the federal government to do what it ought to do for Canadians in a time of economic turmoil. So in 2 years, Mr. Speaker, we have moved from being a strong central government in this country, holding the financial resources to assist in troubled times, to a weakened centre with the cupboards bare. And why didn't the Minister of Finance in his economic statement just admit to that fact? We could have accepted that. That's the reality. The time for a government, time for leadership, is to be honest and straightforward with the fiscal position of the country and what we have to do to assist Canadians in terms of economic stimulus and other programs to assist our forestry industry, our manufacturing industry, our automotive industry, seniors in terms of their pensions, the farming industry. You know, that's what needs to be done, and the government has failed in this statement. Instead, whether the direction came for the Prime Minister or straight from the Minister of Finance, I don't know. But what the government tried to do was really misrepresent the numbers and play politics and drive ideology over good economic common sense. But we know, Mr. Speaker, that this particular Minister of Finance has a record elsewhere. And the province of Ontario has suffered because of this Minister of Finance record in that province. And I, as a parliamentarian, and I, as a Canadian, do not want to see this Minister of Finance do to Canada what he did to Ontario. And so that's why the opposition parties are challenging the government in terms of their lack of stimulus, their lack of cooperation. They don't seem to care if they even break the law on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker. And I spoke on that point on a point of privilege on Thursday morning. You know, the member says, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking for pathetic, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is, is there just no law? Is there nothing that government on that side will not do? They can't even allow democracy to work in terms of elections within farm organizations. They have to try and influence it using franking privileges of this House. And, Mr. Speaker, that, as you know, that point of privilege is before you. But my point is, just like the financial statement, like they fudged the numbers, in other areas, no law seems to matter as long as the Prime Minister gets to his ideological point of view. So the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, with this economic statement, no longer do we have the prudent planning with financial reserves to partner with industry, with provincial governments, to fight issues and dilemmas as we did in the past, like we did with SARS or BSE or other issues. Now we have an economic crisis in the globe that, yes, is impacting on Canada. It's strange how the Prime Minister finally seemed to realize that after the election, but wouldn't admit it before. But the difficulty is, all along, the Government of Canada has been weakening our ability with our financial reserves to be able to take on those challenges. And now, when the government had an opportunity in its economic statement to come clean and give this place the right numbers, the honest numbers, so that we knew what we were dealing with, they, to a great extent, fabricate them. So, Mr. Speaker, in 2 short years, we've seen this government basically undermine our opportunities. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, we've seen a lot of propaganda coming out from the government this weekend, and that will be the kind of game that I think they play over the coming weeks. I see, Mr. Speaker, I'm running out of time, but the government. Let me close by saying the government has brought forward a fiscal update that has demonstrated that it clearly has no understanding of nor interest in the growing economic crisis which all other industrialized countries have been responding to aggressively. The Minister of Finance claims that he can maintain a surplus in the face of this crisis, and that, to put it mildly, is a deception. Conservatives have run up a $6 billion deficit and are using it as an excuse to make ideological cuts to essential government services, sell government assets, and cut the paychecks of public servants. It didn't have to be this way, Mr. Speaker. We could have had the Minister of Finance be honest, be clear, put forward an economic stimulus package, cooperate with leadership in the G20 as he claimed he would do and didn't, cooperate with the premiers as he claimed he would do and didn't, and cooperate with the parties in this House, which in the throne speech the Prime Minister claimed that he would do. It's a sad day when we have this kind of economic statement and ideological agenda put forward by the Prime Minister and his Minister of Finance. We now know, when it could have been so different. The bottom line is that the Prime Minister has clearly lost trust with us in this House over this measure, and I believe he's lost trust with Canadians. It could have been so different.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of quick questions. The member opposite mentioned the political subsidy to parties, and he talked about, he tied that into democracy. Does he realize that that was just a very recent introduction into our political system? by former Prime Minister Chrétien. In fact, does he not think that democracy flourished fairly well for 140 years without it, or was there no appreciable democracy before the tax-forced subsidy? And could he also comment on the effect of this coalition talk over the weekend? This is an economic question. It relates directly to the update, because we just had on the TSX, the Toronto Stock Exchange, the last 6 days and closing up to Friday, 6 days of gains and improvements on the stock exchange. And over the weekend with the coalition discussions, it has turned negative. And can he explain then, in that context, can he explain how he can look people in the eye and say that he is going to build a coalition that relies specifically on the support of people who are trying to tear the country apart? That would be the Bloc Québécois. Does he think that has any impact at all in a positive way, or in a philosophical way, or in fact a moral way with his own political persuasions? Could he explain those to us, please?
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The political subsidy, and the minister knows it, is beside the point. That is not the issue. The Prime Minister, if that was his goal, should have campaigned on that issue. And yes, it's a new initiative. Yes, it's a new initiative, and it's done in many countries around the world. But foregoing union funding, corporate funding, was part of that package that Prime Minister Jean Chrétien brought in to ensure that other parties would have the financing ability to be able to represent, to have other people have their voices represented in this Parliament, or indeed funded. As I heard one individual on CBC this morning, Mr. Speaker, he was saying that, you know, he doesn't like any of the parties, but he felt his $2 should go towards the Green Party for their stand on the environmental views, so that they could do their research and put forward those arguments, maybe not in this place, but in the public arena to foster that economic argument. In terms of it's interesting how the Minister of International Trade tries to turn this around, that it's the coalition idea that is having an impact on the market. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, the big issue that the markets were looking for was some credibility in terms of the economic statement. That's what they were looking for, was some credibility in terms of the economic statement, and the minister knows the numbers were in fact funded. Let me quote, Mr. Speaker, from Jeffrey Simpson. Let me quote from Jeffrey Simpson what he said in the Globe and Mail on Friday, on November 28th. And I quote, "Instead of heeding the advice of economists everywhere that the economy needs stimulus, he got, meaning the Prime Minister, his Minister of Finance to present a budget that offered cutbacks and tiny surpluses that absolutely no one believes will be realized," end of quote. That's why every credible economist, every credible journalist in the country is saying that that economic statement means virtually nothing. Take responsibility over on that side of the House for your actions and your inactions, and it would be a good start to making this place and this country work.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
I would like to just question my honourable colleague in terms of his talk about deception in this document, this economic statement. And, you know, within it, when they talk about infrastructure, they talk about the vast amount of infrastructure money that was put into the economy over the last 2 years. Yet they include the money that their system didn't allow to be put in place, the $3 billion outstanding with the municipalities. The failure of this government to design programs and deliver programs in a successful fashion has meant that that infrastructure money is not available to the municipalities, and with further stimulus will leave the municipalities behind the game. They will simply have to catch up with the $3 billion of expenditures they already have on the books before they can go ahead with the new expenditures. Do you think that this government is, within this document, is really telling the true story of what's going on in this country?
Honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. No, this, You know, we've seen, as I said earlier, the Minister of Finance is a stranger to the truth. We've seen a lot of this fiction from this government since it's taken power, and it is indeed fiction. The government tends to, as it's putting out its messaging, talk about monies that they have spent. It may be monies they have booked, but they certainly haven't spent the monies, and I think that's my honourable friend's point. But even setting that aside, the problem we have here now is that this Prime Minister has no plan, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister, at the earliest, claims that he will begin to respond in some as yet unclear manner to the economic crisis, not this year, but next year. We've had 2 months of no action, 2 months with the economy without direction or the acknowledgement that the federal government will do the job it should and bring forward assistance. That's the facts. That's the reality. That they talk about spending. They announce some spending. I've had that happen, Mr. Speaker, in my own riding. Everyone knows the beef and hog industry is in trouble. They announced $6 million, and we appreciated that at the time for assistance in terms of a plant in Prince Edward Island. However, 18 months later, only a dribble of that money came out. That's not what it takes. Talking about it's not going to stimulate the economy. Government action and real dollars will stimulate the economy. And that's what we need from this government, is not rhetoric, not an ideological agenda, not an attack on pay equity and labour unions, not an attack on the political process. What we need is economic action and dollars going out into the economy, whether it's into infrastructure, the automobile industry, the manufacturing industry, the fisheries industry, securing seniors' pensions, the forestry industry. That's what we need, folks. That's what we need, some action and some real money. That'll stimulate the economy and it'll help. Still be difficult times. We don't need you just to talk about it. We need to see the plan, lay it out, and let's get with it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask my friend if he thinks the party over there, whose last experience with deficits were during the Mulroney years, bringing in a whopping total deficit of $42 billion, whether he thinks they're fit to manage the crisis that we're getting into economically here. And secondly, he didn't have enough time to expand on the buyer's market it is for assets. And I know he's from a small place in PEI and doesn't know about big cities like Moncton, but he knows that in hard times you don't get good prices for what you're selling. Isn't that what the government's doing? Isn't it a fire sale?
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll let the Moncton comment slide, but, you know, to buy quality potatoes, all the member needs to do is just come to Prince Edward Island and we'll sell him a bag or two. The fact of the matter is that the government on the other side isn't fit to manage the economy. We've seen that with the economic statement. We've seen how they've handled the finances of the nation over the last 2 years. Taking what was the biggest surplus transferred to an incoming government in Canadian history, going with the biggest spending budget ever in Canadian history, and squandering those finances away on ideological agendas of the Prime Minister. And even during the good times, we have seen cuts to literacy and other cuts to the arts. In the good times, we've seen that. So we know they're not fit to manage the economy in the good times. They're certainly not fit to manage the economy in the good times. The Prime Minister had an opportunity here, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister had an opportunity to come forward with a plan to show that he wasn't ideologically driven, to show that he was interested in the workers, in the families, in the communities, in the businesses of this country, and he failed to do that in his economic statement, and he broke his trust as a result with the Canadian people and with this party.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member from Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a sad day for Canada. We've heard over these past 3 days opposition members of Parliament declare that they will throw aside the results of an election held just 6 weeks ago by ganging up and voting down this Conservative government. And in a raw and pure lust for power, nothing more, Mr. Speaker, they would replace it with a coalition of their own making rather than a government of the people's making. That's what they're talking about, Mr. Speaker, as unbelievable as that might sound, and in fact does sound to Canadians. They say that they know better than Canadian voters who made this decision just 6 short weeks ago. And because they know better, they're going to grasp the reins of power, Mr. Speaker, grasp the reins of power and just completely push aside the democratic process. Push it aside strictly out of a lust for power, Mr. Speaker, this in Canada. Mr. Speaker, there's so much more that could and should be said about this, but what great plan would this unelected government that they're talking about put in place that would, at least in their own minds, justify this unprecedented action in their power-crazed minds? Today, in this little bit of time I have, Mr. Speaker, I'll go through the 8 points the Liberal finance critic presented as his economic plan once this coup has taken place, and demonstrate that this and so much more has already been done, in fact, by this Conservative government. We're not just talking about it, not just a plan, Mr. Speaker. So much more has been done, and on top of that, other things have been promised, and of course, whatever action is necessary has been pledged by the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, the finance critic, in an interview on the weekend, put forth his 8-point plan for the economy, his justification for overthrowing the elected government of this country. The first point, he said he would work cooperatively with all members of Parliament from all parties to seek their input as we move forward. Well, Mr. Speaker, this unelected gang has certainly demonstrated that, haven't they? They've demonstrated clearly that they won't work with Conservative members of Parliament, and they've demonstrated, in fact, that the members of Parliament they will work with are the separatists, the very people they promised they would not form a coalition with, and the socialists. And, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the official opposition also said during the election campaign just 6 weeks ago that he would never form a coalition with the socialists either. So that's what that's how they'll work with other members of Parliament. That's the first point from this Liberal finance critic. The second point, Mr. Speaker, he said, and I'm quoting on these, he'll work with Finance Department officials to thoroughly evaluate the financial position of Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has already done this, and he's presented it in last Thursday's Economic and Fiscal Update. His highlights were presented on page 82 of the 132-page document that he presented to this House of Commons. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the opposition didn't want to see this document. They didn't want to hear about this document, and I know they haven't read this document. And we know that, for example, the socialists, Mr. Speaker, the New Democrats, got caught in a secret plot to get together with the Bloc, Mr. Speaker, and with the Bloc to form a coalition with the Liberal official opposition. They didn't care what was in the fiscal update, Mr. Speaker. They didn't read the 32-page document that lays out, in fact, what the situation is. I'm just going to touch on those, just do a quick summary of the points in this economic and fiscal update, the highlights as presented in the document. Number one, the government's planning on balanced budgets for the current and the next 5 years, although given the downside risk, balanced budgets cannot be guaranteed. Number two, weaker economic growth has significantly reduced expected revenues. Number three in this summary of the fiscal and economic update, program expenses in 2008 and 9 are expected to be lower than projected in Budget 2008, but in 2009 and 10, they are expected to be higher than projected in the budget, largely reflecting increased transfers to persons and other levels of government. Public debt charges are lower than projected in both years due to lower projected interest rates. The fourth point, in summary of this document that the opposition hasn't bothered to read and didn't listen to when presented by the Finance Minister. Number 4, after taking into account the actions proposed in this economic and fiscal statement, the projected surplus is $0.8 billion for 2008-2009. And, Mr. Speaker, we know from today the release of the third quarter results demonstrate a 0.3% surplus for the third quarter. So we know we're not going to be in deficit for this fiscal year. So what are they talking about, Mr. Speaker, when they're talking about the danger of these deficits? We might be, of course, in future years, depending on the amount of stimulus required. And the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister have made that abundantly clear. Number 5, the tax burden, as measured by total revenue as a share of gross domestic product, is projected to decline from 15.8% in 2007-2008 to 15.2% by 2013-2014, its lowest ratio in nearly 15 years. Number 6, in this summary of the government's fiscal and economic statement, which these members opposite didn't even bother listening to or to read, Mr. Speaker. Program expenses are projected to increase temporarily from 13% of GDP in 2007-2008 to 13.4% in 2009-2010, reflecting weaker economic growth. Over the medium term, program spending is projected to grow in line with the economy. And number 7 in this summary, public debt charges are projected to be relatively flat as a share of GDP over the forecast horizon at about 2%, before falling to 1.8% in 2013-2014. So, Mr. Speaker, that's just a summary of this 132-page document that was presented by the Finance Minister last Thursday. The plan that the opposition apparently are going to throw away, Mr. Speaker, and replace it with their 8 points. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the details of each of these highlights start on page 84 of that document that the members opposite won't bother to look at or to read. And, Mr. Speaker, so page 84, if they care to finally have a look at this document, which is a good piece of work. The third point that the finance critic for the official opposition said would be part of their 8-point plan, and I quote, would be to continue to work with the top economic thinkers and business and labour leaders in Canada to bring them together formally for an immediate summit to determine how far we can go. So, Mr. Speaker, they're talking about just now starting the planning, something our government's been working on for 2 years, quite frankly. This has already obviously been done, Mr. Speaker. For example, the Finance Minister indicated in his speech, and it's laid out in this 132-page document that the opposition don't want to read, don't want to hear about. He already has laid out in detail the projections of 4 private sector organizations. They developed their own fiscal projections based on existing policy. These 4 organizations, which they dismiss out of hand, are the Conference Board of Canada, the Policy and Economic Analysis Program of the University of Toronto, Global Insight, and the Centre for Spatial Economics. And they have said again in speeches today that there are no experts that would agree with what we're putting forth. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's clearly wrong. And I know that all of us as members of Parliament go to our people, to our business leaders in our communities, and to labour leaders to get their opinions on what should happen in this very difficult time. So again, Mr. Speaker, this third point is another bogus point. Number 4, and I quote again from the finance critic for the official opposition, an increase and an acceleration of infrastructure measures. Well, where's the member been? Where's the critic been, Mr. Speaker? Our government has already brought in unprecedented federal infrastructure investments in past budgets and has also promised to accelerate this spending to provide further stimulus. We are truly ahead of the curve, Mr. Speaker, and in fact, every other top economic power is envious of the action we've taken and the position we are in this country. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. For example, our government has put in place a long-term infrastructure plan, the Building Canada Plan, which provides an historic investment of $33 billion over 7 years. That's a lot of stimulus, Mr. Speaker. We've made the gas tax fund permanent, something that the former government refused to do. And that's ensuring about $2 billion more for infrastructure in 2009, 2010, and each year thereafter, Mr. Speaker, not temporary spending. We've established Public-Private Partnership Canada, which is a crown corporation to manage and encourage public-private partnerships, Mr. Speaker. So further investment, in other words, taxpayer investment, government investment, will be leveraged with private investment as well, something that I would be surprised if the finance critic were being honest with himself, that I'd be very surprised if he wouldn't admit that, in fact, we have done what he said he would do in that fourth point. And in the speech from the throne, Mr. Speaker, the government said, public infrastructure is vital not only to create jobs today, but also to create the links between communities and regions to help create jobs for the future. Our government is committed to expediting our Building Canada plan to ensure that projects are delivered as quickly as possible. This in the speech from the throne, and we had our vote on that actually after the finance minister presented his fiscal and economic update. And what was the result of that vote? It passed in this House, Mr. Speaker. So they know about that. But they ignore it, and the opposition finance critic in his 8 points just completely ignores that. Mr. Speaker, I just want to talk a little bit more about some of the things that our government has done to deal with point 4 that the opposition finance critic has put in place. The fact is that other leading economies are copying action taken by this government over the past 3 years. And here's proof. The United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, has just cut their value-added tax, their GST, something that this government has done, in fact, starting in our very first year in office about 3 years ago. In the United States, President-elect Obama, who campaigned in his presidential victory, he campaigned for increasing taxes to the American people, in fact, now has reversed his position in line with the action taken by the Canadian government and has decided he's going to, in fact, lower taxes to the American people. All of the leading economies, Mr. Speaker, are promising more spending on necessary infrastructure and an accelerated spending on infrastructure, something, Mr. Speaker, that we have been doing over the past 3 years. So we've clearly been ahead of the curve on these things, Mr. Speaker. The fifth point by the official opposition critic is, and I quote again, an increase in support for research and development. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can't go through the long list of increase in research and development spending and support for research and development. I'll mention only 3 key items. As a result of the 2008 and previous 2 budgets, the government will invest an additional $850 million in 2009-2010 alone in support of the objectives of the strategy, including improvements in the scientific research and experimental development tax incentive program. This includes specific investment of $250 million in the automotive sector. So they stand up in the House and say we've done nothing for the automotive sector. There's one example which is critical and is certainly a very positive move, ignored by the opposition finance critic. In Budget 2008, it provides $250 million over 5 years in support of strategic large-scale research and development projects in the automotive sector, which I mentioned earlier, to develop initiative greener and more fuel-efficient vehicles. On top of this, Of course, Mr. Speaker, on top of this, there's the $1.5 billion to Genome Canada and various other research spending on ongoing research projects. Now, number 6 of the 8-point plan, so-called plan laid out by the official opposition finance critic over the weekend. And this is a quote again. Working with provinces to improve programs for Canadian workers to train and retrain as part of a lifelong learning to help them cope with current and future economic realities. Well, Mr. Speaker, they have to know this. They choose to ignore it. The government is already, first, investing in education and training by providing long-term support for post-secondary education, introducing the new Canada Student Grant, and modernizing the Canada Student Loans Program. Second, implementing the Canadian Experience Class and streamlining Canada's immigration system to better respond to the needs of the Canadian labour market. Third, making significant investments in labour market training so that training and skills development opportunities are more widely available to Canadian workers. And, Mr. Speaker, the list of other actions that we've taken in terms of research and development and training goes on and on. $1 billion for the Community Development Trust, $3 billion over 6 years for the new labour market agreements to address the gap in labour market programming, and on, Mr. Speaker. I haven't got time to read them all. That was the 6th point put forth by the official opposition critic. Number 7, quoting his words again, working with manufacturing, forestry, and the auto sector leaders to develop measures that help strengthen their positioning during this crisis. Once again, being a leader in the world's strongest economies and far ahead of opposition parties, our government has already done this and has promised to do more in the future. In Budget 2008, our government's actions to implement the Advantage Canada framework have delivered important benefits for manufacturers and processors by helping them to better invest and compete, specifically through over $9 billion in tax relief by 2012-2013. $9 billion per year, Mr. Speaker, by 2012-2013, including broad-based tax reductions as well as a temporary accelerated write-off for investments in machinery and equipment used in manufacturing and processing. $1.3 billion per year in additional funding to provinces in Budget 2007 for post-secondary education and so on. Another $1.5 billion over 3 years to from Budgets 2006-2007. Clearly shooting down, Mr. Speaker, the 7th point from the opposition critic. And, Mr. Speaker, the 8 points. The 8th point is to convene an immediate First Minister's Conference to partner with provinces. The Prime Minister has promised to do that, Mr. Speaker, and clearly that will happen. And the action has been taken already. So, Mr. Speaker, all 8 points in the finance critic, the Liberal finance critic's statement that he made over the weekend, have been acted upon, and so much more has been done, Mr. Speaker. They talk about stimulus. Well, this is what the Conservative government has done for stimulus. Besides all of the things that I have mentioned, Mr. Speaker, we are actively protecting the Canadian banking system and the Canadian credit market by injecting tens of billions of dollars in liquidity to ensure people and businesses can get the credit they need. This was announced, Mr. Speaker, shortly after the election. Up to $75 billion of credit could be made available by banks through CMHC if they so choose to take advantage of that. Now, that's providing credit that is much needed, Mr. Speaker, by the Canadian people. And, Mr. Speaker, I see my time is running out, and I have a motion I would like to move. But just before I do that, Mr. Speaker, I want to just point out very briefly the impact of what this irresponsible opposition is having. I was in my constituency over the weekend at an event with 300 people at one meeting and 400 at another, and they all wanted to talk to me. They cannot believe that the opposition would throw aside democracy and for a raw lust for power, take over the reins of government is being proposed. And, Mr. Speaker, one of the sad byproducts of this irresponsibility is that, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency and across the West, the ugly head of separation is being raised again. And, I've never seen it at this level before, Mr. Speaker, in the boardrooms, in the kitchens, in the schools, everywhere. And, Mr. Speaker, that is a result that they don't even care about, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to move this motion now, Mr. Speaker, because I can see my time is up. I move, seconded by the member for Selkirk Interlake, that this question now be put.
Mr. Benoit, seconded by Mr. Bazan, moves that this question be now put. Debate? Questions and comments? The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Probably the most critical failure of the government has been to fail to have the confidence of this chamber, and it's directly rooted in credibility. Mr. Speaker, no, a member just wants to comment on the speech. We're debating something different now. The member should know that the economic statement included financial projections, Mr. Speaker, which incorporate. Well, Mr. Speaker, if the member would like to have the floor, I would be glad if he wants to identify himself and explain to the House why he should have the floor, rather than interrupting another honourable member who's been given the floor. Okay, but Mr. Speaker, the growth rate included in the economic projections in the economic statement were 0.3%. Mr. Speaker, for next year, Mr. Speaker, there is no organization, no public sector forecaster, not even the OECD has any numbers anywhere near that. It was clearly an effort to fudge the numbers, and that's proven, Mr. Speaker, by the parliamentary budget officer who has the same information from the same finance department showing that the performance is much worse. Why is it that the government continues to be an incredibly unreliable source for the truth?
The honourable member from Vegreville Wainwright.
Well, Mr. Speaker, clearly grasping at something so they can justify their talk of just throwing aside democracy and taking over the reins of power in an unelected fashion. Clearly, that's why the member would ask a question like that. All of the numbers in this economic and fiscal update were provided by the Finance Department. This member is questioning the credibility of this well-respected, world-respected Finance Department. And that's just absurd, Mr. Speaker. That's where the numbers came from, as well as from 4 private sector forecasters. 4 private sector forecasters. Our fiction, he says. I read the list of these 4 well-respected groups, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just want to raise this to the member and ask him a question after. On September the 9th, 2004, a letter was sent to Her Excellency the Right Honourable Adrian Clark. Her Excellency, as leader of the opposition party, we are well aware that, giving the Liberal minority government, you could be asked by the Prime Minister to dissolve the 38th Parliament at any time should the House of Commons fail to support some part of the government's programme. We respectfully point out that the opposition party, who together constitute the majority of the House, have been in close consultation. We believe that should a request for the dissolution arise, this should give you cause and constitutional practice and determine to consult the opposition leaders and consider all of your options before exercising your constitutional authority. Your attention in this matter is appreciated, and at that time was the leader of the opposition, which is the Prime Minister of today, with the leader of the Bloc Québécois, which is the leader of today, and the leader of the New Democratic Party, which is the leader of today. Then my question is, what is the difference today that we're attacking the democracy today when they were doing it with us on the 9th of September, 3 months after the election of June of 2004? And now what is the difference today?
The honourable member from Vegreville Wainwright.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. See, Mr. Speaker, this is the type of straw of desperation these opposition members are grasping at to justify their position. Because the reality is, if they want to vote this government down, if they want to vote against our speech for the throne, which they didn't, they supported, if they want to vote against our economic statement and go to an election, which is what was being talked about then, they're free to do that. Now, Canadians are tired of elections. They elected us 6 weeks ago to govern this country, near a majority, Mr. Speaker, near a majority, a stronger level of support than last time. If they want to do that, if they want to go to an election, they can choose to do that. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say we never talked about a coalition. We would never get in bed with a separatist, and we would certainly never get in bed with a socialist and have the leader of the socialists, Mr. Speaker, have the leader of the socialists as finance minister of this country. That's absurd.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from, oh, he's down there somewhere, Westlock, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague from Vegreville for an excellent speech he gave in the House here just recently. I noted that he talked about several numbers and refuted the opposition critic on several of his points, and he did an excellent job of that. But one of the things I noted in his speech is that he talked about something that none of these opposition members have talked about. He talked about actually, rather than staying up in Ottawa hatching backroom deals, he's been in his riding. I'd be interested in him expanding a little bit more about what he's hearing from his constituents on this economic update and how it's really affecting their lives. Thank you.
The honourable member from Vegreville, Wainwright.
You know, I can tell from the question that's a member who's been in his constituency talking to his constituents about this, instead of being in the back rooms hatching up a deal as these three opposition parties have been doing. And what the people in my constituency are saying almost to a person is, this is the most ridiculous thing they've ever seen in Canadian politics. They cannot believe that this third world-like measure of throwing aside a democratically elected government and putting in place through a backroom deal an unelected government, they can't believe it's happening, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, unfortunately, the talk of separation in my constituency has risen in leaps and bounds. In fact, it was almost completely gone, Mr. Speaker, because people really appreciated and do appreciate the government they're getting from the Prime Minister and from the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. They appreciate that. And the last thing they want is for this coup to actually take place. And if it does, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely concerned that these separatist sentiments may be more than just talk this time.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member mentioned there's a lot of strange thing he mentioned in his speech, especially the fiction of this economic statement. But he mentioned the vote on the speech to the throne that we supported, and yes, we did. Why? Because we actually at that time believed the Prime Minister, that he would cooperate, that he would make this Parliament work. That's what he said. That's what he said on to the premiers as well. And what the Prime Minister did through this economic statement was clearly violate that trust of cooperation with opposition parties and come in, which is clearly a document of fiction. But let me move to the point on coalitions. The majority, whether you believe it or not on that side of the House, the majority of the Canadian votes happens to be on this side of the House. You've got Mr. Speaker, the government has 22% of eligible voters' support. And let me quote from the Prime Minister's letter what he said some time ago on coalitions and in a letter to the then Governor General Adrian Clarkson. He said, and I quote, "We respectfully point out that the opposition parties who together constitute a majority in the House have been in close consultation. We believe that should a request for dissolution arise, this should give you cause, as constitutional practice has determined, to consult the opposition leaders and consider all of your opinions before exercising your constitutional authority." End of quote from the letter of the current Prime Minister. And that member, Mr. Speaker, and that member tried to talk about that being fiction a minute ago. This Prime Minister wrote that letter, supported coalitions.
The honourable member from Vegreville, Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, this is another opposition member desperately grasping at straws to justify an unjustifiable position, Mr. Speaker. Because, in fact, Mr. Speaker, what happened back then was the Prime Minister made a decision after a budget had been presented to try to topple a government and go to an election. That's totally different from what these people are doing. There was never any talk of a coalition, Mr. Speaker. And it is, if the opposition chooses now to topple a government, go to an election, let the people have the say on this. If they want to do that, they may not be tolerated well bringing on another election. But if they want to do that, they can do that. That's the democratic thing to do. But they don't care about democracy. They're grasping. They have such a lust for power, Mr. Speaker, such an untamed lust for power. They'll do anything to get power, and that's what they're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Shame on them.
That's where the lust for power is.
Continuing debate, the honourable member from Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll enjoy splitting my time today with the member from Acadie Bathurst, a fine member of the House of Commons and one that still holds our great trust as our whip in this party. I want to thank my constituents in my riding. I haven't had an opportunity to do so since I was elected, and before any further action in the House, I'd like to make sure that they know I appreciate their efforts in supporting me in my re-election. And it was an interesting election, a very called at the last moment by a government that wanted to avoid the economic crisis that was coming on us. You know, I also would like to thank the Prime Minister. He took the time along with his cabinet, to visit my riding just the week before the election and spend some time there. And I'd suggest perhaps that people would want to come back when there isn't an election on and try the fishing. You know, you're likely to get a bigger catch that way, and you'll probably enjoy yourself tremendously in the Northwest Territories, which is one of the finest places for fishing in the world. It is a special place, my riding. It gets attention in the throne speech because we know there's development ahead in our riding, ongoing development that has great potential but also great challenges to our population. We need to understand how to regulate that well. We need to understand how to get the advantage out of development, just as all the other provinces have taken advantage from development to build their societies and to build them in a fashion that fits their population. You know, we face tremendous challenges of lack of proper infrastructure. We're expected to move into the 21st century of resource extraction, huge developments, where we don't even have proper roads yet. Where this spring, one of our main highways into the Northwest Territories was shut down for a month because the road base had completely deteriorated. We can't even upgrade and keep maintenance in our roads because a small population over huge amounts of territory, and those costs are escalating on us all the time. So we, in the Northwest Territories, understand about the lack of infrastructure. We understand about the problems that the lack of infrastructure gives to your society, just as much as people in cities where overpasses are falling down and where proper transit is not yet in place. We're also experiencing rapidly increasing costs. They have been tempered somewhat by the lowering of the price of crude oil in the world, but that's a temporary aberration, and we're sure to be back to the point where the cost of living in the North will continue to escalate in a fashion without proper infrastructure, without the kinds of things that will bring, without the kind of green infrastructure, green investment in renewable energy, in energy efficiency that can make a reasonable and affordable society in the North. We are also facing tremendous impact from climate change. Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity to discuss with people that are studying permafrost. And over the 8 years that they've been studying the permafrost in the southern Decho region of the Northwest Territories, there's been a 20% decline in the permanent permafrost that's within the boreal forest in that region. 20% decline. That changes many things when it comes to infrastructure, road building, many of the other things that we need to accomplish in the North. But it just points to the tremendous changes that we're experiencing in the North and the great need to take hold of those issues still. Corporations working in the North right now are experiencing downturns. We're seeing layoffs in our diamond mines, especially in the expansion of the existing mines. We're seeing layoffs in many of the subcontractors that are working for these mines. We're seeing layoffs in the exploration companies that are looking for new resources across northern Canada. We're seeing layoffs in the aviation industry, which is a very key indicator of the kind of activity that's going on. And this is taking place right across all of northern Canada. So we are seeing a downturn in the economy. It's one that bodes very much a problem for the future of Canada. Without exploration, without the opportunities to understand what we have, we're going to find ourselves falling behind in our main business, which is resource development. That is what we do in the North, and that's what we're likely to continue to do. The corporations don't need tax cuts, they need infrastructure investment. Infrastructure investment will reduce their costs, can reduce their environmental footprint, can make a better place for the North. This economic and fiscal statement really fails to meet the needs that are in front of us. Why? It's misleadingly optimistic and does not address the real issues ahead of us. We're in a resource-based export economy. Commodities have just suffered their largest downturn in over 30 years. This happened within the last 4 months. The impact on manufacturing and forestry in this country was ongoing and continues for a number of years and matches to the more immediate economic impacts that we're seeing in every other industrialized country. The true problem in our economy will come after many other economies that have more secondary production have seen downturns. Our downturn is yet to come. So we must be very careful with what we're doing. The contraction in the world economy will hit us harder and will be more apparent in the months to come. This doesn't come forth in this document. This document doesn't speak to the future of this country. It makes these projections based on air. We need our own plan for reinvestment. Government cannot leave this to the private sector through the tax cuts and expect that the kind of infrastructure that's required for the growth of all of us will take place. We need to change as well our directions in infrastructure. We need to make investments in infrastructure that will lead us to a greener future. We can't look on this downturn as simply a matter of surviving and moving on with the same economy that we have. We need to change. We need to move ahead with a new vision for this country. What else is wrong with this statement? Many of the issues presented in the economic statement were of a partisan, combative, and petty nature. While some of these have been withdrawn, they leave all of us in the opposition assured of our opinion that this Conservative administration can't be trusted. How can we trust this government for a substantive, effective, and timely economic intervention in a budget that's going to come a little later on when they present this kind of case to us today, when they show their nature, when they show that they're willing to cloud the very important economic issues that are in front of us with these petty little games playing that they've chosen to take up. And I think all Conservative members understand what I'm talking about here. We need a parliament that works. We need a parliament that can deliver results, that can bring us all on side. We don't need this kind of action in this parliament. I saw this for the last 2.5 years. I saw the bullying that went on. I saw the way that this government developed its majority through badgering rather than through cooperation. I don't see this changing here. I was hoping for change. When I came into this parliament, I was hoping that this government would give us real direction for cooperation. Instead, what we saw was more of the same kind of treatment that made us tired of this place in the last Parliament, made us realize that instead of cooperating, we were confronting on so many issues that really, as Canadians, we had no reason to do so. Mr. Speaker, we need an attitude change in here. We need an attitude change in this Parliament. And the only way that we see as the opposition right now to accomplish that is the directions that we're moving in. If we can do this, we can deliver results for this country. We can make a difference for this country. Without it, it'll be more of the same. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his constructive and thoughtful input into this debate on the economic statement. He made a number of statements relating to what we have seen actually in this Parliament since January of 2006 when the Conservatives first took office. It was a minority Parliament, and this is a minority Parliament. And people know that a minority Parliament requires cooperation, consultation to make it work. And it hasn't happened. In fact, I think what we've had, Mr. Speaker, is campaigning rather than governing on behalf of the Conservative Party. Mr. Speaker, having an undertaking to have a budget maybe sometime in January, at the end of January, is not going to happen early enough. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to do some things like to get on with the infrastructure funding, get on with key sector support like the manufacturing, auto, forestry, etc., Mr. Speaker. These are the kind of things that are going to either reduce imminent job loss or are going to create opportunities for job creation. I wonder if the member agrees that we need either a mini-budget or something very quick from this government to say how they are going to put the interests of the people ahead of their political...
The honourable member from the Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree totally. We need a strong message right now. We need to know that this government is willing to invest heavily in the right sectors to make the right difference. That's what we need. We need an indication of that. And to his other point about the partisanship, you know, the Conservative government wants to cut out the federal financing for parties. Well, their actions in the previous 2 years, when they took their party money and invested it in TV ads, slamming the new Liberal leader, slamming him mercilessly. They used those public funds to actually for partisan purposes. What we should be using federal financing for is for political parties to develop their position, to develop interest across the country in the political process. That's what it's for. What these guys did in the last Parliament was unconscionable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Brandis-Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest to the member's comments, and I've listened to the comments that have been passed back and forth here. It seems hard for me to understand. I know that the member who spoke, his leader, is talking about withdrawing the $50 billion in tax credits for businesses who are actually asking for that as part of a stimulus to create the jobs that we're trying to save in Canada. And it just strikes me as awkward that, we put forward a $50 million package to encourage business to keep growing, to stimulate business, and now the leader of the New Democrats wants to remove that. And I would just ask the member, where do we draw the parallel of how you're going to help industries? We know that the automotive industry is looking for billions of dollars in bailouts right now, and to withdraw a corporate benefit that actually creates the jobs that they're hoping to save. I just wonder how the member would balance that out for the people of Canada.
The honourable member from the Western Arctic.
Well, I've argued that so many times in this House, I don't want to get onto it again. But the point is, tax cuts provide for $1 billion about 5,000 to 6,000 jobs in this economy. Investing in infrastructure is about 11,000 jobs. Investing in green infrastructure is probably 14,000 jobs per billion. When we look at what we require to make our companies competitive, to make them productive, I think infrastructure investment, careful delineation of that along with particular incentive packages for industry to invest in the right directions, those are things that I think are more important
than tax cuts right now.
Questions and comments? Short question, the member from Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, this economic statement is missing the child. It used to be that the last budget there was a child, a young kid in there. This statement has nothing that would provide child care support or child tax benefit increase. Seems like children have been forgotten again. Does the
Short answer from the member from Western Arctic.
Well, the economic stimulus in the service sector is even better. When we talk about jobs created for dollars invested, we are really talking about a very attractive proposition. And I think those sorts of ideas have to be put forward as well. Our party has those ideas. We'll put them forward.
Continuing debate, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin, Mr. Speaker, by thanking the members of my constituency in Acadie Bathurst for once again giving me their support and trust for the 5th time in a row. I would like to sincerely thank them.
First time I have an opportunity to do it. To thanks my constituency of Acadie Bathurst to elect me here for the 5th time, which they give me confidence. They have confidence in me to do what I'm supposed to do.
I would also like to thank the member for Western Arctic, who gave me an opportunity to share his time regarding this economic and fiscal update. Mr. Speaker, in 1997, I was elected for the first time. And there was a reason I was elected to Parliament. On behalf of Canadians, when I was elected, the government made choices. They took the money from the Employment Insurance Fund and put it into the general revenues. By doing so, it became a source of great funds for the government. They were able to balance the budget on the backs of workers. And that was very attractive to have this cash cow. The government should therefore go back and make changes to employment insurance. In this election, I was a candidate once again, and we campaign and also watch the news. The current Prime Minister, who was also the Prime Minister during the election campaign, told Canadians that they should not be afraid of him. They should not worry. And even if I have a minority government, I will work with the government, work with the opposition. That is what he said. Personally, I said, well, he's trying to reassure Canadians. He's trying to get to be Prime Minister. And I didn't believe what he said.
The day after the election, when the Prime Minister was here, he said, Canadians and Quebecers have chosen a minority government, and I promise you that we will now go to Ottawa and we will work with the opposition to work in the interest of our country. And today, the Conservatives are asking themselves questions about what the opposition is doing. They say that the only political party that came up with ideas about ways to help the economy recover was the Bloc Québécois. But everybody knows that the leader of the NDP had a meeting with the Prime Minister, and he gave him ideas about the economy, as did the leader of the Liberal Party. One way or the other, everybody contributed their ideas to get the economy back on track, either through a paper or through ideas. And the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance in a minority government, did they actually call on the opposition and say, well, we're going to be presenting an economic update and we need your ideas. As he said the day after the election, he said, I am going to work with the opposition. But no, Mr. Speaker, that's not what happened at all. The same thing that happened 2.5 years ago happened again. Go back to January 2006. My way or the highway. If you don't like the way I govern, well, too bad for you. Wait till the next election. Vote against us. This time around, I think he hit the wrong switch. There were 2 switches. He could have repeated. He could have done what he did 2.5 years ago, my way or the highway. He never considered the problem that we're experiencing here in Canada, the problem with our economy, the problem with all the shutdowns of plants, whether it be in Miramichi, New Brunswick, or whether it be in Bathurst, or in Dalhousie, or in New Richmond, or in Abitibi, or in Northern Ontario, or in the Prince George area. He never thought about those regions, no. Rather, in a fiscal and economic statement, he said, well, I'm going to cap salaries in the public service, take away the right to strike. Rather than public servants try to serve Canada and the government, why kick those that are trying to help us? Something else. He said, we'll sell our crown corporations. He doesn't tell us when. He doesn't. Is it because they're not serving Canada well? Is he going to sell CBC? Is he going to sell Radio-Canada? Is that what he wants to sell? Does he want to privatize these companies? And I'm not interested in that. I'm more interested in having crown corporations and people who represent the citizens of Canada. We've already sold Air Canada. I believe that was a mistake. CN was sold. I think that was a mistake as well. Petro-Canada was sold. I think that was a mistake as well. And what do they want? They don't believe that the federal government has responsibilities to Canadians. The opposition thinks that the federal government should just not take action, and they go even further. In this fiscal update, when the Prime Minister gave his speech, after he got back from the speech of the throne, what does this have to do? He talked about something controversial. He talked about putting our young 14-year-olds behind bars. What's that to do? That has nothing to do with today's economy. We know full well that rather than putting our young people behind bars, we should be investing in regions. We should be investing in our municipalities. We should be investing in the rural areas to make sure that our young people don't wind up behind bars. But instead of doing that, the government talks about making new prisons to put them in. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with that. When you look at the infrastructure in our country and you see the problems in our municipalities today, when you look at the bridges that need to be built, just look what's happening in Quebec and the problems that took place with the overpasses in Laval where people were killed. Now Quebec is having to change overpasses everywhere. But instead of investing in our people, in our infrastructure, well, the government's decided it will simply invest in banks. And that's how they'll create jobs. But what about all the people who are facing financial problems and mortgage payments? Why don't we seek help for that? When you look at all of the countries that have invested, a lot of other countries have invested in order to get the economy back on its feet. The United States did it. England and France have taken measures. Canada, zero. Zero. Big fat zero. Absolutely nothing whatsoever was done. When you look at what's done for childhood or early childhood, how did the government help early childhood? Was anything... Do you think that something should have been done in the economic update about this? Yes, because people have to know that when they go to work that their children are being well cared for. But instead of giving $100 to each family, they said, well, wait. That's what the Conservatives have done. That's not the system we want. So I'm very proud, and I hope that the majority in this country want to see a government that works for the interests of Canadians and for workers and for the everyday people, and not just for these companies that make millions of dollars on the backs of the poor people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's the honourable member from Barrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for the member from the NDP, I wanted to know if he's taken into consideration what economists and investors are saying in this country right now. Just off the Canadian press, uncertainty in Ottawa could send financial markets and loonie even lower, according to economists. Economists say the uncertainty plaguing the political scene could send financial markets and the loonie sinking even lower amid growing economic tumult. We don't know who the government will be. Markets tend to be a little more unsettled, and foreign investors in particular are not going to be comfortable investing in a place in which leadership is unknown, said Eric Lascelles, an economist with TD Securities. Canada's main stock index composite fell more than 725 points halfway through trading day today, Monday, as the Liberals and NDP worked to firm up details on this potential coup d'etat. And my question is, for the NDP member, is why would he imperil jobs at this time? Why would he? You're listening to economists saying this. You're seeing the effects on the market. Why are you imperiling jobs in our country at this time? And at the same time, I can't...
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Mr. Speaker.
When the economists, I was pretty pleased when I heard the economist from the Toronto Dominion, which is Mr. Drummond, which is the first vice president of the Toronto Dominion, and he's one of the top economists in the banking industry, that said that this government should make change to the employment insurance to help the people that lost their job, because it's hard on the economy, and we should not transfer people that have a job on welfare. Instead, we should keep them in the labor market and keep them to be able to have a job one day and not just go on welfare and not come back to work. And that's an economist. And why not is that the Conservative Party did not listen to that economist that is well respected in our country and then make change in the employment insurance when they look at their financing view of what they will do in the future. Why didn't they take that in consideration when most of the workers across the country has made requests to change the employment insurance, where it's only 32% of women qualifying for EI in our country and only 38% of men qualifying for employment insurance? Why don't you listen to the economists too? We have listened to it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Pierrefonds-Delatte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Acadie-Bathurst for his very energetic speech. He talked a great deal about EI, but I would like to know whether the Minister of Finance had something positive for our seniors, and particularly the homeless. The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you for the question. Rather than taking measures to help this group, the government has attacked workers, taking away the right to strike, capping their salaries. The government wants to create a political crisis rather than deal with the economic crisis. And our seniors, when I meet with them in my regions, these people don't necessarily have huge pensions. And those who work as fishers or as loggers, they have no pension fund. There's nothing to help these people, nothing to help them in the GIS. And even if the food banks have nothing on its counters to help these people, they're not able to help the citizens. That's a result of the Conservative government.
Short question, the honourable member from Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I ran for election in 2006, and then, of course, in 2008, in 2006 I ran on a banner called Stand Up for Canada. I believe that I took on a position of standing for this great nation and standing in this House. I'd like to ask this member, I heard a tape that had his leader on it talking about how they plotted and planned with a party committed to the destruction of this country. I'd like to know from this member why he doesn't believe in Canada the same way I do, why he'd line up with those that would choose to destroy our great nation.
Honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Brief answer, please.
Mr. Speaker, on September the 9th, 2004, the leader of the Conservative Party, which is the Prime Minister of this country, signed a letter with the Bloc Québécois, the leader, which is here today, to asking the Governor General to look at the position which they had the majority and to take them off of their duty at that time. And at that time, it's funny, it was good for you to deal with the separatists. And I have the letter said, no, I have the letter right in my... And matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, if you agree, I will table the letter. If the House agree, I table the letter.
Absolutely. Your unanimous consent to table the letter? I heard some disagreement. This concludes the questions and comments. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member Eglinton Lawrence.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I imagine, Mr. Speaker, that you, like those who are in the gallery today and those who are watching this on TV, must be impressed with the way that some of the opposition members are responding to the government's proposed economic update. And I think you will probably be looking at the reasons why the opposition members seem to be so full of vigor and so full of energy and so full of insight in terms of what must be done to what the government has called a crisis, an emergency in the economy of this country and indeed elsewhere. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, you and others who have followed the press, the media, who have followed studiously what is happening to the economy on which we depend for an ongoing standard of living and quality of life.
Excuse me. I would remind honourable members of this chamber to demonstrate the kind of mutual respect that we had discussed last week. Refrain from carrying on these conversations in the chamber. If you want to have a conversation, you can do so in the lobby. My apologies. Continuing debate with the honourable member from Eglinton Lawrence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that a lot of that reaction wasn't in response to the nuggets of wisdom that we are about to unfold in this home, in this House. I say home because it is a house that belongs to all Canadians, and they look to all of us, whether we are on the government side or the opposition side, to solutions for the problems that they individually face and that they collectively must resolve. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, what are some of those problems that they were looking to see us resolve? When we have an economic update just shortly after an election that gave each and every member in this House a mandate to seek solutions. Notice I said every single member of this House, Mr. Speaker. It is an obligation that's incumbent upon each and every one of us, one that we cannot shirk. We cannot shirk the responsibility to seek those solutions. And so the government has a very special privilege, and that is to make the first offer, to suggest this is the direction in which we must go. But they don't have to do it by groping in the dark. No, they have the examples that the rest of the world have put before them over the course of the last several months. Well, we need go no further than immediately to the south of us, where the Americans chose one Barack Obama because he promised to come forward with a solution or a series of solutions, a package that all Americans could buy into, not only domestically and individually, but as those who would want to lead the world towards recovery, to assume that mantle of leadership that was so lacking in the world. I might add, on a little bit of a side note, Mr. Speaker, they were not without culpability on their own. I mean, they did share some of the reasons for the conditions which we currently face today. But governments get elected to seek solutions and to offer them up. In fact, the government proposes and this House disposes. This House was prepared to dispose with issues that are going to give an indication of the way forward. And so we had an economic statement given to us last week in the context of the American example of $700 billion in stimulus to address the financial crises that they faced. The president-elect who came forward with an indication that there would be an additional $800 billion in infrastructure dollars in order to address the issues of the day. The Americans were prepared to spend $1.5 trillion in order to kickstart an economy that is slowly but surely descending to depths that Americans cannot afford and that Canadians and others around the world cannot brook. The Europeans followed suit. The Europeans offered very, very quickly, collectively. Notice how quickly they came to a decision. Disparate governments from disparate and diverse countries immediately came forward with 300 billion euro. That's like $450 billion for infrastructure acceleration in all countries. What was our response? Well, Mr. Speaker, I know you're looking for that word that says tepid, but I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that if you were to describe our response as tepid, then you would really have put your toes in scalding water, because the word tepid is an exaggeration. Was it cool response? No, in fact, Mr. Speaker, there was none at all. There was no response by our government. The economic update offered no solutions. China. I see that the Minister of Foreign Affairs is also paying attention, and I know he'll agree with me that China is looking at the situation worldwide and so dependent on manufacturing that it can absolutely not afford to stand by idly. It offered a $600 billion infrastructure acceleration program, manufacturing assistance program in order to meet the challenges of the day. We haven't talked about social programs. We've only talked about the reaction of governments, some elected, some not, to an emerging situation that our own Prime Minister described as emerging, critical, and requiring some essential decisions that would be to the advantage of our collective good. And so we wait, and we wait with bated breath. And last week, we get an economic update that, Mr. Speaker, said absolutely nothing in terms of proactive decisions in order to kickstart the economy, to get engaged in manufacturing, to address the issues of financial shortfalls, and in fact, to address the issues of standard and quality of living of Canadians everywhere. Worse, Mr. Speaker, there was a decision, a deliberate decision in this economic update to demonstrate not only a stinginess of thought, but a certain lethargy of cranial capacity in order to address the issues that relate to each and every one of us as members of Parliament and our capacity to do the work that Canadians elected us to do. Mr. Speaker, there can only be one response to such dismissive behavior in this House by members of Parliament to a government that will not propose. I'll go to that right after question.
I rise at this time to interrupt debate. The member from Eglinton Lawrence will have approximately 12 minutes after routine proceedings to tell us the rest of that story. At this point, I begin with statements by members. The honourable member from Topeka-Mactaquac.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Canada's economy. Actions speak louder than words. While opposition parties talk down Canada's economy and scheme to exploit a global recession for their own political gain, we are injecting $200 billion back into the Canadian economy through lower taxes for people and business. While the NDP was spending weeks scheming with the separatists about ways to manufacture a political crisis, we are protecting Canada's financial system by injecting $75 billion into Canada's credit markets, guaranteeing loan insurance and making it easier for business to obtain loans. While the Liberals, NDP and separatists are negotiating a backroom deal that would allow them to seize power without earning an election, we are accelerating investment in infrastructure, protecting seniors, and working with the provinces and our G20 partners to inject even more stimulus into the Canadian economy. While the Liberals and NDP are proving they will do whatever it takes to seize power, we are doing whatever it takes to protect people, their savings, and their jobs. If necessary, we are prepared to defend our record and plan a new election. But don't expect those parties to take up
the honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely thank all the citizens in Laval-des-Îles for the confidence that they have demonstrated by re-electing me for my 5th mandate here. I thank all the volunteers, the devoted volunteers and friends who worked for me in my campaign. Today, the 20th anniversary of World AIDS Day, we are commemorating those who have passed away because of this terrible epidemic. Despite the 8% increase in Canadian foreign aid, the funds that have been allotted to official development aid by that government only represents 0.3% of the GDP. That means less than the 0.7% promised in the objectives for development outlined in 2000. What's more, the Conservative government has established absolutely no time frame to reach these objectives. No commitment has been included by that party in the speech from the throne. On behalf of the Canadian Association of Parliamentarians for Population and Development and other partners in the area of development, we insist that there should be a commitment to be included. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I join Quebecers and Canadians of Ukrainian descent to point out to the commemoration of the Holodomor, a scourge that descended upon the Ukraine at the beginning of the 1930s. 4 to 10 million people, Ukrainians, lost their lives in this artificial famine. We know that it was a voluntary famine and genocide that was created by the communist Stalinist regime. It is an act that was committed to weed out and deport all those who constituted the life force of the Ukrainian nation. I salute the courage of the Ukrainian people, and I ask all Canadians to learn from that tragic period.
Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to inform the House that the preeminent Canadian environmental legal organization, EcoJustice, has just this past month opened an office in my riding of Edmonton-Strathcona. Founded in 1990, EcoJustice was created in response to a growing need for a credible watchdog to ensure governments, corporations, and citizens respect the laws designed to protect our environment. In the past 2 decades, the organization has grown into Canada's largest and foremost environmental law organization, with lawyers and scientists based in Vancouver, Toronto, Ottawa, and most recently, Alberta. EcoJustice provides free legal and scientific services for countless citizens and advocacy groups. The organization's growth has been stimulated by a track record of success, landmark victories at all levels of court, including 2 recent court victories in Alberta over the controversial Curl tar sands project. I congratulate EcoJustice and the Executive Director, Devin Page, for their contribution to ensuring effective enforcement of Canada's environmental laws and for establishing a presence in my riding and my province of Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Langley.
Mr. Speaker, during the election a few weeks ago, the Liberal Party earned its lowest share of the vote since Confederation. The Liberals wanted to impose a massive new carbon tax on everything in a time of economic instability. Canadians rejected their plan. The NDP's plan was to raise taxes on businesses, employees, by billions of dollars, putting at risk tens of thousands of jobs. Their plan was rejected. The Bloc's agenda is to break Canada apart. Nothing furthers the separatist agenda more than economic chaos and a federal government that doesn't work. All they need to fulfill their goals is naive partners lusting for power. Behold, the Liberals and the NDP. Canadians sent a clear message to Parliament. They want this Parliament to work together under the leadership of our Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, no one wants an illegitimate, undemocratic coalition. The opposition's lust for power is a slap in the face of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, as we recognize World AIDS Day, I would highlight that this year's theme is about leadership. However, support for Canadian AIDS programs is set to expire in 2010, and not one of Canada's AIDS service organizations was notified if their life-saving funding will continue. Funding in my home province of Ontario was cut by 17% without any warning. Shamefully, similar ideologically driven funding cuts are continuing across this country. The HIV/AIDS crisis is especially prevalent in Canada's Aboriginal communities, where rates of HIV are nearly 3 times higher than Canadian averages. We know that Conservatives put ideology before science. For example, they continue to ignore the evidence from Canada's scientific community, which demonstrates that safe injection sites save money and lives. Their lack of action is appalling. Tonight at the AIDS Gala, there will be a true celebration of the prospect of a coalition government that will once again ensure that Canada will be a leader in the war against this terrible pandemic.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Conservatives that voted, yes, voted to unite the right, I have the dubious honour of addressing a backroom deal, the one that brought Socialists and Separatists together. The new Conservative Party unites the best of the two old parties, the nation-building traditions of Macdonald and Cartier, and Preston Manning's vision of grassroots democracy. On the other hand, the secret society of Socialists and Separatists makes common cause between those who would tear up the country and others whose goal is to use the balance of power status to impose their will.
Scandalous.
Mr. Speaker, it has become increasingly obvious that in spite of all the fine-sounding words, this backroom deal has nothing to do with their dissatisfaction with our economic fiscal update, but was planned many weeks ago. The Separatists and NDP never had any intention of making this Parliament work.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, Louise Forestier, the famous Quebec singer, has won for her album Éphémère the Grand Prix du Disque from the Académie Charles Cros in the category Francophonie. Éphémère, co-written with her son, is a compendium of new compositions where you see the spontaneity and instinct of an artist who has almost a 40-year-long career. L'Académie Charles, which is well known in Paris, was created in 1947 to honor the poet and inventor, self-taught, of the same name. Comprising some 50 members who specialize in the area of music reviews and recording. The Academy gives major prizes each year for certain artists and their musical work. In the past, they honored Vigneault, Leclerc, and Desjardins. This year, Louise Forestier, because she has a really Quebec voice, a culture and a way of living that is authentically Quebecer. So we say congratulations for the contribution she has made. The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface.
Mr. Speaker, some very troubling revelations have come to light about the Socialist Separatist Alliance. The NDP and the Bloc Québécois hatched this plan long ago to push Canada's democratically elected government from office. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP claims they are the key player, and they seem very happy to take credit. Credit for tearing Canada apart. The NDP and Bloc's subversion of democracy to bring a socialist separatist alliance to power will stick to the leader of the NDP until his dying days. Canadians must not let them do this to our country. We must remain united. The true North, strong and free.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Yesterday we had a volunteers appreciation meeting in my riding, which included, among others, a large number of constituents of Pakistani and Indian origin. Both these communities, in concert with others, expressed the hope that the tragedy in Mumbai should not pit India against Pakistan nor divide the two peoples, but that we must stand together in the struggle against terrorism, in the struggle for democracy, and against the anti-Jewish ethos which often accompanies such terrorist attacks. For over 3 days, Mumbai, one of the great international cities, the most populous democracy in the world, was under siege. Of the over 170 people murdered were 2 Montrealers, Dr. Michael Moss and nurse Elizabeth Russell, 2 exemplary healthcare workers who tended to patients in my riding. Also murdered in the attacks were Rabbi and Rebbetzin Holzberg of the Chabad Jewish community in Mumbai, whom I know from personal experience were a source of comfort to many in Mumbai and beyond. We extend our condolences to the Chabad community in Mumbai and beyond, to the families and friends of Dr. Moss and Elizabeth Russell, and to all the loved ones who fell victim to this assault on our common humanity.
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière, Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, the leaders of the NDP and the Bloc did something unusual. They have participated in discussions with the Bloc Québécois to separate the Bloc Québécois, who want to separate Quebec from Canada, but the Liberals and the NDP surprised us. We didn't know they were trying to do the same thing. The only case where the separatist movement has been controlled is with a Conservative government. We ask, therefore, that we see, therefore, that the Bloc Québécois is selling the country to the Liberals and to the NDP in a naked attempt to grab power. Never, never, never will we allow that to happen.
For Elmwood,
Order, please.
Speaker, I want to thank the many people who helped out on the ongoing campaign to prevent the closure of the Disraeli Bridge and Freeway from my constituency to downtown Winnipeg. This bridge carries 42,000 vehicles per day and will be closed for 16 months for refurbishment. The closure can be prevented by constructing a new 2-lane span to the east of the old structure that should be opened before the bridge is shut down for rehabilitation. When the plan to close the bridge became public in May of this year, a new group of volunteers was formed and hit the streets all summer to protest the closure and distribute ballots for people to sign and register their opposition. Over 5,000 people responded, with 97% in favor of the extra 2 lanes. Mr. Ed Innes is the president of the committee, which includes Teresa Souza, Bob Burns, Pablo Herrera, Vito Dejardo, Barb and Lawrence Lang, Clelia and Carlos Villa, Jim Barty, and many others. I thank you all, and let's keep up the fight.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Speaker, in September 2004, the opposition threatened to defeat the Martin government unless it amended the address and response to the speech from the throne. In response to this, the member from Ottawa-Vanier asserted, quote, "You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't defeat the government and not expect to have to go to the people," unquote. In 2004, he was wrong, but today he would be right. What is different is that in 2004, the opposition was threatening to vote against the throne speech and hence to reject the government's entire agenda. When a government is defeated this way, as in Ontario in 1985, the Crown is constitutionally obliged to summon the Leader of the Opposition to try and form a new government. But last Thursday, following the presentation of the fiscal update, the House voted in favour of the throne speech.
That's right.
In so doing, the House gave its approval to the government's agenda.
That's right.
This changes things. A vote of no confidence would now create a situation in which Her Excellency would be constitutionally bound to follow advice from the Prime Minister to dissolve the House and immediately seek re-election. Thank you.
Order, please. The honourable member. Order, please. The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, it is with consternation and sadness that we learned about the passing of the writer Hélène Pedneau, a novelist and journalist of great talent who passed away from a long illness. Her constant and even stubborn commitment to make Quebec society a juster, better society was exemplary. This passionate woman took many causes to heart. A sovereigntist, a resident of Saint-Zénaud, she was a member of the Bloc Québécois in Joliette, and she also sat on the board of directors of the Conseil de la Souveraineté, co-founder of HoC. She defended that and many other environmental issues as well as other causes ardently throughout her life. A committed woman. Through her writing, she made a contribution to the magazine La Vie en Rose. Her work will be a great source of inspiration to us. We say goodbye, Hélène.
Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, Spain, France, and Australia have all chartered planes and announced plans to evacuate their nationals from military and other airports that are still open throughout Thailand. However, Canada has not yet indicated any strategy to get hundreds of Canadians out of Thailand. A small number of our senior citizens were able to exit the country by taking overland buses to airports in the south or to neighbouring countries. But, Mr. Speaker, almost 100 of our stranded citizens are indeed seniors, with some running low on medicine. Email, telephone reports, and some Canadians have indicated that they have received little information from our embassy, let alone our consular officials there. The political crisis in Thailand could turn very violent at any moment. A state of emergency has already been declared by the Army, which has yet, up to this point, been quiet and could potentially stage a coup. Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to recognize that it's time for the Canadian government to announce an evacuation plan for citizens, like other nations have done for theirs. Or can we expect that it will do nothing again in the face of this crisis before it becomes too difficult?
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are rightly shocked to learn of a secret plot by the NDP and the Separatists to take power. The NDP has been working with the Separatist Party to bring down the Government of Canada. We now know that the economic update was merely a trigger to execute this long-standing agreement between the NDP and the Quebec Separatists. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has a strategy which is all about gaining power. If they have to do it with the help of separatists that wish to tear Canada apart, so be it. I'm sure Tommy Douglas would be ashamed that his party is putting its own self-interest ahead of the survival of Canada. The NDP is sacrificing national unity on the altar of self-interest. How dare they betray their country?
Oral questions. Questions orales. Honorable.
The Honourable Minister of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's economy is on the edge of a recession. Jobs are being lost. Canadian workers and their families are worried. Instead of introducing an economic stimulus package in his fiscal update last week, the Prime Minister decided to play politics, ignoring the difficult economic times Canadians are facing. Does the Prime Minister still believe that he enjoys the confidence of this House?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the fiscal and economic update last week, the Minister of Finance announced, among other things, the fact that he would be providing EDC and BDC additional money to extend to manufacturing and auto sectors, that there would be special help for retirees who are dealing with problems, losses in the stock market. He announced the fact there would be numerous measures to strengthen our financial system. And Mr. Speaker, of course, he also announced that we would be doubling infrastructure spending over the next year to a record high. Mr. Speaker, when the honourable gentleman speaks about playing politics, I think he's about to play the biggest political game in Canadian history.
The honourable leader.
Order, please.
Order. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in October 2004, when he was the leader of the opposition, the current Prime Minister established the conduct for a minority government in saying that a minority government has to prove that it can obtain and keep the support of the majority of members. But he has made no effort in this sense, and that is what he said at that time. He has failed to follow his own rule. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government has governed in a minority situation, not perfectly, but for 3 years we have received a vote of confidence for the throne speech, and in my opinion, I think that we should at least wait for the budget to determine the future of a government that has just been elected by the Canadian public. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister bring clarity in this House and allow Parliament to demonstrate its non-confidence in this government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say quite simply, in terms of what we all know the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is up to. And I understand he wants to be Prime Minister. It's a great honour, a great experience. But I can just tell you, Mr. Prime Minister, or Mr. President, I can just tell you, I can just tell you, Mr. Speaker, I would certainly not want to find myself governing this economy today and in this position under a situation where I was required to follow socialist economics and be at the behest of a veto of the separatists.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister had a choice with his economic update. He could have put Canadians first and brought in real stimulus for our economy and concrete support for Canada's auto sector. Instead, his partisan streak won out, and he decided to launch an unprecedented attack on the fundamental rights of our public service. After displaying such incompetence and bad judgment at a time of economic crisis, why would Canadians trust this Prime Minister now?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'm sure the Honourable Member knows, because I'm sure he's read the Fall Economic Update, the fiscal stimulus is outlined for next year on page 35, including further tax reductions, the effective new tax-free savings account, reduction in taxes by corporations. We've already reduced the GST. We're doubling spending on infrastructures. We are strengthening our financial system, which we've done, to make sure that credit is available for Canadians. This is vitally important in a time of economic turbulence.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, in May 2005, the Prime Minister, then opposition leader, said, quote, "The whole principle of our democracy is that the government is supposed to be able to face the House of Commons on any day on a vote," end quote. I guess that doesn't count today, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister had the choice of acting like a minority Prime Minister and working in a non-partisan way to support our forestry sector. Instead, he launched an ideological attack on pay equity and the women of Canada. The Prime Minister's character has now been fully revealed. Why in the world would Canadians put any trust in him now?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, I know the member opposite and his party has no confidence in steady, long-term view of the Canadian economy, making sure we stay on track and have a steady hand in a time of economic turbulence. They'd rather make a deal with the devil. As the member for Markham Unionville said, I would point out that the basic reality is that the NDP does not understand the first thing about economics. Now, that's patently clear when you hear, Mr. Speaker, they want to run a $30 billion structural deficit in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Order, please.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie has the floor now. We don't want to spend time with too much noise. There are rumors about a potential coalition government, and the government decided to back down on its decision to abolish party financing, as well as the ban on public service strike. So he's trying to keep the boat from sinking. Does the Prime Minister realize that his economic statement has no concrete measures to stimulate the economy and help the public? With such an attitude, how can we trust this Prime Minister and government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance announced last week that we are strengthening our support for seniors in our economic and fiscal statement. We are also helping the manufacturing sector, the automotive sector, and we will further strengthen Canada's competitive system We are doubling spending on infrastructure for next year, and this is a lot in 2 weeks. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. How can the government say that a coalition government would be illegitimate when in September 2004 he signed a letter with other opposition leaders saying that the Governor-General should consider all options if the House should be dissolved, including the possibility of the opposition having a coalition. So how can we believe him? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we had an agreement at that time on an amendment to the throne speech. This was not a confidence motion. This party would never consider a coalition with the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, it is incredible to see the Bloc in bed with the leader of with this other party. Everybody is saying that there could be an election because of this political crisis. The government has deferred measures to stimulate economic recovery. How can he think that he could have the confidence of the opposition when he has refused all opposition suggestions, including those by the Bloc Québécois, to deal with this economic crisis? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
True, Mr. Speaker, that 2 days before the fall economic statement, the honourable critic opposite gave me the VQ plan, and I thank him for that, because it was the only party that had any suggestions forthcoming. None from the Liberal Party and none from the NDP Party. And I thank him for that, and I look forward to reviewing them as we prepare for the budget in January. But he should be aware about the economic stimulus. It is 2% of GDP in 2009, which is exactly our commitment to the G7 and G20.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, not only is the Finance Minister suddenly refusing to act right now, he is producing nothing for the future. How can this government, which is so blinded by its own ideology, able to deal with the effects of a crisis that all the commentators are calling a major one? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Honourable Member would agree it's not ideological to double infrastructure spending, that it's not ideological to help pensioners in Canada by extending some pension relief. In particular, given the problems with the pension plans in the province of Quebec, I can tell the Honourable Member that, and that it's not ideological to help seniors with their RIF investments this year and to help them in 2008. All of that in the fall economic statement, which I gather the Honourable Member and his party and his friends are against.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. We are dealing with a major crisis. Order, please. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth now has the floor. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with a difficult time, an economic crisis, and the Prime Minister had an obligation to act, but he has failed because he has not proposed measures to stimulate the economy in the way he should. This crisis is hitting our industries, our communities. This is a failure because he is not creating employment. Why should people trust a Prime Minister who refuses to act in the face of this crisis? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have already pointed out the various measures that the Finance Minister introduced.
Anybody have confidence in the leader of a party who would agree, Mr. Speaker, to fold his own party into another party and do a deal with the separatists in order to get the power the voters denied him at the ballot box?
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Order, please. Order.
Speaker, of course, I was at the very meetings that the Prime Minister should remember well and that were referred to by the leader of the Bloc Québécois, in which it was proposed that he would work with the Bloc, and he proposed that I would be involved. I walked out. I wrote about it in my book. So we'll have a look at the facts. At a time of unprecedented economic hardship, Mr. Speaker, what we need is bold action, and what we see is abject failure by the government. Failure to stimulate the economy or bring forward a plan for jobs in auto, forestry, etc. How can Canadians have a government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, how can anybody believe a leader who has admitted that he had this in mind all along, that he didn't even give ideas to the Minister of Finance for the economic update, let alone waiting for the earliest budget in Canadian history? Mr. Speaker, everybody knows that the leader of the NDP, the members of the other parties, but the leader of the NDP is on record that this is his goal all along, Mr. Speaker. I just wish he'd have the integrity to take that position to the Canadian people.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Order.
Speaker, the New Democrats tabled our ideas about economic stimulus right here in this House because we respect this House economy. Evidently something this Prime Minister doesn't understand, because we have a Prime Minister who not only failed to table a stimulation package, he's tapped the phones of his political opponents for political advantage, and frankly the country deserves better. He's making it up on the fly, Mr. Speaker. We're hearing here today that apparently, even though he knows apparently that he doesn't have the confidence of the House, he's going to try to govern anyway. That's against democracy, Mr.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP should ask himself, and I'm sure all Canadians will really ask themselves, whether overturning the results of an election a few weeks later, in order to form a coalition nobody voted for and everybody denied, and to be able and to have a coalition like that, Mr. Speaker, that can govern only with the veto of the people who want to break up this country. Do they really believe that is in the interest of this country?
The Honourable Member.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, we are facing the worst economic crisis in generations, but the Prime Minister is hiding the truth from Canadians. Instead of really helping Canadians, he is manipulating the numbers and selling off Canadian assets. When will the Prime Minister understand that economic recovery has to start with their stimulus package?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, economic recovery begins with managing the economy well, in a stable way, in a long-term way. It doesn't begin by driving the Canadian economy into a long-term structural deficit, by taking Canada back to the 1970s, by making sure, as they will do, Mr. Speaker, that interest payments for Canadian taxpayers go way up in the air like the bad old days of the 1970s. Canadians have seen that in their lifetimes. They don't want to see that again, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
The Conservatives invent a plan which doesn't exist. Now they're trying to invent a plan for the opposition. Well, it won't work. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we cannot have any confidence in this Prime Minister. He said that there could be a deficit, we have a deficit. He said there was a plan. There is no plan. He is hiding the facts about his mismanagement of Canadian finances. How can Canadians believe this, Prime Minister? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the members opposite ought to be frank about their assessment of their newfound friends in the New Democratic Party. Here's what they say about their new friends in the New Democratic Party on their economic policy. Delusional, clueless, irresponsible policy, and it is still characterized in the Neanderthal economic thinking of the New Democratic Party. I thank the expert, the member for Markham Unionville, and the other expert on deficits, the member for Toronto Centre.
The honourable member, the honourable member for King's Hants.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is doing exactly what he told us he wouldn't do. He's engineering a surplus just to say he has one. Now he wants to sell off government assets during a buyer's market, the worst time to sell. Just like he did with Highway 407, the minister will lose billions of tax dollars in his desperate fire sale to cover up his new Conservative deficit. How can Canadians trust a finance minister who cooks the books?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, there's something cooking, and it's a newfound friendship and some strange bedfellows over here. That these clueless people that you're making arrangements with about economic policy. Listen, if you run a deficit of $30 billion in this country, you're running a structural deficit. It took a long time, Mr. Speaker, to get out of that problem. We've taken the long-term view, the view that says we have to help Canadian business with the Bank of Canada, with Bill C-50, with ensuring adequate credit in this country, more provisions in that regard in the fall economic statement, all good for the country, not running big deficits.
The honourable member for King's Hants.
Speaker, the minister should tell Canadians the truth, that in fact he's putting Canada in deficit next year. The Prime Minister is misleading Canada on the state of Canada's finances, and now he's trying to cover up the deficit by selling off government assets in a fire sale. He's counting on $10 billion from this fire sale, and he doesn't even have a list for what he's going to sell. The Conservatives are breaking every accounting rule in the book just to hide their new deficit. With this Enron-style accounting, how can Canadians trust this Prime Minister to manage the economy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Order.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, as set out in the fall economic statement, we used the average, which was also the median, of the private sector economists as of November 14th. So we have some friends there, but the newfound friends of the Liberal Party are called, what do they say, the vast majority of Canadians want nothing to do with a party of economic Luddites, which is why that party is marginal, why it will remain marginal, and why it is not taken seriously by the people of Canada. Once again, the economic leader on the other side, the member for Markham Unionville.
The
Honourable member for Chicoutimi Le Fjord. Order, please, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance. Order, please.
The
Honourable member for Chicoutimi Le Fjord has the floor now. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance continues to challenge the urgency of implementing measures to help the manufacturing and forestry sectors. But the Bloc Québécois and all the stakeholders have been asking the government for a year or over to put in place some measures. Since 2005, there has been a crisis. The government is denying the reality in favor of its laissez-faire economic guidelines. The Minister of Finance.
Denial going on, Mr. Speaker, is a newfound friendship between separatists and liberals in this House. The fact is, we had the accelerated capital cost allowance to help manufacturers. We've reduced business taxes, very important for manufacturers in this country. And in the fall economic statement, Mr. Speaker, we brought in additional equity provisions for the Business Development Bank, the Export Development Bank, very important for the manufacturing sector in this country, and measures that I would think would be supported by the member who just asked the question.
The Honourable Member for Haut-Gaspésie-les-Métis, Matane-Matapedia. Mr. Speaker, the region of Quebec has been penalized by this government, which wants to cut back non-profit economic development agencies that will help the regions of Quebec. The minister responsible for economic development for the regions of Quebec, does he understand that the ideological obstinacy of his government is really hurting all regions of Quebec and will hurt his Quebec MPs? I'm proud to come from a region in Quebec. What I understand today is that thanks to the Bloc Québécois, there is no one in the Quebec region who will have access to the cabinet if things unfold as they are saying. Who will be representing the regions of Quebec, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member, Chambly-Bourgeois. The Honourable Member, Chambly-Bourgeois. Mr. Speaker, plants are closing and people are losing their jobs, and these people can't get new jobs. The federal government is the only one who doesn't realize that this is occurring. That's why the Bloc is proposing that we set up a support system for people who lose their jobs so that they can bridge the gap until they get retirement. Will the government set up such a system? The fact that the government's refusing to do so, isn't that shows the insensitivity the government has for this economic crisis? We're talking about 45,000 people a year who are facing this problem. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. On this side of the House, we have faith in our older workers. Those who have been laid off for reasons beyond their control. This is why we have an initiative for older workers, which will help them prepare for another job. And Mr. Speaker, we have had some successes, and we will continue with further successes. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, instead of attacking the crisis, this government has opted for a laissez-faire policy for the people who are victims of this crisis. They refuse to help the unemployed by dealing with the wait time for EI. Why doesn't the government look at the Bloc plan and set aside its ideological approach and take an approach that is more proactive by eliminating the wait times? This is a measure that is not costly and will certainly help those people who have been hit by the crisis. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development. Mr. Speaker, we are always looking for ways to improve our system and how Canadians receive support when they are in need. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we have improved our employment insurance system with 4 pilot projects. That's why we are continuing to look for ways to improve our system. I have already thanked the Bloc for their suggestions. We will take a look at them, and we will continue improving our system.
Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are waking up to the fact that this Conservative Prime Minister can't be trusted. A report released this week will indicate that car sales are much weaker than the rosy picture the Conservative Minister of Finance is trying to paint. Instead of meaningful help to the auto sector, the Conservatives have chosen to play political games. This is the Prime Minister, when speaking to the world at the APEC Summit, promised meaningful stimulus, but when speaking to Canadians, introduces only cuts. How can he be trusted any longer?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question, but indeed we have been on the auto file working with our colleagues in the Liberal Ontario government to work out a plan of action. That's why I sent a letter with my colleague Mike Bryant, Minister of Economic Development in Ontario, to the automakers so that we can get a plan on the table. Maybe on the other side they like giving away money without any plans, but on this side of the House we believe in a plan, we believe in the taxpayers, and we believe in the people of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, as the facts are catching up to the rhetoric, it is clear that the Conservatives have no meaningful plan to help Canada's auto sector. Auto workers have been ignored for too long. Their families are struggling, and the Conservatives just don't care. This is the Prime Minister who called an election in violation of his own law. How can Canadians trust him
They can't.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, we have been dealing with the auto sector in the previous budget 2008, which was the start of our plans. And the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that we have done more in the Government of Canada for automakers and south of the border, and that has been recognized, Mr. Speaker. We have been there for the auto sector, but we will not give money for nothing. That is not part of our agenda. That's not part of being responsible to the people of Canada. We want to see a plan, and that's why we are proud to be Conservatives, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for LaSalle Aymar. Mr. Speaker, instead of taking measures to keep jobs and Canadian savings, Conservatives have preferred to do nothing. Instead of protecting our manufacturing sector, whether it be in auto parts or in aerospatial sector, the Conservatives have preferred to attack union rights and pay equity for women. Why should Canadians have confidence in this Prime Minister? The Honourable Minister, the President of the Treasury Board.
The bulk of the public service has chosen not to exercise a strike option. They've done so by entering into collective agreements on terms that are fair and reasonable to both the taxpayer and public servants. And, Mr. Speaker, we also want to ensure that women are entitled to appropriate pay in terms of pay equity. That's why we're bringing in legislation that ensures that there is a timely resolution of those types of disputes.
The Honourable Member for LaSalle Aymar. Mr. Speaker, the effects of the crisis are already being felt. People are losing their jobs. How are they going to pay for their groceries or taxes? Instead of creating jobs, instead of announcing infrastructure projects, the Conservatives are delaying products, and they are just hiding the deficit. How can we trust the Prime Minister if common sense of the Prime Minister is so sorely lacking? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, as I'm sure the Honourable Member knows, because I'm sure she looked at the news this morning, we in fact continue to perform in Canada better than our G7 partners. We perform better because we took steps in advance. We prepared. We reduced the GST effective January 1 this year. The United Kingdom just did it last week. So the good news is, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian GDP, gross domestic product, grew 1.3% in the third quarter of this year.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Clinty West.
During a global economic crisis, the secret bloc Liberal NDP cabal is plotting behind closed doors to plunge Canada into a political crisis. The opposition plotters, composed of socialists and separatists and led by a rejected Liberal leader, will jack up business taxes, impose a massive carbon tax within days of seizing power. Their panicky backroom deals will lay ruin to the Canadian economy. Now is the time to stand up for Canada, not seek its ruin. Can the Finance Minister tell this House what we've done to bolster the economy? What stimulus have we already injected?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have taken a steady, stable, long-term view to economic development in Canada. We have also acted promptly and in advance of the serious economic slowdown globally this year. We cut taxes across the board last fall, keeping money in the economy right now. And yes, tax cuts do stimulate the economy by leaving money in the hands of people in Canada so they spend it, and businesses so they can reinvest it and create jobs. That stimulus is 2% of GDP 30 days from now in Canada. The doubling of infrastructure spending 30 days from now in Canada.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Outremont. On Thursday, the Minister of Finance read his economic update. On Friday, the Minister said that there was no question of changing it. On Saturday, we found out from the Minister of Transport that there would be major changes to the public funding. And Sunday, it was about restored union rights. Can we ask what the government intends to do? Is it going to restore the right to women to equal pay for equal work? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we are very proud that we were able to resolve a number of the pay equity complaints that have been outstanding for quite a number of years. This shows that what we have been doing in terms of working together with the union in the context of collective bargaining is the appropriate place to resolve pay equity. Women should not have to wait 10 or 15 years in order to have those pay equity complaints resolved.
The
honourable member for Outremont.
Read the economic and financial update. I'll read a part of it for him. The costly and litigious regime of double pay equity has been in place for too long. These are rights. You don't contract away rights, you don't litigate away rights, and you don't legislate away rights. You respect rights. Don't you get that?
The Honourable the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not an issue of contracting away rights. It's in order to ensure that there's an appropriate mechanism to recognize rights. And to wait 10 or 15 years for a woman in order to realize her rights is not correct. That's why we're bringing in this legislation. That's why we're resolving these issues.
Order. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. During the election, the former Minister of Heritage said that cultural programs had been cut would be replaced. However, after the election, we find out that the government has absolutely no intention to overturn this decision. Nothing in culture for the in the economic statement. Can somebody in this government explain why this has occurred and why there's so much hostility against artists in the cultural sector? And they are far from being a burden, and they are a very stimulating factor for the economy. The Honourable Minister, we understand that they are important to the country and our economy. That's why our government has increased the by 8% expenditures in culture. We have programs to help artists and in our cultural sectors to help them bring their shows abroad. And we in the House will have always increased cultural and art, but the Bloc has always voted against it. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Bigorre. The conference in Poznan in Poland is starting today, but the Conservative government is viewing Kyoto as a burden, contrary to the forestry sector that has come up with a solution and hopes that we will go back to 1990 as a reference year, and that we set absolute targets so that we can really get a carbon market going. Why doesn't the Conservative government continue turning a deaf ear to common sense and refuses to modify its approach to Kyoto? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
But the real question for the House is how this poisonous and temporarily happy alliance is going to advance Canada's interests at all, specifically in the context of international conventions. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has a policy supporting cap and trade. The leader of the Liberal Party supports a carbon tax. The Bloc supports only the breakup of our country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is once again playing political games instead of taking action for Canadians in need. For the past 3 years, this Prime Minister has broken promises on an economic plan for forestry workers. Industry is suffering and communities across BC and Canada are looking for leadership. With all this talk and no action, how can Canadians trust this Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago, this government acted decisively, introducing the Community Development Trust, a $1 billion trust fund that was put in place in recognition of the global economic uncertainty and also in recognition of the need for transition, for skills development, and to help other workers, Mr. Speaker. That's what we did. We continue to do so. We continue to work on the program, and we continue to make sure that we serve Canadians and we serve them well.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, this minister does not understand. The fact of the matter is this Prime Minister cannot be believed. He has spent 3 years delivering political rhetoric but has failed to take any real steps for ailing HoC workers. He's making decisions on the fly and now he's spinning out of control. Mr. Speaker, I once again ask, with no plan, how can this Prime Minister be trusted?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that the province of British Columbia received $129 million in order to ensure that the forestry workers and the people within BC had the ability to deal with transition in these very tough times. There's no question about it. But you know what's really economically damaging, Mr. Speaker? The coalition between the Liberals, the NDP, with the veto held by the Bloc. That's economically damaging.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the current finance minister is taking cheap shots at Canadian women's hard-earned rights. For decades, Canadian women fought for equal pay. Decades, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, women are systematically denied equal pay for work of equal value, and now the Conservative economic statement validates this discrimination. Timely action means equal rights now. Mr. Speaker, does the current government really think it is acceptable to pay women less?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
To that, Mr. Speaker, is no, obviously not, and that's why we're bringing in legislation, much like the proactive legislation that was passed by the Liberals in Ontario and the New Democrats in my home province of Manitoba. Proactive legislation that meant that women did not have to wait all the years that they waited under the federal Liberal government. We're changing that in order to deal with it in the context of collective bargaining so that they will be able to achieve their rights in a timely fashion.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
No matter what the minister tries to suggest, Canadian women are facing a serious rollback of rights by this Conservative government. This government's attack on women's equality won't be forgotten just because they're scrambling to sweep a politically crass economic update under the rug. Mr. Speaker, after attacking women's rights time and time again, how does it feel to lose the confidence of women across Canada?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
After almost a decade of waiting, we were able to resolve a number of pay equity complaints with the union, and we were able to do it in the context of the collective bargaining. It's very important that those issues are dealt with on an ongoing, timely basis, unlike the Liberals who had to be hauled in front of the Human Rights Commission on a consistent basis in order to force them to pay women what they are entitled to. That was shameful. It should not happen any longer.
Honourable member. Order. The Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During a global economic crisis, the Bloc Liberal NDP cartel is plotting behind closed doors to cripple our economy by attacking business and opposing a new carbon tax and GST hike to hurt everyone.
Shocking.
Even investors and markets are worried. Listen to Eric LaSalle of TD Securities, who said the inclusion of an explicitly separatist party in the ruling coalition would likely cause some trepidation in financial markets, especially on the international investors. The turmoil generated by the new three-party coalition could prompt a flight to safety flows in Canada. Can the Finance Minister please tell Canadians the risk of a Bloc Liberal NDP coalition?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
What is needed, Mr. Speaker, is a steady, stable, long-term view. This is not a game. The jobs and savings of Canadians are at risk. We are in a period of global economic crisis, and Canada is not an island. This is not a time to panic or attack business with new punishing taxes as proposed by the NDP in the last election, or a carbon tax as proposed by the Liberal Party in the last election. This is not a time for a huge new structural deficit of $30 billion or more, as proposed by the Three Musketeers over there.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hold it now. Mr. Speaker, like the throne speech, last week's economic statement says that all increases in equalization payments will be capped at the rate of overall growth in the economy. This totally contradicts the October the 10th side deal made with Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. This deal has a formula that guarantees a 3.5% increase in equalization every year for 15 years. Will the minister, for the second time I've asked, will he stand and ensure that Nova Scotia and Newfoundland have an exemption from this cap on equalization increases?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia, as I've assured their finance minister, will be kept whole, including the accord.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, in Thailand, the situation has exasperated to the point that France, Switzerland and other countries have taken measures to repatriate their citizens. But meanwhile, Canadians and Quebecers are still there without any news from the government. What is the Minister of Finance or Foreign Affairs waiting to take action? Will he set up a plan to repatriate these citizens? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the Embassy continues to work 24/7 to help those Canadians who are in Bangkok. We are, Mr. Speaker, looking at all possible options, and we made charter flights to help Canadians to get to Hong Kong from Thailand. I also, Mr. Speaker, spoke to the President of Air Canada to get his support to help the consular staff organize the travel of these Canadians. Thank you.
Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, while automotive plants are shutting down in southern Ontario, mills and processing plants are closing in northern Ontario. Day after day, more layoffs and bankruptcies are announced. But the current government doesn't get the needs of northern Ontario or the real economy. That's right. That's right. Why was it that instead of protecting jobs and pensions and savings, all the current government could come up with was partisan games, the removal of labor rights, and shamefully a denial of the needs of working families?
Unbelievable. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Of course, as was in the economic update last Thursday, important extension of credit through the Crown corporations responsible, BDC and EDC. This extension of credit will be in the neighborhood of $3 billion, Mr. Speaker. It's like the measures we took several months ago and some since then to ensure that there is adequate, available, and affordable credit for Canadian businesses, whether they're in the forestry business, the auto business, or any other sector of the Canadian economy.
Bravo. Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Judy Stretch, Minister of Community Services for Nova Scotia. I believe
that the honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord is rising on a question of privilege or a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, it's a point of order. During the election for the Speaker, you and your colleagues, candidates for the position, as well as the discussions that we had amongst the whips of the four parties recognized in this House, it was unanimously recognized that we had to raise the level of decorum in this House. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we have to note that in this turbulent time, certain unacceptable words have been spoken. Why, Mr. Speaker? Well, I wish to point out that the Minister of Heritage earlier, in answering a question, a legitimate question to him by the leader of the Bloc Québécois, we on this side of the House clearly heard more than once, 3 times, the Minister of Heritage use the word vendu, sell out, with respect to the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. This is an expression that is a clear contravention of Standing Order 18, where no one can use offensive language in this House. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, I ask the Minister for Heritage to withdraw the words immediately. The Honourable, the Minister of Heritage.
At the start of question period, I did say some things about obviously the Bloc and the Liberal and the NDP coalitions we talked about. I can say je n'ai jamais dit le nom.
I never used the family name of the honourable member. No, that's not the case. But if I said something that was unparliamentary, I withdraw my words. The honourable member for Joliette, on a point of order on another matter, Mr. Speaker. During question period, the leader of the Bloc Québécois referred to a letter that was co-signed by the leaders of the 3 opposition parties in 2004. I have the letter here, and it was referred to by the leader of the NDP. With the House's consent, unanimous consent, I will table the letter dated 2004. Does the honourable member for Joliette have the unanimous consent of the House to so do? No, there is no unanimous consent.
Order. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
I have the honour to lay upon the table the annual reports of the Access to Information and the Privacy Act of the Office of the Privacy Commissioner of Canada for the year 2007-2008.
This document is deemed to be sent permanently to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Order,
please.
Government bills. Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. Ritz, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the States of the European Free Trade Association, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland, the Agreement on Agriculture between Canada and the Republic of Iceland, and the Agreement on Agriculture between Canada and the Kingdom of Norway, and the Agreement on Agriculture between Canada and the Swiss Confederation. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. Ritz, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed.
Deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
By ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports for interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Seconded by Mr. Easter, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Motor Vehicle Theft. Cette motion est répétée.
Motion is deemed adopted.
Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As members should be aware, auto theft has long been a serious concern to the residents of Winnipeg. From January 1st to November 16th, there have been actually 3,290 actual car thefts and 3,118 attempted car thefts in the city. I introduced this bill in the last session of Parliament, and I'm reintroducing it in response to the continuing concern of auto theft in the community. It also has come in response to a meeting that took place between a meeting of Liberal members and a Manitoba delegation, which included the Premier, Provincial Justice Minister, the Mayor of Winnipeg, the Mayor of Brandon, and opposition leaders, as well as Chief Dennis Meaches of the Long Plains First Nations. With this bill, everyone who commits theft of a motor vehicle for a second or subsequent offence would be guilty of an indictable offence and would be liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years.
Ms. Neville, seconded by Mr. Easter, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
The next sitting of the House.
Ms. Neville, seconded by Mr. Easter, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Holocaust Monument in the National Capital Region. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to introduce in the House today my private member's bill, An Act to Establish a Holocaust Monument in the National Capital Region. This proposed permanent monument here in the nation's capital will ensure that Canada as a nation will never forget the Holocaust and the millions of people who died at the hand of the Nazi killing machine, including over 6 million Jews. This monument will serve to forever remember the victims and the survivors and inspire everyone to be vigilant and take action against acts of hate, anti-Semitism and racism. We must not forget that at the time there was a universal belief that a mass genocide could never happen. That was certainly proven wrong in the most heinous and tragic way. This monument will serve as a memorial to the past and a beacon to the future. I hope all will support it.
Ms. Neville, seconded by Mr. Easter, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Council proceed
When shall the bill be read a second time?
at the next sitting of the House. Ms. Neville, seconded by Mr. Easter, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the National Ecosystems Council of Canada. Cette motion
This motion is deemed adopted.
for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to reintroduce my private member's bill. If passed, it would see the establishment of the National Ecosystems Council of Canada. I'm introducing this bill once again in this 40th session of Parliament based on my desire to see the health of Lake Winnipeg's watershed and other watersheds across Canada restored. If this council is established, watersheds across Canada would receive the necessary attention to restore their health. In the case of Lake Winnipeg, it would ensure the viability of the economy it supports and ensure that it remains a gathering spot for Manitobans for generations to come. Lake Winnipeg was recently featured in the National Magazine as a forgotten lake. This national treasure must not be forgotten. It is beloved to most Manitobans. A plan for restoration and preservation is an imperative.
Ms. Neville, seconded by Mr. Easter, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Easter, seconded by Ms. Neville, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Deduction for Volunteer Emergency Service. Cette motion est répétée.
Motion is deemed adopted.
Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm most pleased to introduce an act to amend the income tax, a deduction for volunteer emergency service. Mr. Speaker, this bill was also introduced in the last Parliament and was in fact reported back from committee to the House. Sadly, the bill was lost because the Prime Minister broke the law and cost an election. The act will, though, Mr. Speaker, it will allow for the changes to the Income Tax Act and allow voluntary emergency workers to deduct from their taxable income the amount of $1,000 if they performed at least 100 hours of volunteer service and $2,000 if they performed at least 200 hours of voluntary service. This is an important bill, Mr. Speaker, because it recognizes volunteer emergency service workers, not only for the good they do for society, and also there's a wee bit of financial compensation for them. So I do introduce this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I was wondering, seeing as the bill was so far along in the last House, reported back from committee, if there might even be unanimous consent to see it at the stage it was at that time.
Mr. Easter, seconded by Ms. Neville, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Now, is there unanimous consent to... when shall the bill be read a second time?
The next sitting of the House. Mr. Ouellette, seconded by Mr. Lassalle, asks for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Removal of Waiting Period. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would remove the waiting period, which deals with the payment of EI benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Ouellet,
Mr. Ouellet, seconded by Mr. Lasalle, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed.
Deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi. Public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition that was circulated by Robert Rose and Margaret Stewart for, and the petitioners were from Rolla Bay to East Point, and they indicate, we, the undersigned residents of Eastern Kings County in the riding of Cardigan, Prince Edward Island, draw to the attention of the House of Commons to the following. That the residents of Eastern Kings County in the Cardigan riding in the province of Prince Edward Island respectfully submit that they are being discriminated by CFCY 95.1 FM radio due to very poor or no reception in their area. Therefore, your petitioners request the House of Commons to direct the CRTC to investigate and direct CFCY 95.1 FM radio to endeavour to provide radio coverage to all the residents of the Eastern Kings area.
Honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise in the House today to present petitions from, in fact, there's several hundred, close to 500, I believe, names on this petition. Bring this petition about trafficking of women and children across international borders for purposes of sexual exploitation. These petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to condemn this practice and to continue its good work, the good work of our government here, to stop this horrendous crime from happening here on Canadian soil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable
member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting another petition signed by members, citizens of the nation's capital, concerning the matter of the necessity of building a bridge or two bridges, so that eventually there be a ring road around the nation's capital, so that the heavy truck traffic can be removed from the core of the city. Mr. Speaker, these petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to instruct the National Capital Commission to proceed with a detailed assessment of an interprovincial bridge linking the Canatech Industrial Park to the Gatineau Airport, which is option 7 of the first phase of the interprovincial crossings environmental assessment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table a petition from some 2,000 people in my riding with respect to Bill C-445 that I had standing on the order paper in the previous Parliament, seconded by the honourable member for Nicolas Bécancourt. It deals with the withdrawal of 22% for the victims that have faced layoffs. The Jeffreys mine layoffs have led to a drop in their pension plan, some $55,000 loss for pension funds, and many more in terms of marginal revenue since the beginning of 2005 for the Atlas Company. I can assure you that my colleagues and I have undertaken to continue the fight to bring retribution to the people for Metallurgie Atlas and the other mine. Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here signed by dozens of constituents who are very concerned about the Conservatives' changes to our Immigration and Refugee Protection Act and the way they were slipped through the last budget implementation bill. They are concerned because these changes give major new powers to the Minister of Immigration on an arbitrary basis. They are concerned that these changes limit the ability of ordinary Canadians to be united on humanitarian compassionate grounds, and concerned that the Minister has the power to deny visas to those who meet all the immigration criteria. They call upon our government, their government, to abandon these changes, to increase staffing in overseas visa offices, to increase Canada's immigration target to 1% of the Canadian population, and to stop the expansion of temporary foreign workers in this legislative initiative.
Yeah. Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. L'Honorable Secretary Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
That all questions are allowed to stand.
Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders. Resuming debate on motion number 1 concerning the economic and fiscal statement.
Question period began. The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence had the floor, and there are 12 minutes remaining in the time allotted for his remarks. I therefore call upon the Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to continue with the remarks that I was about to begin with respect to the economic update that the government said it presented last week. Now, the reason I say said it presented is because, as I started in my preamble, in my initial discussion, is that there was no response to the crisis of the day, a crisis that was recognized by the Prime Minister, reiterated by his Minister of Finance, reinforced by the Prime Minister's presence in the G20 discussions of about 10 days ago. Mr. Speaker, from our perspective as Canadians, we all needed to have action that was going to address the issues of Canadians and the way that they lead their lives. It's no secret to anybody that follows Canada, that follows the way that we earn our monies, the way that we develop our standard of living, and the way that we enhance our quality of life, that there are certain industries that needed immediate attention and to which the government said no, not yet. The first of these, of course, is the forestry industry. You might have heard some of the questions during question period. The forestry industry is responsible for about $85 billion worth of our GDP. They are a big contributor to our economy. In addition to that that immediate cash that comes into our GDP, they're responsible for approximately 800,000 jobs directly and indirectly related to the forestry business, whether it's in the mills for paper, the mills for lumber, whether it's in the manufacturing side of lumber. It means that there are approximately 800,000 jobs, direct and indirect. Of that 800,000, Mr. Speaker, 300,000 are direct. They are directly responsible to a forestry industry, which is one of the bulwarks of our economy. 300 communities, Mr. Speaker, 300 towns, 300 small towns or larger towns are directly dependent on lumber and lumber alone. Those 300 communities, those 300,000 individuals look to their government, that's us, for some indication that we're about to protect not only their lifestyle, but their future. The Minister of Finance, in his economic update, said, sorry, not interested. I'm going to continue, he said, with the way that I dealt with this before. When the softwood lumber agreement collapsed and there was an imposition of tariffs and countervailing, our producers put $5 billion on the table during very tough negotiations, spread over several years. The government opposite decided that they would negotiate by leaving 25 cents on the dollar in the hands
of our competitors to the south. Is it any wonder, Mr. Speaker, that some of those sawmills are closing down, those paper mills are shutting down, that the lumber industry in Canada is facing the challenges it faces today? In addition to all of the collapse of the construction industry in the United States, we had to give 25 cents on the dollar for every one of those dollars that we put on the table for tariffs and countervail to our direct competitors in the industry down south. That's the way that this government has handled the economic stresses faced by Canadians in remote communities, in the forestry and the industry, in those isolated communities that depend on it. It's the same kind of indifference. It's the same kind of disdain that the government has demonstrated with respect to the auto industry. I know my colleague from Guelph knows the statistics very, very well. There's over 500,000 jobs that are directly or indirectly related to the auto industry in Canada. Some figures put that number at 570,000. He knows quite well that for every job on the assembly plant, there are 7 to 10 other jobs that are directly flow from that kind of activity. So when we talk about the auto industry, we're talking about at least 1.5 million people who are directly or indirectly related to that assembly and the auto parts industry and the dealership industry associated with it. When you think, Mr. Speaker, about how that translates to life as Canadians, that's approximately 1 million people, perhaps a little bit more, 1 million families that are responsible, that are directly dependent on the auto industry. That 1 million people, Mr. Speaker, is the equivalent of the entire population of Saskatchewan, the entire population of Manitoba, the entire population and more of Prince Edward Island, more than the population of Nova Scotia, twice the population of Newfoundland, and 10 times the population of Prince Edward Island. Those people who depend on the health of the auto sector, the auto parts sector, have every right to receive the attention of our government. It's not just in the assembly or in the manufacturing, even though they are very, very important elements in the auto industry. But think, Mr. Speaker, for a moment, all of the monies that we have attempted to invest in human resources development, in skills training, in research and development, all the engineering jobs, the educational jobs, the institutions that were built in association with those assemblies and those auto parts in Canada, in Southern Ontario in specific. My colleague from Guelph will agree that some of those universities and community colleges that stress down along the Golden Horseshoe aren't so much interested in whether the auto industry is going to get X dollars or Y dollars. They're interested in a government that takes a position that says what we must do is ensure that there is an appropriate negotiation, not only with the auto sector here in Canada, but with the auto sector in North America. What we need to do is make sure that the decisions made by the auto industry is one that takes into consideration the needs of Ontario, the needs of Canada, and that decisions with respect to that auto industry keep that front and center. I note, Mr. Speaker, that the government has taken credit for the fact that the government of Canada has been responsive to the auto sector in the past. It might come as a surprise to some people in this room, but the government that actually did consider and concern itself with the auto sector was none other than the former government, the Liberal government. I had the extreme pleasure of being the minister responsible for Ontario when that happened. And now the government takes credit for that 4 years after the fact. But what happens? The Minister for Industry, good man, I know him well, went down south and was kept in the lobby. Nobody wanted to talk to the Government of Canada about this critical issue. So for us, Mr. Speaker, the important thing is, are we going to exercise the political weight that has been garnered by governments past in order to ensure that the enormous input and investment that we have on the auto sector, the educational, academic, human resources, skill development sector, as it sees itself through the manufacturing and auto industries, are we going to engage in the discussions with the governments that impact on these decisions? Clearly, the government opposite doesn't have that interest. It blames, like it blames so many other people for their own woes. It says the auto manufacturers are producing cars that nobody wants to buy. That's true. It also says that the workers are getting too much money. Their pensions are exorbitant. Why would you blame people for their own success? But you know what, Mr. Speaker? What we need to do is ask the government to address the question of what happens to those 2.6 million vehicles that are produced in Canada, exported in the main. 1.5 million are exported outside this country. Think about what that does to the relative wealth of everybody in this nation. When that auto industry picks up again, and when those 3 million cars per year that are consumed as a portion of Canadian consumption, where those vehicles are going to come from, where the research and development is going to come from for the development of those new vehicles. Is it going to be in some place in Asia, whether that's Japan, or is it going to be China, or in fact India? Is it going to be Europe? Where are those engineering, architecture, research and development jobs that lead to the new technology that's going to drive the next phase of manufacturing going to be developed? Are they going to be developed here in Canada, or are we going to import the final end product from abroad? That's what that economic update should have addressed. You didn't hear a word about that. Not a single word in the presentation. You didn't hear one plan about how to insinuate Canada into discussions relative to the research and development and the manufacturing of tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, you didn't see one iota of evidence that the Government of Canada, as it currently is constituted, is concerned about the biggest industry in Canada. You know, Mr. Speaker, I know you wanted me to talk about the construction industry as well. I hope I'll get the opportunity to do that, because that's another important segment of the shortfall of that economic update that needs to be defeated.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Trinity-Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, does the member see 1 penny of new dollar in the what City of Toronto desperately need, which is the Transit City Plan, which will bring 24 million riders to the Don Mills new line, 52 million new riders in the Etobicoke-Eglinton line? Or is there 1 penny in that economic statement? 24 million in the Etobicoke-Finch line, 19 million riders in the Jane line. Is there 1 new penny? I'm not sure. Is there any money for the Scarborough-Malvern light rapid transit line that would bring in 22 million riders? Shepherd East line, 20 million riders. Waterfront West, 15 million riders. If you add it all up, that is 176 million riders. Is there 1 penny in this economic statement for this kind of infrastructure fund that the City of Toronto desperately need?
Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
I know she didn't want a one-word answer, because were I to give it, I'd say no. But not being accustomed to one-word answers, I'm sure that the member opposite would want me to elaborate on exactly what happens. Just to give an indication of what could happen and what should have happened but didn't happen. She'll recall that when the Liberals were in government, again, I hope that this doesn't sound like self-congratulations, but in my capacity as Minister of the day, she'll recall, because she was also at the presentation, the announcement, $350 million over a 5-year period with 2 other partners, the City of Toronto, the Province of Ontario, for a total in excess of $700 million in order to address the issues of public transit, in order to build an infrastructure to move those passengers not only in and around the City of Toronto, population 2.5 million, but around the GTA, population 5.5 million. That was progressive thinking. That was forward thinking. It was architectural thinking, because a lot of that work was going to be done here in Canada, employing Canadians for the benefit of Canadians and providing the public transit in an environment where we're looking to engage the public in more public transportation systems.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague on his re-election. I've had the opportunity to serve with him in the Transport Committee, and always valuable to our committee. But I find it ironic that the conversation that just took place with the member of the NDP, and we're talking about our differences, and you know, we have a proposal out there as a government where there's $50 billion of stimulus that's going into the business world to create the jobs that everyone is talking about. Everyone is talking about saving. The auto industry, again, we know is challenged, and we know that there has to be solutions, but you know, how does the member square his position with a coalition on the other side with a party that wants to eliminate that $50 billion, which I would guess, I would have to verify it, that a lot of the people in the automotive industry, from manufacturers to parts plants, to have taken advantage of to continue to create and maintain the jobs that they now have. How do you balance that with the members' free thinking and position on the economy?
The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
I want to thank the member for his personal congratulations. May I reciprocate in kind. I worked, I think, well with members from all parties on that Transport Committee, and there's a genuine desire to move things along. And I think that that's what people are asking all members of Parliament to do. Keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that we are elected as members of Parliament. Some of us run under a particular umbrella or a flag, but we're brought here as members of Parliament in order to come up with a very constructive approach to resolving issues. He mentioned again the auto industry, and I think that what needs to happen is we need to be able to bring the major players in any industry on the table and look to see what it is, a specific plan on their part, not just a money grab, but a specific plan for what needs to be done, the performance criteria and the accountability benchmarks that need to be addressed before we give the public's money back to the public through a third party. And so, you know, if my colleague, my honourable colleague opposite says, you know, how can you do that with other people? Well, you know, I've been here for quite some time, and along the way I've met some really nice people, he being one. Those that want to work towards a particular objective will always get my support. If they want to meet an agenda that meets the needs of Canadians, they'll get my support, and it looks like the member from Trinity Spadina actually wants to work with me on this.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue here is basically about whether or not the prescription of what Parliament should do now with regard to the economic climate in which we're here, there's a disagreement. The government is in denial that we can be somehow continue to carry on with business as usual. The opposition members, Mr. Speaker, would appear have been calling solely for an accelerated stimulus package, because we know what happens, Mr. Speaker, when the economy turns down. And the member's been here, who's just spoke, has been here 20 years now. He's been through these cycles, and he knows that we're going to have minimum 250,000 jobs lost. We're going to have older workers who, by the time there is recovery in their sector, they will not be the ones that get the job, and that they need some help. We are going to have people who have jobs and don't have the skills to move into a new industry. We're going to have people who won't be able to pay their bills while they're transitioning into new work, or be able to, in fact, sustain themselves. And that means, Mr. Speaker, there's going to be family hardship. So, Mr. Speaker, does the member agree that a stimulus package just can't be a $50 billion tax cut to everybody and hope that they do something, that there is some targeting, there is some hope that you can give to Canadians by investing in those areas where job loss can be mitigated and new jobs can be created, so that we put people's interests ahead of political interests?
The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Of
course. You know, my colleague from Mississauga South is absolutely right. One needs to have a multifaceted approach to how to solve some of these problems. The first is to be proactive. He was part of a government, and he shared those kinds of responsibilities with me, that try to be proactive to see down the road what would require. You know, when the government opposite today says we have the fundamentals in place, well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? The member from Mississauga South, myself, and other members of caucus put those fundamentals in place. So you understand the business of going ahead and moving forward, putting in the architecture that needs to be filled in as need comes along. A second element of that multi-pronged process is, of course, the willingness to be engaged in income substitution if the need brings us to that point. And thirdly, to be able to look at the transition. You know, there are jobs that are changing. As we conduct our debates here, jobs are being transformed because of new technology, because of research and development, but also because of people's spending habits. And we need to be able to make those kinds of adjustments. We need to invest. Mr. Speaker, we are not talking about stimulus and stimuli. We're actually talking about making the adjustments in an economy that's going from where we are today to where others are already going. And other people are moving at a much faster pace than we are. That's why we need to be able to talk to industry leaders down south and here to make sure that the accountability and performance criteria are met as we go along. Do we need to make investments? You're darn right. And a member from Mississauga South has had the experience to see that that works and works well, because we don't want to be looking at crisis management as 250,000 people lose their jobs and the only alternative is immediate income substitution. We need to take a look at where we're going to bring that 250 million people, the 250,000 people in the next 6 months.
There's enough time for one more brief question or comment. 30 seconds, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, I want to give the time to the member. The member wanted to make a few comments about the construction trade and their role that they're going to play, particularly in the infrastructure initiatives. So I'd ask them to comment, please.
The honourable member for Eglinton North.
Well, you know, the member from Mississauga South knows quite well that there are about 1.2 million people who are immediately engaged in the construction industry, the non-residential construction industry. That's not an insignificant number of people, Mr. Speaker, because you're taking a look at 1.2 million people who are expert at a very specific trade or a combination of trades. We need them in order to build those pipelines in Alberta and Saskatchewan. We need them to bring those pipelines down from the Yukon down into central Canada and into the markets in the further south of their regions. Mr. Speaker, we also need to keep in mind that these are very high-paying jobs, that they give us an opportunity to get value-added equipment and salaries. We need to support
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to get up and talk about our fiscal update. And, Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about how tough things are in Canada, and yet we just heard this morning that the third quarter of 2008 saw GDP increase by 0.3%. So the global economy is struggling. We know that there's many countries that are already in recession. But because of the actions that this government has taken, Mr. Speaker, we are riding through this troubled time. We know that there's hurt. We know that there's people that have lost their jobs. But as a government, we've taken the right steps to ensure that we stimulate the entire economy. Back in Budget 2006, Budget 2007, our economic update in 2007, and Budget 2008, we made sure that we brought in place the spending and the programs and the tax cuts that would have a long-term benefit to all of Canada. We paid down $37 billion in our national debt. That's huge, to have $37 billion wiped off the national mortgage. We've done over $200 billion in tax cuts. That's putting money back in the hands of everyday Canadians to ensure that they spend it on their priorities and not on the priorities of political operatives. Those tax cuts this year alone is over $31 billion. That represents 2% of GDP. 2% of GDP is being given back through tax relief. That is significant and important, and that's helping our families, that's helping students with buying their books and their tuitions, and it's helping workers with tools and those that are in apprenticeships. And a big part of this, of course, is our cutting the GST, cutting it from 7% to 6% and then 5%. That is a huge savings and helped stimulate consumer spending. We've accelerated the capital cost allowance for businesses, allowing them to go out and purchase the tools and equipment to make themselves more competitive, increase their productivity, and increase their ability to not only earn profits, but to employ more people. And I think that's significant. And we also put in place the tax-free savings account, which comes into effect on January 1st. And this is going to be a huge benefit to Canadians that are just trying to save some extra dollars, to put that into their pocket, to generate the dollars that they need to put as a down payment onto a new home, to buy a car, to take a vacation. But it's done in a way that it encourages them to save that money, and I think that is important for all Canadians. Now, we're hearing a lot, especially this talk of this potential coalition that's taking place, Mr. Speaker, about eliminating our business tax cuts. That's $50 billion of tax relief for businesses. It puts us as a government not in a position to pick and choose who the winners and losers are, but allows businesses to generate the profits, to employ more Canadians, and to increase their overall scope of business within the community. Now, we just can't see those dollars just disappearing. We want to talk about being regressive. Well, remove these tax cuts. Now, that's regressive policy that the NDP want to bring in place. We've got to remember that 98% of corporations in this country are small and medium-sized businesses and the self-employed. They represent 2/3 of employed Canadians work in those small businesses. They benefit from these tax reductions, and at the stroke of a pen, this potential coalition want to wipe that out. I won't stand for it. I don't believe anybody in this party would support such a foolish idea of taking us backwards rather than moving us forward. We know that we've been very stringent on what we've done in spending to ensure that it's being spent in a way that benefits all Canadians. But what we're looking at here is this potential coalition with the separatists, the Liberals, and the Socialists, is that we're going to go back to the big tax and spend. And we don't need to see at this point in time in the economy more taxes. We don't need to see more crazy spending. I've heard a lot of people talk about what happened under the Mulroney government. Well, we know what happened. They inherited a huge national debt and huge deficit generated by the former Liberal government, by the Trudeau Liberals.
True story.
Oh, yeah, and I'm just going to get to that. The point being made here, Mr. Speaker, is about where interest rates are. 1984 is when I took out my first farm loan. And the interest rates at that time were 22%. There is no way any government could manage a deficit when they were looking at a national debt with over 20% interest rates. There's just no way that when you had 20% of all your income coming in would have to go against just paying interest, never mind being able to do any other new spending initiatives. So we had to get the economy under control. And I tell you, with the work of Don Mazankowski and Michael Wilson, they planted a garden, and we saw interest rates come down. We saw that spending was coming into line. And all that Paul Martin and Jean Chrétien did was come in and pick the flowers. And in the process of picking all those flowers, they went and did a whole bunch of terrible slashing in certain spending areas. They cut equalization payments, which hurt our provinces, so they couldn't deliver health care, so they couldn't deliver education. And this offload was just so regressive right across the country. We also saw them gut our military. They took away all our military spending. So we don't want to go back to the times of high spending and slashing away the core fundamentals of the Canadian public interests, our military, our schools, our health care. And that's what I'm scared that we're going to be looking at here. And we don't want to see it go back to them spending on their own self-interest. All we have to do is remember ad scam. All we have to do is remember Shawinigan or the David Dingwall School of Entitlement. We don't want to turn back that page. We want to make sure that we're moving ahead. And that's what this government has been doing. We've been making real investments that benefit all Canadians long term. The $33 billion Building Canada Fund, that's the highest level of spending and infrastructure investment that this country's ever saw. And we're talking that that's going to generate programs like the private-public partnerships where government dollars can be used in collaboration with private interests, with municipalities, with the provinces, and actually leverage even more dollars to generate not only new jobs, but long-term infrastructure that all Canadians are going to benefit from. $12 billion is going into the Municipal Gas Tax Fund to help our municipalities directly in their infrastructure needs. And I know when I talk to my rural municipalities in my towns and cities, they love getting this money because now they can make those long-term planning and investments into their communities to generate the type of infrastructure that their citizens expect. There's also certain funding for small communities under 100,000. And when 100,000 people, you know, everything seems to be on a per capita basis these days, we do have to have some dedicated funds to help out our smaller businesses and communities so that they can access some of these infrastructure dollars as well and make the proper changes in their overall infrastructure. Back in Budget 2008 and 2007, we started looking at some of the problems that we had in the financial sector. And this government didn't wait till there was a meeting with the G20 to start working on that problem. We acted last year, and we are acting this summer. We put $75 billion into the Insured Mortgage Purchase Program. This is going to make sure that there's liquidity in the marketplace, that banks have the ability to continue to offer loans to small businesses and individuals. It made sure that banks were in a position to keep interest rates low. With all the turmoil happening in the marketplace in the global economy, Mr. Speaker, we know that a lot of people are pulling in their horns. They're taking their dollars and stuffing them into their mattresses, I guess. But we're not seeing them going out there and buying these mortgage bonds. And so now it's great to know that there is that the Government of Canada is providing that $75 billion. But at the same time, we know that these dollars are insured, that the Canadian Housing and Mortgage Corporation are insuring these dollars so that we actually, as a government, will probably, in the long term, make money on this investment. We also have the Canadian Lenders Assurance Facility, and that has also helped banks and financial institutions through this difficult time. And that's why we're not in a bank bailout situation like we're seeing in the United States and Europe and Iceland, where people are running for cover and wondering whether or not their deposits are secure. We made those investments. We made those decisions ahead of the curve. And the opposition parties blaming us for not doing anything. We've been going ahead for quite a long time. We've been ahead of the curve, making sure that Canadians were in a better situation. You look at what we've done in military purchases. Those dollars generate back into our economy, whether it's shipbuilding or in the aerospace industry. The Community Development Trust that we announced last year was $1 billion to help communities that were struggling with things like the forestry industry, the livestock sector, to help those communities transition through those difficult times. In this fiscal update, we announced we're giving another $700 million into BDC, the Business Development Bank of Canada, and the Export Development Bank of Canada, to ensure that businesses that were having trouble getting some funding through normal financial institutions, through the normal commercial ways, could come to BDC and get those loans. Or those that are engaged in export activities were able to ensure their receivables. And that's something that is important as an exporting nation. And we're looking at making sure that we protect people's pensions, make some changes this year to the Registered Retirement Income Funds, to the RIFs. But we know that there's more that needs to be done. We've met with the G20. We definitely were on the leadership side of what steps need to take place. And there are more tools that the government can use, and that's what Budget 2009 will be all about. They're going to be the proper investments to ensure that all businesses and all Canadians will benefit. We're going to look at reforming the global finance system, ensuring sound budgeting, not here, just only here in Canada and through the provinces, but internationally. We're going to talk about securing jobs for Canadian families and their communities. We want to expand investment and trade. We are a trade based economy, and you look at agriculture, you look at automobiles, you look at forestry, you look at energy, it's all based on strong international trade. And we want to make sure that government becomes more effective. But there is going to be a requirement for further stimulus. And we need to have all the tools that the government has at its disposal to go ahead in 2009. So I do want to stress to my colleagues across the way that as they entertain this thought of a coalition, that we're only a month and a half away from budget 2007, or 2009, excuse me, and that we're going to make sure that we have the fiscal packages that people are thinking we might need as things evolve over the next month and a half, especially with a new president coming into the United States, walking into the White House. And we want to make sure that any things that they're doing to stimulate their economy, that we're in lockstep with them where it makes sense. But I can tell you, the shock back in my riding this weekend with the talk of a three-way coalition is just creating a great deal of outrage. Western Canada is not going to buy in to this deal that was put together over the weekend by the Liberals in the back rooms, and the NDP and the Bloc have been working at this for months. And they want to make sure that we're not actually, what's going to happen here might destroy the country. For the Liberals and the NDP here, do you really want to legitimize the Bloc separatists? Do you really want to give them that type of power? Canadians will pass judgment at some point in time on this move. I can't believe that the party of Laurier, of Trudeau, would want to legitimize a party that wants to destroy the country. As I said during question period, I can't believe that Tommy Douglas would ever envision his party would support and legitimize separatism in Canada. You know, while you're doing this, you're also fanning the flames of Western alienation. Western Canadians overwhelmingly rejected the NDP and the Liberal Party in this last election. And they are already contacting our offices and just can't believe what Atlantic Canada, Quebec, and the big cities, essentially the members of the NDP and the Liberals want to do to the rest of Canada here. I'm sure that if we sat down and had a logical discussion, that we can find middle ground. But if we can't, if we've lost the confidence of this House, as everybody's been saying, then let's get on with it. Let's defeat us, and let's do the right thing. Let's go back to the Canadian people and ask Canadians if they support this coalition. You just don't, nobody in Canada voted for a coalition. Nobody even talked about it through the entire campaign. Canadians don't even know who the leader's going to be, who's going to be the Prime Minister if this actually takes place. And we know that when people walk into the polling booth, they're not only voting for their local candidate and for the party of their support, they're also voting for the next Prime Minister. And I don't believe that what we're going to see come out of this is going to, in any way, shape, or form, respect the will of Canadians in the last election. This is a coup d'etat. There's no question of it. And we have to look at how this is going to affect us long term. I hope that it's just not all about a money grab here, a grasp for power, a greed. If we really want to act in the best interest of the country, and if you do not believe, Mr. Speaker, if the opposition parties do not believe that the Conservative Party has the confidence of the House, then the correct thing to do is let's go back for an election. I know nobody wants to go back and hit the campaign trail one more time. We've I've been here for just over 4 years now, and been on the campaign trail 3 times. But if we have to do it again, that's the right democratic response. Forming a coalition isn't. So I do want to make sure that we work in here collaboratively as nation builders. Because anything that we do for short-term gain could result in long-term pain. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is an interesting time, something I never envisioned I'd be in a position as a member of Parliament to witness. But let's make sure that we do take the proper steps ahead. Maybe we need to have a time to just consult and talk with each other, and even just go home and talk to our constituents and see what they really want. And then come back here and look at the budget, which the Prime Minister has already said would be January 27th. It's going to be the earliest presented budget in history. And we can make the proper assessment on whether or not that is going to cover us off during these difficult times. We've already been saying that we've been some turbulent economic crisis. And I've always been telling people we got to make sure we put on our seatbelts and ride through the turbulence. I sure hope I don't have to go home as we start moving towards something that Canadian voters didn't pick and tell them to assume the crash position. Get ready for a real big crash. Not in the marketplace, but in the way democracy is being treated in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to entertain questions. I'm looking forward to an upscale debate, and know that I know my friend from Moncton is anxious to go. So, with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll take any questions.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to be as upscale as I can. I'm refreshed that the member uses the memories and the nostalgic throwback to men like Douglas, Laurier, and Trudeau. I suggest if that side had used those names and those men's thoughts more often, we may not be in the situation where we are today, Mr. Speaker. And I really caution my friend about using words like coup d'etat when the Constitution of this country and our conventions, which are part of the Constitution of this country, will be followed in all cases because we have a Governor-General system of government. Now, I do want to ask him a question, though. He does say that Atlantic Canada, Quebec, and the big cities are ganging up on Western Canada. It's not quite fair, but let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. In Atlantic Canada, PEI growth 1.3%, Newfoundland 0.7% growth, New Brunswick 0.5% growth, and Nova Scotia 1% growth predicted by the Conference Board of Canada for 2009. Those are not good figures. They don't, in fact, support the economic update foundational information. So that, as one Western journalist who's not friendly to Liberals said, the figures in the economic update were carved in cotton, and they appear to be. That's not a rosy picture in Atlantic Canada. What I want to ask my friend, very pointedly, is if he had an economic crisis in his home, in his community, in his province, would he wait from September, when the Prime Minister campaigned saying there was no problem, to the end of January to do something about it? Is that reasonable? Isn't that why the other people on the other side are in the position they are, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just make sure that my colleague has read the fiscal update. There's actually a number of different scenarios laid out as to overall GDP growth in Canada and how that would affect the overall position of the government. So those numbers are all there. You can look at it. That's back on page 103, 101. They have all the data on how, because we're in this turmoil, nobody knows for sure where we're going to be headed. So they gave a number of different outcomes as to where we're at, and kind of came down in the middle with the overall fiscal update. Talking about fiscal problems and crisis in my writing, we're a ranching community. I'm a rancher myself. We've been living it for the last 5 years. We're lucky that we've had a number of fiscal interjections by the Government of Canada and through farm programs to help out. Certainly more can be done. There's never enough. But we know that the stability of the country is based upon the stability of the government as well. And he may sit there and talk about, conventions of the Governor General. Well, we know the convention is to go back to the people for a vote, not to form, coalitions in back rooms. It's about moving ahead with democracy, not moving backwards.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the question I'd like to put to the member for Selkirk Interlake in the presentation that he's just made today in the House, it gives me pause to be very concerned about his interpretation and definition of the democratic process. He's castigating the members on the other side of the House for going outside of the democratic processes. I would welcome his feedback on whether or not he thinks the economic update is the time and the moment to be reopening a debate on women's rights, on workers' rights. Is that really the proper forum for discussing democratic reform, which my constituents have elected me for, to come back to this House and to discuss with all the members in the House? Does he truly think that economic update is a time to be opening up all of these democratic reforms that have been made over the last 5 decades, and whether or not instead we should be concentrating on immediate stimuli to get our community stronger and get the green infrastructure going? That is what my constituents told me this weekend.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
I guess the real question should be is did this new member in Edmonton go out and campaign that she was going to be crawling into a coalition with a bunch of separatists? Did she go out there and truthfully say, we want to make sure that we take away power, that we grab power, and we'll do it with the support of the separatists, Mr. Speaker. This is bizarre, the behavior that we're seeing from the NDP, and I really have to caution them that this approach is going to really cause a great deal of unrest in Western Canada. And her being from Edmonton and from Western Canada, she should know how a lot of people are looking at this whole talk of a separatist-supported coalition. And that would not fly very far with Western Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has put the stimulus into the economy already through tax cuts for businesses and for individuals, and that is to encourage consumption. My constituents tell me that they are using the money to enroll their children in programs and to purchase equipment for things like hockey and soccer. Businesses are using the opportunity to purchase new equipment. Other countries are now following our lead. They are imitating our actions. They wish that they had done in the past what we have already done. I'm wondering if the member can talk about what the stimulus package is doing for the constituents in his riding.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question from Newmarket Aurora and congratulate her on her election win and joining us here in the House of Commons. There's no question, Mr. Speaker, that the stimulus package that we put in place back in Budget 2007-2008 and in our economic update of 2007 has already generated benefits in my riding. We've seen local businesses, small-based manufacturers, actually buy new modern equipment and then quickly depreciated it underneath the new rules. That made them more productive, that made them more competitive, and they've actually hired more people. That has been significant and it's important. We know that families, through the tax relief that we've given them, have been able to go out and put their kids into hockey, into organized sports. They're looking forward, as we campaigned on, about the same type of tax credits being extended to those kids that want to be in the arts, whether it's dance or music. We want to ensure that our families not only remain strong, but they have all the opportunities to fully participate.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this time of economic crisis, what Canada needed and Canadians needed, of course, was a Prime Minister who would take leadership on this front and on this file. Instead, the Prime Minister who once talked about firewalls in Alberta, who actually has been somewhat of a separatist himself, now is attacking this particular agreement that has come forward, an attack on Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in our parliamentary system, we do not elect governments. We elect parliamentarians, we elect Parliament, and it's Parliament and it is the government that has the confidence in the Parliament that in fact is in charge of, and it is the government of this country. That is something that I think the Prime Minister has forgotten, that in a minority situation he had a duty to consult, not to attack unionists and labour movements, not to attack women's rights and the Pay Equity Commission, not to attack all sorts of fundamental rights that we have gained in this country. Instead, he decided to take a very partisan, cheap shot at all those particular minority groups across this country. That is the reason why he has lost the confidence in his House. And I will invite my honourable colleague, who I admire quite a bit, to tell me why should Canadians trust a Prime Minister who keeps on, in fact, saying one thing and doing something else.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member from Davenport knows full well that the conventions of the Governor-General on these issues is that you go back to the polls.
Absolutely.
And what they are attempting to do is all behind the curtains. And, you know, we aren't here to play a shell game. This isn't a charade. We have to be responsible and take the right positions. And we've done that with this economic update. We know more needs to take place. And that's going to come out in the budget, which is going to be presented on January 27th.
That's quick.
And I know that my colleague loves Canada. And that's why I just shake my head in disbelief that he's prepared to have the separatists on side with their new coalition and how that would hold the rest of Canada hostage. I just can't believe it.
Shameful.
Resuming debate, repris du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to advise you that I will be sharing my time with the member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Last week, Mr. Speaker, we were told that the Minister of Finance would be making an economic statement in a period where the Prime Minister had called an election, and just let me say in passing that elections that cost some $320 million for the Canadian taxpayer because there was an economic crisis. He wanted to have a clear mandate to take measures. The first measure that the Conservative government took, though, was an economic statement that was awaited by people with great expectations because, yes, there are significant economic difficulties in all the regions of Quebec and particularly in my riding. But what we got, despite the fact that people did really believe that there would be interesting measures that would support business, that would support people, well, what we got was an ideological statement. I listened to the Conservative member who just spoke, who referred to the coalition by saying, did anybody talk about that during the most recent campaign? Well, I ask, did anybody speak during the election campaign about, amongst the Conservatives, that rights would be taken away from the federal public servants, that the right to strike would be taken away? Did anybody mention that in the election campaign, that women would not be able to pursue pay equity? Is there anybody amongst the Conservatives during the campaign who said that the public financing for the parties would be cut? No. And there we ended up with a statement that contained these facts, contrary to what would have been done by a government that truly intended to support business and private individuals. What we got was ideology that blinded the government to such an extent, I would say, that the government didn't even understand that it was necessary and urgent to act immediately. That is, in fact, the reason why the Prime Minister had called the election. So there's no consistency here. It isn't consistent with what happened when almost all governments in the world understand the urgency and are proposing plans, while did we get? Cutbacks to women, to public servants. It doesn't make any sense. We have to look at the difficulties that we are facing quite differently. As I've said, that my riding is one that is laboring under extreme difficulty. It is probably the worst situation in past decades, particularly since my riding lives off the forestry industry. In Quebec, over the past 2 years, we've lost almost half of the industry in the manufacturing sector. That affects the people in my area, the people of Shawinigan and Latuque, and also those who work at MRC Mackinac. Those people really expected to have some measures, significant measures that would restart the economy. But no, all they got was ideology. In addition, in so doing, they created a democratic crisis for partisan reasons. The government decided to attack workers by suspending the right to strike. They attacked women with respect to pay equity as no longer being something that could be negotiated. Well, that doesn't make any sense. There's another major issue here for Quebec, which arises from a unanimous resolution passed by the National Assembly, which is the issue of having a single securities regulator. Well, the government cannot say that it doesn't know what Quebec thinks about that matter. There have been motions with respect to this that have been moved in the House. Questions have been asked about it, and the government knows that there was even a unanimous motion from the National Assembly of Quebec to unanimously oppose any creation of a national regulatory, a securities regulator. Well, we heard at the opening of the House in the speech from the throne that the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, were asking the opposition for proposals, ideas that would help them bring about constructive solutions to fight against the economic crisis. We proposed, that's the first thing that we did, we proposed a structured, organized plan that could have helped the government help business, help private individuals who are suffering under the crisis. We proposed a number of measures that could have been retained by the government, but there was nothing mentioned about that in the economic statement. So what confidence should we have in a government that asks us to help it, that asks us to make proposals, but then 3 days later casts aside what we propose, saying it's impossible? We have to act now. There's a report from the ERAP, which is an organization that deals with property. We know measures like that, similar to that, would help young families that are hard hit by the crisis. They take money out of their RSP and then they have to immediately pay it back. And given the economic crisis at the present time, it will be hard for the young families to do so. We thought that there could be a temporary relaxation of this, that the federal government could do something to help young families. That was one of the proposals that we made, but We saw nothing of that in the economic statement. We proposed a fund for affordable housing in our suggestions. In a time of crisis, the government should invest in things like that because it is the government that holds the purse strings. It should invest in measures that will allow the economy to bounce back. I can tell you in Quebec, when construction is going well, everything goes well. So what we were seeking was some type of construction of affordable housing, which would be killing two birds with one stone, and which would help the construction industry. But there was nothing about that in the statement. And also the fund for residential renovations. Well, that could have been another way of killing two birds with one stone and to help the renovation industry. This would also help reduce the problems associated with climate change. I think it is time for us to implement a whole series of programs for people who own residences that want to invest in renovations and reduce greenhouse gases. So we would be sending two messages at the same time. But they seem to have forgotten completely that we proposed good measures. Once again, the government came back to the fact that, in its opinion, the equalization program is going to be reformed, but this would be to the detriment of Quebecers. I will conclude by pointing out that the government is not doing anything that is constructive, even though it asked for suggestions which we provided in good faith. And when we heard the economic and fiscal update, we saw that it was very ideological in nature. It did nothing in response to the suggestions of the Bloc Québécois and to help Quebec and the various regions there.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for York South-Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the overview that he has given from his particular riding's perspective. In particular, he's outlined in very compassionate detail the impact of the decline of the forestry sector. And the member also has talked about this structured and organized plan. He's talked about young families that are depleting their RSPs. He's talked about a fund for affordable housing. He's related residential rehabilitation to dealing with climate change, and he's talked about dealing with the equalization formula, something that Ontario also is concerned about. Mr. Speaker, these are issues that transcend the normal partisanship that comes around the separatist issues. And I wonder if he'd like to comment further that the finance minister has also thanked the Bloc for their plan that they put forward. Does this not suggest that a coalition could be established on fundamental programs that bring the country together and are extremely important to Canadians, and that the separatist issue is another issue that the coalition will not be addressing, but it will be addressing these essential issues that are concerned to all Canadians? Does he think that this is where all Canadians, including Quebecers, want to see a government going, the direction that he has outlined in that strategy that the
Honourable member for Champlain. Mr. Speaker, I was elected to represent the people of Saint-Maurice-Champlain, who have again given me their confidence for a second time, and I thank them for that. They want me to bring forward the message that the economic situation is extremely difficult right now. People have lost jobs in the hundreds and thousands in my riding. The forestry sector, of course. In 2006, I was elected the first time and now a second time, and I can't tell you how many questions I have asked of this government to try to defend the interests of the people in my riding and throughout Quebec with respect to the manufacturing and forestry sectors. Hundreds of people are losing their jobs temporarily and permanently. We have asked many questions on this topic, and the government has always said that it would be bringing in plans, but it has done nothing. The Bloc Québécois was again re-elected in large numbers because Quebecers know that we can defend their interests, and that's what we intend to do.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, when the Conservative government decided to call the election, it was an opportunity for us, as we saw it, to go back to the grassroots, back to the citizens, and all bloc members did so. They did so extremely well, and they heard the same thing again and again, and that was that urgent action was needed to meet their needs, especially to propose solutions. The Conservative government, of course, asked us for solutions and suggestions, and we did so. The Honourable Member for York South-Weston has said to my colleague, the member for Saint-Maurice, that the Minister of Finance had touched on some aspects that the Bloc had raised. But I would like to ask my colleague about another matter. Clearly, the Minister of Finance did not read our suggestions. I have to give enough time for the Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain to answer the question. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, indeed, the Minister can keep on thanking us for the proposals that we made. We make these suggestions, and he doesn't seem to have even read the suggestions we've made. And if he had done so, he would have proposed some measures to help people, to help industries. There would have been an economic recovery plan, because we had a lot of proposals in our document. Instead of saying that he's happy that we provided him with suggestions, he says we're going to wait for the budget. That's all he says. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When I heard the Minister of Finance present his so-called economic and fiscal update, and he tabled it, I really wondered whether it was an update, whether it was a mini throne speech, whether it was something else. When we look at the measures that it contains, I understood that it was a whole mishmash of ideological measures that this government had never talked about during the election campaign that ended on October 14th, just a month and a half ago. It never talked about these kinds of measures. Yet, less than a month and a half afterward, it brings these in, and without any advance notice. So I find this not to be an economic statement, but rather an ideological statement. All of the governments around the world are taking action to deal with this crisis, but this government is doing exactly the opposite. Instead of presenting a real economic recovery plan to help the manufacturing and forestry sectors, for example, it is not doing anything. It is not helping the industries by giving them some leeway. It is not helping the economic development agencies. So he is really letting down the various regions and industries affected by this crisis. And the Bloc Québécois cannot accept this. The Conservative government decided to create a political crisis out of nothing to boot. It has come up with this so-called economic statement. They talk about the need for political parties to just do without the public financings they have had, and we don't know why. They also put in here a ban on public sector strikes. We have a very right-wing attitude being shown here. He's attacking women by dismantling the pay equity claim system. We also have an attitude here that really aims at muzzling political parties, women, and public servants. So we have another issue as well, which is the equalization issue, where he wants to put Quebec at a disadvantage. The Bloc Québécois brought to the government various good suggestions, and my colleague referred to our plan that would help the forestry industry, manufacturing sector, and these sectors really need it. There is nothing at all for families and others in this economic statement, yet we heard that the government was prepared to work with the opposition, and we provided those suggestions, but nothing was put in the statement. When a question was asked this afternoon, the minister said that there were these suggestions and he was thankful, but he did not do anything with them. So this is true arrogance, Mr. Speaker. In the election campaign, we told Quebecers that they should be very wary of this Conservative Party and this government, and in particular, they must not give the Conservatives a majority. And today I can say, fortunately, they did not give the government's the Conservatives a majority. Imagine what they would have done with a majority. Imagine the public service would have lost their right to strike, and various other measures would have been taken. We can't imagine that there could have been, with a minority, such an ideological economic statement as we have had. With the majority, they would have brought in sweeping measures of the same kind. So because of the action of Quebecers, the way they voted, the government was denied a majority. 78% of Quebecers voted against this government, and I'm very proud of them for doing so. This government, from what we have seen in this economic statement, it could have been entitled Our Hidden Agenda. It really could have been, because these measures go against the interests and values of Quebecers, and they are unacceptable to Quebec. For example, in Winnipeg, when I attended the Conservative convention there were proposals for new policies that were voted on, and 3 of them at least went very much against the interests of women. There was also one on pay equity. The Conservative government was being asked to change the principle by which equal work should be rewarded with equal pay. And they wanted to change that. That is, with this change, a secretary could never earn as much as a technician, because they would talk about equal value, and therefore this would be unfair. We oppose this economic statement, and one reason was because of the cuts to public financing for political parties. The government stood up and said that we should make changes, and this happened under the previous government, that is, under in the time of the sponsorship scandal, it was decided that there should be a reduction in the amount that people and groups can donate. But that amount, which was further reduced by the Conservatives to $1,100, would be offset by having public financing, and this was supported by the parties. So if we wanted to actually cut out this contribution, we would really have to look at reestablishing financing to be allowed by companies or raising the amount that individuals can give. We hear that this would not be a good idea, and we would have to find a consensus on this. We know that the only reason that the Conservatives want to cut the subsidies to political parties is because they have $18 million that they're sitting on, and it's obviously easier to do that when you are in office, and they want to make sure that they have no opposition. They want to crush the opposition, and I'm fearful of that kind of rhetoric. This does nothing for Canadians. The government cut $47 million out of arts funding, and they have done nothing here for the arts. We hear the Minister of Heritage stand here in the House and say that there is help for artists, but in fact this is incomprehensible because they have really made these cuts. They talk about this program or another program, a certain amount of money, but it is extremely worrisome. This government and the Minister of Heritage really has to show us these studies to be able to convince us that this is helpful to artists, because otherwise they're just showing hostility to the arts sector and others.
In comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague, the member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. I know, Mr. Speaker, that she is extremely interested in heritage matters and in the arts. She mentioned the answers from the minister to the questions she has asked today and other days. Clearly, the minister has not given adequate information. So I would like my colleague to tell us exactly what did happen. And when the minister says that there has been a substantial increase for heritage and therefore for culture, there are, for the benefit of the Conservative members who are still here, it would be helpful and important to clarify the situation. Thank you very much, the Honourable Member. Thank you. This is a very important question. When the Minister of Heritage stands in the House and says, we have had an increase of 8% in the budget, that does not mean that the arts are being helped. This is a very broad portfolio. It includes national parks, sports, amateur sports, status of women. Many files come under the Minister of Heritage. It's true that there has been an increase in the overall budget, but it is to pay for programs related to the 2010 Olympics in Vancouver. But the programs that really do help artists, for example, to take their work abroad, which really does create an economic spin-off, is not really helpful, and it is not there. But we're going to have the Olympic flame that will go 20,000 kilometers across Canada. all sorts of activities will be organized along the relay path. So this is a large program that is going to take $45 million, and that money comes from the arts funding. We hear that $18 billion is being spent on Afghanistan. Is about 5 minutes of Afghanistan mission funding that is being used for arts. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague, member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. She said that nothing has been given for support to manufacturing or forestry. I know that in her riding, a number of companies are dependent on the aerospace industry, and I think that those companies would have hoped for measures to help that industry in this economic statement. So I would like to hear from her about these companies that are experiencing difficulties and the fact that there was absolutely nothing for them in this statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. I would like to thank the member for Saint-Maurice Champlain for his question. And it is true that there are entrepreneurs and heads of companies who have come to see me because they are facing severe difficulties in this crisis. We have the automotive industry and the manufacturing sector that are in crisis. We have the Collège Aérotechnique. We have other aerospace-related companies. We have a company that makes engines, and there are a lot of contractors that are dependent on the aerospace industry, and others that depend on the auto industry. One that provides parts to GM has no orders because of the problems at GM. So as you can understand, this is a huge problem. These people, in addition to the problems created by the economic crisis and the sophisticated calculations.
For Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise in this House for the first time, I would like to thank the good people of Edmonton Sherwood Park and Fort Saskatchewan for trusting me to represent them here in the House of Commons.
Great decision.
I would also like to thank my family for their support over the years and my campaign team who fought a very tough battle. I would also like to recognize the member who previously represented this riding, Mr. Kennep, who worked tirelessly in this House and is well respected amongst his peers because of it.
You're going to miss him. Yeah.
I'm honored to follow in Mr. Epps' footsteps by representing the great people of Edmonton Sherwood Park. I'm very proud to have been voted into a Conservative government led by the Right Honourable Prime Minister. The people of my riding, Edmonton Sherwood Park, and across Canada voted for us not in spite of the economic turmoil, but because of it. Canadians want a Prime Minister and government they can trust to guide them through these very difficult global economic times. Now is a time for strong, determined leadership, and the Prime Minister has led Canada on a balanced, prudent path for the last 2.5 years and should continue to lead our country. There has been an unprecedented deterioration in the global economy in a very short period of time. Nobody could have predicted the full force of this economic crisis. The effects of the international credit crisis were sudden and devastating. Canada has not been immune to this economic slowdown, but our Conservative government made choices to help put Canada in a stronger position. The measures we have already taken to stimulate the economy are substantial and permanent. Since 2006, we have reduced the federal debt by $37 billion.
Wow, that's awesome.
This translates to more than $1,500 for each and every Canadian.
Good stewardship.
Reduced taxes by almost $200 billion over 2007, 2008, and the following 5 years. We reduced the tax rate in new business investment to the lowest level in the G7 by 2010. This alone will help Canada weather these tough times as companies choose to relocate to Canada as a cost-cutting measure. We made historic investment in job creation, in creating infrastructure, and invested in science and technology, education, and training. The executive director of the Sherwood Park Chamber of Commerce, Todd Banks, told me that along with low business taxes, the most important thing small and medium-sized businesses need right now is access to credit. These businesses are the backbone of our economy, and we must give them access to the tools they need to be sustainable and to grow. Last weekend, one small such business had its grand opening in my riding in Fort Saskatchewan. Adorable Baby opened its doors last weekend, and it was able to do so because of access to business loans and credit. The only way this was possible is because of the actions of our government in the last 2.5 years. We have taken steps to free up liquidity so the financial institutions can continue lending to consumers, home buyers, and businesses at an affordable cost. Our measures maintain the availability of long-term credit through the purchase of mortgage pools through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporations at no cost to taxpayers. We are standing up for businesses like ABS Trucking in my riding. The owners and many drivers will benefit from the billions injected into infrastructure and the reduction on tax on diesel fuel. We have been working since we took office to become the #1 destination for companies in the G7, and we have succeeded. With our tax cuts, we will have the lowest taxes in the G7, which will result in more jobs as companies relocate to Canada for its low taxes and skilled labor workforce. This Conservative government is also protecting seniors. Our seniors built this country. They deserve to live with dignity and respect and financial security.
Hear, hear.
We share their concerns about the impact of the economic downturn on their retirement savings. Seniors in Edmonton-Sherwood Park have raised 2 key concerns with me. The impression that assets in RIFs must be sold to meet withdrawal requirements, and the recent steep drop in market value of some of those assets. Mr. Speaker, there are no requirements under tax rules to sell assets in RIFs to meet withdrawal requirements. Instead, individuals can transfer their assets outside of their RIF to satisfy their minimal withdrawal requirement. To relieve the pressure on seniors to withdraw assets at a time when they are at a low point in their market value, the economic statement proposes a one-time change that would allow RIF holders to reduce their required minimum withdrawal by 25% for this tax year. If our government is defeated, the change to RIF withdrawals for this year will disappear. We must remember, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is not an island or in a bubble, such that we can't be affected by the global economic downturn. However, we can and have reduced the effects of the global downturn on Canada. In my riding, the Mayor of Sherwood Park, Kathy Olson, has raised concerns over the loss of major projects in the area. As recently as 6 months ago, we were slated to host as much as $90 billion worth in heavy oil upgrader projects. This projection is now closer to just $30 billion. I know these are still very big numbers, but at the end of the day, those lost or stalled projects means jobs in my riding. I'm committed to ensuring that Edmonton-Sherwood Park continues to create jobs for my constituents.
Hear, hear.
Alberta's oil sands are a key driver of the economy within Alberta and contributes nationally to Canada's GDP. Approximately 145,000 Albertans are employed in the mining and oil extraction industry, and thousands more work in the services sector that supports energy exploration and production. Our Conservative government acknowledges the great contribution of Albertans and our oil sands to our country's economy. Revoking our mandate would cripple the state of this industry, damaging one of our nation's greatest economic contributors.
Irrevocably.
How can the NDP Liberal Bloc coalition claim to represent the interests of Albertans when they only have one member from that province?
How could they?
How can they claim to represent Saskatchewan where they only have one? Nunavut where they have none. With Canadian values focused on innovative technology, oil sands provide stimulus to economic prosperity. Maintaining Alberta's oil sands is imperative for propelling Canada's economy out of this time of crisis. Second only to Saudi Arabia's reserves, Alberta's oil sands deposits have the potential to satisfy the world's demand for petroleum for the next century. Every dollar invested into the oil sands creates about $9 worth of economic activity globally and $6 in direct and indirect activity in the Alberta economy.
They want to shut it down.
Alberta's industry has developed unique heavy oil expertise, including services, equipment, and special technologies that can be exported throughout the world. More than $1 billion has been invested into oil sands research. This coalition would have us turn our backs on the people of Alberta.
Unbelievable.
Shame on them.
Our government, the Conservative government, has created 200,000 net new jobs this year alone.
Wow.
Since taking office, we have created 900,000 new jobs. It is because of the global economic downturn and the real effects it is having on the hardworking people in my riding and across the country that the news of the opposition's backroom deals is so troubling.
Shocking. Shocking. Why would you do that?
Alberta and the Prairie provinces are home not only to the oil sands, but also to countless farmers and farm suppliers. How can this coalition hope to represent them with no rural prairie seats? Mr. Speaker, I speak for the farmers of my community and for agro-businesses like the Keg River Chemical Corporation and Westco Fertilizers. These businesses are trying to grow to support the farmers of our nation. These businesses need a strong Conservative government that will help them become global players in their markets, as the Keg River Corporation is attempting to do. This government has made pledges to farmers that will continue to work with Western Canadian grain farmers to ensure that the results of the barley plebiscite are respected and that they are given the freedom to choose whether to sell grain on the open market or through the Canadian Wheat Board. That we will set aside $500 million over the next 4 years to work cooperatively with provinces and territories to implement an agricultural flexibility program that will allow them to cope with the cost of production pressures, promote innovation, ensure environmental sustainability, and respond to market challenges and opportunities important to each province and territory. The Conservative Party is the party of the Western farmer, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
We're the only true national party. And the voters of the country made that clear only less than 2 months ago. I cannot stand by the presumptions of the coalition parties that they know what's best for people that they don't even understand. I would like to stress that the people of Canada chose the Conservative Party to lead the country through these rough economic times. People realize that what is happening in the rest of the world is not happening in Canada. We have not had a huge market crash specifically because of the actions taken by the Conservative government in the past 2.5 years.
Quite right.
We were chosen to lead the country precisely because we are taking action on the economy. We anticipated the economic slowdown and were ahead of the curve in injecting billions in tax cuts, stimulus,
Way ahead.
actions that are now being replicated in other countries.
That's right.
The opposition wants to create a coalition so it can throw money at the problem. We are taking a more prudent approach to the economic crisis by realizing that Canada is not in dire straits like the rest of the world. We have the time and ability to make a prudent, smart plan for this stimulus package. We have moved up the fiscal budget specifically because we are ready to act on the economy. The entire world economic downturn began with the housing market in the United States. As a result, the United States government had to step in and save huge financial institutions throughout the country by buying bad mortgages. The American taxpayer saw nothing in return for his money except saving financial institutions, which caused the problem in the first place. We, the Conservative government, chose to buy mortgages well. However, we bought good mortgages, which will be repaid with interest. In October, the government announced a $25 billion effort for shoring up Canada's financial system by purchasing mortgage-backed securities. This was at a time when the fundamentals of the Canadian economy were, and I note still are, solid compared to the United States and many other nations. We did this because we saw what was to come, and we acted before it was a crisis. We used tax dollars to invest in mortgages to reassure the financial community and to give taxpayers a return on their money. This is just one example of smart, prudent action taken by this Conservative government.
Yes, sir. One of many.
During the Great Depression of the 1930s, the solution to problems in the global economy was found not through stimulus packages, but through the creation of infrastructure. These nation-building projects not only created jobs and boosted the economy, but support Canada in the coming decades. This government has not only pledged to speed up the investment of $200 billion in infrastructure. This money will go towards creating and maintaining roads, bridges, and railroads. It will create thousands of jobs. It will boost the Canadian economy, and it will help commerce struggling to deal with a downturn in the global economy by making it easier to do business. Mr. Speaker, this is a kind of boost to the economy Canada needs.
Absolutely.
We need to help small and medium-sized businesses achieve their goals because they are the backbone of our economy. We need to assist businesses like the Ashland Chemical Company in my riding of Sherwood Park, businesses that are trying to forge ahead and become global competitors in difficult economic times. To do this, we must provide them with access to credit, something that this government has done. The Conservative government has made major new investments in leading-edge science technology over the past 3 budgets, which will increase support for science and technology by $850 million.
Very important.
We've injected billions into the market in the form of liquidity, ensuring that growing businesses can easily and safely gain access to the loans that they need to thrive. We've ensured that our banks are some of the safest and most regulated in the world. We've done so well that across the planet, nations are attempting to model their banks after ours. They're calling it Brand Canada. Other countries, those affected by the global economic crisis, are mirroring the steps of the Conservative government in other ways as well. Britain recently cut its sales tax, a move that the Conservative government implemented in its first term when we cut the GST.
Way ahead of time.
This was a reduction that the opposition fought, and yet it is proving to be a huge boost to the economy.
Yes.
This government has been ahead of the curve on the economy. Meanwhile, the opposition plans to create an instantaneous stimulus package without coordinating with our neighbors to the south, who will not put forward their own for a number of months. To the opposition, I put forward the words of German Finance Minister Pierre Steinbrück. I think it is not candid to give the impression that we can fight this recession with state cash, he told a magazine interview published Saturday.
Wise man.
The Germans do not have to commit to every European proposal whose capability to support the economy is questionable. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that Canadians, too, do not have to agree to questionable proposals from this opposition, proposals that run counter to the economy's interests, counter to the democracy, and counter to the views that Canadians made clear just 2 months ago. We need to provide the means for business to achieve their goals. Construction companies like Brennick's Construction of Sherwood Park are relying on us to manage the economy properly. to lower their diesel taxes and make it easier for them to do business, to cut job-killing corporate taxes and allow them to take on bigger projects, hire more employees, and nurture their entrepreneurial spirit. We've also pledged to help emerging innovative businesses to create a new $75 million venture capital fund to be administered by the Business Development Bank of Canada, which will allow late-stage technology companies to move from research and development to commercialization stages of business. A multi-billion-dollar stimulus package cannot be sprung in the matter of days like the opposition is planning. That is a waste of taxpayers' dollars. We have proven that we can lead Canada through these tough economic times, and the opposition should respect the voters' wishes.
Yes, they should.
Our government is the only rightful government in Canada. Any plans to defeat the government and create a coalition of opposition parties would go against democracy in Canada. Canadians voted for the Right Honourable Prime Minister and the Conservative team soundly rejected the Liberals. Yet, presently, the Liberals and NDP are creating a coalition with the Bloc, a party that wants to destroy Canada.
Shameful.
I cannot stand idly by while the opposition unites with the separatist party to bring down this government.
Here.
The opposition parties have a right to oppose us and bring down the government, but they do not have a right to create a government out of parties that were rejected by voters only 2 months ago.
Here, here.
The Liberals and NDP were soundly rejected in the last election. If the opposition parties don't have confidence in the government, it should be up to the voters to decide who they want to lead this country. Government cannot be taken. It must be earned. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd welcome the new member to this House. And I don't know if that was his maiden speech, but congratulate him should it be. Mr. Speaker, with regard to a couple of the comments that the member had shared with us, with regard to investment in infrastructure. And in my own riding in Cape Breton-Canso, there are a number of fairly significant infrastructure projects, and I'm thinking of the Melford Terminal project, a fairly substantive private investment for the development of a container terminal, and then as well the Port of Sydney project, another substantive investment, private investment initiative. But as well, there are some infrastructure aspects that surround those projects that haven't even been addressed. We haven't seen a nickel spent. We haven't seen a check cut. The government has talked at great length, certainly in the last election, the previous election before that, they talked about the Atlantic Gateway strategy, and they say all the right things. They talk in eloquent terms about the Atlantic Gateway strategy, but we've seen nothing on the strategy. We've seen no investment. There's been nothing done on it. There hasn't even been an MC go to the Treasury Board or Cabinet. So, Mr. Speaker, when can the people trying to champion these projects, when can they expect some action on the part of the government?
This government has already doubled infrastructure funding and has announced that they will start to release more funding to speed up that funding so projects can be funded. This is going to create jobs and help this economy. And so there's obviously the budget is coming on January. It's been announced. We're ready to take action, and more details will be in that budget.
Good answer.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member from Edmonton-Sherwood Park. I knew his predecessor very well, and I would suggest that you do have big shoes to fill, but based on your comments today, I mean, here's a new member who I think finally understands what a fiscal update is and what has been talked about by Canadians the last couple of days. You've talked about increased funding in certain areas that are needed in the communities. You're talking about increased infrastructure. You're talking about further investment as plans are presented to the government to make forward. I find it quite interesting in your closing comments. You talk about the coalition that's being formed across there, and I wonder if the member just might contradict or show the contradictions from the Liberals who suggest that the NDP, have no idea how to run the economy and that they think the best thing for Canada is a high corporate tax, which is obviously the $50 billion that this government put forward and was passed by this House to help institutions and corporations in Canada weather this storm, but also help employees who work for those institutions and corporations weather this storm. I'm wondering if the member might maybe lay out some of the contrasts you see from an NDP socialist idea of government pay for all to the Liberals, where they seem to support the $50 billion bailout. I don't know how it's going to work.
From Edmonton, Sherwood Park.
Thank you very much for the question. He's absolutely right. The coalition and having the NDP being a part of that coalition would raise taxes and raise business taxes and take away the business tax cuts that we have already placed. Those business tax cuts allow businesses to be sustainable, allow them to grow, allow them to hire. We need people to get back to work, to create new jobs, and they could spend and help this economy in this global economic time. This is not the time to raise taxes and to hurt our businesses, especially small and medium-sized businesses. They're the backbone of this country economically, and if we start raising their taxes, they will have to lay off workers, and that's a very big concern in my riding, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleague for a speech, which I enjoyed quite a bit. I didn't quite understand his particular take on democracy. In the last election, the Conservatives were elected with 37% of the popular vote. The Liberals were elected with 27, the New Democratic Party with 18. When we look at the composition of the House, there's 143 members of Parliament for the Conservatives. There's 163 other members of Parliament in Parliament. I was elected to represent people of the North in a party. I have the right to, within my party, to decide how this Parliament is going to act and influence it in as many ways as I see possible. When we look at a coalition, this is an idea that is carried forward in many parliaments across the world. Why does this member think that this is somehow undemocratic, that the majority will actually make the decisions in the House of Commons?
The honourable member from Edmonton, Sherwood Park.
Mr. Speaker, when I ran in this election, I ran on a platform that we presented to the people of my riding. We went door to door and talked to them about what we were going to do. I am very sure that the honourable member did not run and talk to people about about a coalition going door to door.
No, they did not.
Yeah. People voted for a conservative government. They voted for the right honourable Prime Minister, and we should allow, this House should allow the people's votes to count. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to comment and ask the previous speaker a question concerning the whole issue of consultation prior to an election. The members in the government, I say members of the opposition, but too early for that. The members in the current government are saying that somehow we didn't consult with our constituents about this eventuality, this coalition idea, just 2 months ago in the election. Well, I'd like to point out to them that just in September 9, 2004, just prior to that, there was an election too. And they were not successful. Paul Martin was the Prime Minister after that election. And what did they do? On September 9th that very year, they sent a letter signed by their leader, the current Prime Minister, the leader of the Bloc, and the leader of the NDP, to the Governor General asking what the possibilities were if they were to form a coalition. So there's a little bit of hypocrisy here coming from the members opposite when I hear comments like that. So I'd like to know what he has to say about this letter.
The honourable member from Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Mr. Speaker, the situation with the letter was actually explained earlier today in the House, it is actually a very different situation. Right now, we're dealing with a government that was elected by the people on October 14th, and the backroom deals that are being put together right now go against what the voters did that day.
Have been for a long time.
Questions and comments? Continue resuming debate. The honourable member from Sydney, Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to participate in this discussion. And I think it's important that I speak and demonstrate the importance of the economic situation worldwide and the automotive sector in particular, and its impact not only on the Canadian economy, but on my island of Cape Breton Island. As we've seen in the throne speech, this Conservative government has not acted. Recently, in the Globe and Mail, an article demonstrated how all the other G20 countries are providing stimulus packages for their economy through infrastructure and also positioning their industries for this changing economy. When we hear of the other countries around the world that are putting packages together, whether it's Britain, Italy, the Scandinavian countries, China, Australia, and of course the U.S. is right now putting together a package. In last week's Economist magazine, and it says, I quote, on November 17th, Harry Reid, the Senate Majority Leader of the U.S., laid out plans for a $100 billion fiscal stimulus package, which includes $25 billion for the car industry alone, $38 billion for cash-strapped state governments, $6.5 billion to boost unemployment benefits, and $13.5 billion to fund infrastructure improvements, end quote. Also in that same article, President-elect Barack Obama has also proposed a tax credit for businesses that hire new workers, a relaxation of penalties for withdrawing money from retirement accounts. Mr. Obama's stimulus package adds up to over $175 billion over 2 years, and that's just right now. And some are even looking at bigger options. And many of these investments are going to go into the green economy, such as projects to improve energy efficiency. But Mr. Speaker, when you look at the size of the Canadian economy to the U.S., we're about 1/10. Our Treasury is in a much better financial situation. And as I stated, the U.S. could be spending from $175 to maybe up to $200 billion in their stimulus package. Why couldn't the Canadian government come forward with their own stimulus package to boost our economy and help the industries that are in problems? There talks about our coalition here today. Well, our coalition has a plan. Our coalition is talking to up to $30 billion going into projects to help with the economy. If we don't do this, thank you, my colleague, if we don't do this, and other countries are, where the industry is going to go? What's going to happen to the people that are unemployed? Mr. Speaker, just think of all the infrastructure projects that we could be doing across this whole country, right from British Columbia, Newfoundland, Labrador. You take all those projects, road projects, highway projects, and so much of our infrastructure is in disrepair. And so much of our infrastructure is needed for the new economy. Now, when I look at my own riding of Sydney, Victoria alone, I see the need for investments in sewage and water systems, harbour and wharf improvements. The Marine Atlantic ferry system alone could use a tremendous amount of money for infrastructure. And of course, highway improvements. As many of my colleagues know here in the House, and many international travelers know, the Cabot Trail is one of the most scenic drives in the world. But it needs repairs done. It's desperate need of repair, Mr. Speaker. So a new infrastructure package could help projects like that, to help spur the economy in those outlying regions. But, Mr. Speaker, the most important missing component from the Conservative economic update is a lack of money to help the auto industry. Every day plants are closing and people are getting laid off. When you read the business articles in all the newspapers, it shows, and it also states how far it could go without a package announced. Now, we're not talking about a package that's going to help inefficient industries. We're not talking about a package that's going to help industries that are not thinking of the new economy to help with fuel efficiencies. We're talking about industries that are going to step up to the plate. But these industries need help. But every day, plants are closing and people are getting laid off. And other countries, as I stated, are stepping up to the plate and investing in their automotive industry. But this country is not. And it's because of the inaction of the Conservative government. Mr. Speaker, the broad-based implications of this industry of failing is enormous. Even the so-called Big Three have a network of dealerships who rely on their product throughout the country. They have staff, sales staff, they have administration staff, they have mechanics. As well, auto dealerships do a significant amount of spending locally, whether it's through advertising or helping with charitable events. In short, Mr. Speaker, there is barely a riding in this country that isn't affected by the auto industry. But we know we're talking about the manufacturing, and that is the key, and that has to be fixed. It's not just the automakers, it's the people who make the parts for these automobiles. And as was stated many times, many of the parts that are made in Canada go to the United States and other countries. So we are not producing those products, somebody else will produce them. Now, I want today to talk specifically about the jobs in my riding of Sydney, Victoria. Many of the jobs that rely on the auto sector, I've previously mentioned in this House. I asked the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Industry about it. Also, my colleague from Parkdale High Park also asked a question in the House just Friday to try to get some action from the government across. Didn't get any answers, didn't get any action. That's not surprising. 15 years ago, and my honourable colleague from Cape Breton-Canso, he will remember, 15 years ago, Frank Stronach visited Cape Breton. And he was asked if Magna could succeed in opening a plant all the way in Cape Breton on the other side of the country, quite far away from the centre in Ontario. He was asked could he succeed in building a plant in Cape Breton. He said if the infrastructure was there and the workforce, he could succeed anywhere. So what did he do? He invested in Cape Breton. He first built one plant. And after a few years, he's seen how good the workforce was. He's seen the quality of the products. He's seen the transportation links working. So what did he do? He built a second plant. So it was two plants that they built in Cape Breton. After those two plants were built, a third plant was built by another company called Cape Breton Castings. So that company built parts to supply these two other automotive plants. Now, when you look at the full capacity of these three plants, it's up to 400 workers. 400 workers in an area like Cape Breton. That's a major impact. Might not sound like a big impact in the Ohio region or central Canada, but it's a big deal in Cape Breton. Magna, PFC, and Atlantic Castings employ several hundred people in that north side industrial park. Like I said, it's a tremendous impact on an area like Cape Breton. These are solid jobs requiring technical skill. The kind of jobs that before this downturn were considerably in high demand. Not only are these hundreds of direct jobs at stake, there's hundreds of more in services that will be placed in jeopardy. This morning I was listening to an article on CBC, and there was a Canadian Auto Workers president speaking. I think he was speaking from Windsor, talking about the auto sector in Canada. I think it's directly or indirectly 1 out of 7 jobs in Canada. They say the multiplier factor. When they talk about the multiplying factor of many industries, when you take one job, for instance, in the automotive industry, how much does that spin off? Well, he was using the number 8. So every person that's hired in one of these plants, there's 8 others that are feeding from it. They could be truck drivers. They could be people that are painting the buildings. The numbers. And if you're living in a community that has an automotive plant, you would see it. You would see it around you. That's why in Cape Breton right now there's a real major concern. There has been some layoffs, and there might be more to come because there's no package in place. So when you look at that tremendous impact that these jobs have on a region, it's phenomenal. And like I stated before, when there's other countries helping their industries and we're not helping ours, where do you think they're going to go? These are international industries. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk a little bit about Cape Breton. And over the last number of years, we've seen positive developments in Cape Breton. It still has a fairly high unemployment rate when you look at the whole country. We're at 12%. Right now we're at 12%. But Mr. Speaker, before my honourable colleague from Cape Breton Council and I were elected, you know how many people were unemployed in Cape Breton? It was up to 20%. 20% unemployment. Our industries were different industries. We had the coal industry. There's a large coal bed off of Cape Breton, which created a steel industry. And they say during World War II, the coal and steel produced in Cape Breton was over 40% of the whole country. That's how much of an impact it was in Cape Breton with these two industries. We also had the groundfish industry. And with the collapse of the cod industry, that also took a major hit. So within a matter of a few years, in around year 2000, we had those 3 industries that collapsed in Cape Breton. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, it drove the unemployment rate up to 20%. Now, many good things have happened in Cape Breton. Our tourist industry has been increasing with the famous Celtic colours. We have had a lot of people that went through a transition, and they're working out west right now and bringing money back home. But the automotive sector was very important. It was very important not only for the spin-off, but even the emotional psychological impact it had on our region to see plants opening, to see people going back to work, men and women, and seeing that spin-off, and seeing the awards these plants got from comparing to other plants on their productivity and their excellence. So, but we got through it. We got through it, and these new industries came. And we were willing to expand on these industries. We had many stakeholders in the community stepping up to the plate, investing, getting training to help with this industry. But we needed more help like that. Part of this change that we're going through in this industry will require innovation. That includes innovation coming from the parts industry, no matter where in the country they're located. There has to be innovation for the new vehicles out there. We have the skilled workforce, and we have the technical expertise. But what we need, Mr. Speaker, is a government that will help spur the innovation and allow Atlantic Castings and allow Magna of Cape Breton to participate in the economic recovery. Allow plants right across this country to get back. Because we don't have that in place. Like I said before, where are they going to go? We need a package. We need a package that will help rationalize existing operations instead of slashing production. When you think even the cash, even the finances that is happening across the whole supply chain in the automotive sector, when you take big companies like GM and Chrysler and Ford, when they start getting into a cash-strapped situation, the people who get hurt the most, the plants that get hurt the most, are the ones that are supplying these operations. Those are the ones that are going to get hurt the most. So you got to help these operations. And you know, I go back home, and I had a meeting this weekend with the councillors and mayor of our region, and they don't think that we should have just a buyout, that we should just give money to these companies just to get them through their financial crisis. They believe that we have to have money available that will help them be better positioned for this new economy. Now, part of that change will require, like I say, innovation, and includes innovation from the parts industry also. And we have that skill. We have the skill right across the country. What we need is a package that will help rationalize these operations. Mr. Speaker, they have to act. This government has to act. Every day is a day we're losing. Every day is another plant that's gone. Every day is people losing their jobs. And when this equipment leaves a community, when it leaves that plant, it's not coming back. The clock is ticking. Like I said, there's workers getting laid off. It doesn't have to be this way. I stated, on this side, we're willing to put a stimulus package in place to help these industries and help the infrastructure. Just think about the infrastructure alone. Just think about it. Even the right-wing governments of the world, even the ones that lean towards the right, are putting money out there. Hard to believe. China's putting all this money into their infrastructure. The U.S., it's just phenomenal what's going on out there. But no, this government sits there and says, let the market drive it. Let the market help the workers that are unemployed. Let the market help the automotive plants. Let the market, is the market going to help with the infrastructure? I doubt it. So, Mr. Speaker, there was no package announced by this Conservative government in their economic update last week. And like I said, these companies that are working in the automotive sector are internationally based. And they will be looking strongly at other countries that are going to help them through this very troubling and challenging times. And, you know, this is a spell. This is a spell we're going through. We went through it before. It's a spell in the industry. Yes, people will buy less cars in the next upcoming months, worldwide. They'll buy less cars. And they might fix up their old ones for a while. But eventually it's going to come around. When you look at the predictions from the specialists and the economists that know how the industry works, they see technically an increase in the buying of automobiles in the upcoming years. So it's going to happen. The vehicles are going to be bought. They're going to be traded in. There's the emerging economies alone. When you look at China and India, Indonesia, these countries, they're all buying more vehicles. Yes, they'll have a downturn in their economy, but they're going to buy more vehicles. But who's going to produce those vehicles? Who's going to sell them? Who's going to sell those vehicles? Who's going to manufacture the parts for these vehicles? We can do that right here in this country. We've proved it over the last 20 years, and we can do it again. But we need help right now. We need help that's going to help these plants retool. We need help for the workers. We need to make sure they have EI. Their EI claim is okay when they're going through the downtime. We should be educating and helping the workers for the new technologies that are going to be out there. So we're ready. Because we have a good environment in this country, a good business environment. Our corporate rates are down. We have a great health package. When you look at the cost of producing a vehicle here in Canada compared to other countries, we have one of the best packages available because of our health system we have right here. Well, Mr. Speaker, the sad reality is if we wait a month, 6 weeks, 2 months for any real substantial package, think of how many jobs we could be losing. There's a domino effect happening. When the plant shuts down, 2 minutes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When a plant shuts down in where are the plants all at? In Scarborough, Oshawa, Windsor, Guelph, Mr. Speaker, Oakville, they're all over. And they need parts. But when these plants close, they don't buy parts. The parts stop coming in. So they need us in Cape Breton to produce parts for them. And we need them to stay open. So it has to be a package that's going to help the whole supply chain. It's got to be a package that's going to help this industry be ready for this century. You imagine the cars you could build, the fuel-efficient cars we could be building here, the lighter vehicles we could be building here. We could be a world leader. There's no doubt about it. But again, this government has not acted. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing here today, I stand here proud to be a member from Sydney, Victoria. Very, very appreciated it that Frank Stronach came to Cape Breton that day and opened up that plant and took a chance on us in Cape Breton. And we hope they'll stay there. But we know they need help. And we know the 3 major manufacturers need help. And there's also other plants, not only the big 3 that are making cars here in Canada. And we should be helping them also. But we should have a good, lean manufacturing industry that's going to be suitable for this century. So including the closing here today, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleagues for listening here today, listening of the potential and the hardships we had in Cape Breton, how we've moved over the last few years, and where we're going. So thank you very much for the time here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member from Tobique-Mactaclac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Sydney Victoria for his comments, and being another Atlantic Canadian MP. And he talked about the auto industry, and he also talked about infrastructure, and those are a couple areas that I want to just ask him a couple of questions. He talked about speeding this up, and one more day, and we just got to get this the next day. I'd like to ask him a few practicality questions. The first one is, as we know, the auto industry execs went down to the U.S. here last week, cap in hand, and basically with no plan, nothing, but just give us $25 billion. And I would like to ask him what he believes is a comprehensive and reasonable business case for companies who are looking. Because now we've given them till Friday to come up with something, not just a back-of-the-envelope calculation. And the other thing on infrastructure, as the member would well know, most of these fundings are either 50-50 or they're triple. Each level of government contributes to the infrastructure. Is he sure, and is he worked out with the province, that they're all ready with their money in every case to contribute to these infrastructure projects?
The honourable member from Sydney, Victoria.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Let's talk about infrastructure in Nova Scotia alone. The famous Atlantic Gateway was announced. No money's been rolled out yet. Nothing. And I mean, look at and he talks about looking in our back door. When you take, there's been a recreation facility that's been on hold since these guys got elected. It's been on hold for the last 2.5 years. Why didn't they sign it off? What are they waiting for? No action. I mean, these guys just didn't get elected yesterday. They know what the needs were out there. They know that the harbour needs to be dredged in Sydney. Nothing happened. And talk about, you imagine how the United States is moving forward here. Yes, the Senate is talking. They're working this out, their $25 billion package. But all of a sudden, these guys woke up after what happened last Thursday. That's when they sent the letter to the 3 automotive industry companies, and they woke up. Well, it's a little too late. I mean, we're now in the winter. How hard is it going to be to do infrastructure projects in the middle of winter? These should have been announced last spring, and we would have had half of them completed by now.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The priorities of the new coalition government have been announced, and they include, if I could advise the member, accelerating existing infrastructure, substantial new investments in municipalities and interprovincial projects, housing construction and retrofitting. The key here, Mr. Speaker, and I think it goes to the previous question, was the investment in key strategic areas like the manufacturing, forestry, and automotive. One of the key provisos here was that any aid was contingent on a plan to transform these industries and return them to profitability and sustainability. Fiscally responsible, I think the member would like to make a comment on that.
Member from Sydney, Victoria.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. Like, if we're coming forward with a package, it's not just, like I said before, just to bail out these companies. It's going to have to be a package that's going to make this industry viable. It's going to have to be efficient. It's going to have to produce the right vehicles. That's what it's all about. So, it's a shame that this government across the way here has not been talking to these industries over the last few months. This just didn't happen yesterday. This automotive industry was on the slide for the last year. But other countries have stepped up to the plate. Yes, when you look at the U.S., I mean, they're in a precarious situation because they're changing their administration. But there's no excuse here why we didn't have a plan coming forward. And yes, the money's there. We're in one of the best financial situations here in the world because of the measures that Paul Martin I can use his name because he's not a member anymore, Mr. Speaker. Member from Wisconsin. I mean, they set the plate here for us to be in good financial shape here right now. So why aren't we not helping these industries? But like my honourable colleague says, we have to use the money wisely. We have to use it in industries that are going to be suited for this century and that are going to retool. So I thank you for that question.
Questions and comments? I'm working hard to learn where you're all seated. The honourable member from Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. I think one of the best tools that Canadians have to evaluate whether the Liberal approach to the economy is the right one is just to look back in history. The largest recession, the worst recession Canada ever had since the Great Depression was between 1980 and 1982. It was under former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And it's really instructive to actually see what happened during that time. In fact, if you go back, you'll remember that was a time of high deficits. It's a time of high debt. It was a high time for taxes. And in fact, at that time, the interest rates in Canada were somewhere around 20%. Today, they're around 5 to 6%. We look back and we look at what the inflation rate was back then. It was 20%. Unemployment was 13%. Today, employment is around 6%. So I want to ask the member, how is it that he now believes the Liberal Party would do a better job of managing the economy than they did back between 1980 and 1982?
The honourable member from Sydney, Victoria.
Well, I can't believe that my honourable colleague from the opposite of here could ask me such a good question. Because, you know, when you look at when we took it over from the Maroney government, there was 12.5% unemployment. 12.5%. They were in the hole. We turned it around. We started balancing the books. We started creating surpluses 10 straight years in a row. So that's our record. Now, we know what the record is before, and we know what the record is happening right now. There's numbers out there now that they've been in a deficit over the last quarter. So we have the record, but I think, you know, let's look at worldly what's happening here. And I mentioned the G20 countries. I think we're up to 18 countries now that have stimulus packages. I think there's 2 left, and I think it's the U.S., which is going to come out very shortly, and Germany. And Germany's even talking, when you read the Economist today, of coming out with a stimulus package. What part of it do these guys don't get? They've gone to the meetings in Peru. They've gone to, you know, all these meetings of the G20, and what they must be hearing with all these other countries. What happens when they come back across the water? Do they just forget what we should be doing here? Do we think we're insulated from the rest of the world on not investing into our economy? I mean, look what Roosevelt did. I mean, you have to put money back in times like this. We're on a slide here. These guys have got their blinkers on, and they don't believe we're in a slide. We're in a slide here, and it's sliding fast, and we got to put money back into the economy. We got to help. That's what we're there for as a government. We got to help them when times are tough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Cape Breton, Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know you probably think, well, you guys share an apartment. Why don't you just ask him on the way home tonight what this about this question? But I think it's important for my colleague to get this on the record, okay? Because there's a lot that we share in our adjoined ridings, and one is huge potential in container terminal development, and through the Strait of Canso, Melfort Terminal project, and his own port of Sydney. And Mr. Speaker, the comments came from the other side of the House about the importance in investing in infrastructure, and we believe that. They've talked the talk. They've told the stories. They've advertised this in the in past election campaigns, but we have not seen a dollar. We've seen no investment, and it's stymied these projects, and it's stifled these projects. Mr. Speaker, if they got going over here and spent the money, invested the money, what kind of impact would that have in his riding?
The honourable member from Sydney, Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, before he was whipped, I could talk to him on the way home, but it's a different situation right now. But in all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, When you look at Sydney Harbour, one of the best harbours in the country, one of the busiest harbours in World War II, it has great potential. We had a consortium that came from Europe to work with the local stakeholders to put a container terminal there. They weren't looking for a lot of money from government. A lot of the local people were putting money up. This here, all they needed was the harbour to be dredged. I think it's 10 to 12 million, Honourable colleague. 10 to 12 million, that's all it needed. The rest of the money was going to come. The rest of the money was going to come for port facilities, for the ships that were hauling coal, for the cruise ships, for the container boats. That was all going to come in. And you talk about getting a bang for your buck with that kind of money in an area like that, but it didn't get rolled out. It's still been sitting on the table. I don't know what they're waiting for over here, but they want to get their act together.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Burlington.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour for me to be today, and I'm happy that congratulations to you for being in the chair, and that's the first opportunity I've had to congratulate you. Mr. Speaker, this is my first opportunity to deliver a speech in the House of Commons since being re-elected on October 14th. So I would like to take a few moments to thank the voters of the riding of Burlington. It is an honour and a privilege to represent the people of Burlington here in the House of Commons, and I appreciate the trust and the faith that they have placed in me once again. I'm committed to work on the issues that affect them directly. This includes improving the quality of fresh water that they use every day, working on infrastructure improvements, including transit issues, and I want to continue to work on the issues facing seniors, particularly single seniors in my riding. I also would like to thank the over 500 volunteers who worked on my campaign during the fall election. Their efforts at the door, on the telephone, delivering information, or working on election day all made a difference. And I want to thank them for all of their efforts. Finally, I would like to thank my family. My wife and 2 daughters are very supportive, not only at election time, but every day, as I try to make a difference in the quality of life of all the people of Burlington and of Canada. I love them very much, and I appreciate the sacrifice they're making in our family life for a better Canada. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to speak in this House today regarding our economic and fiscal statement presented last week by the Finance Minister, Minister Flaherty. Finance Minister. We all understand that the Canadian economy and economies around the world are facing very difficult times. I've heard about the economic difficulties firsthand in my riding. I've heard it from small business owners. For example, this past weekend, I talked to the owner of an automotive parts manufacturing company in my hometown. She told me about the struggles her industry is facing due to the downturn in automotive sales south of the border. I also spoke to one of the owners of Canada's largest demolition companies, with offices in Burlington. He's seen firsthand the cyclical nature of business over the past 30 years. He too articulated how the current economic environment is affecting his business. We spoke about our government, what our government had done for the business community over the last couple of years in anticipation of any future economic slowdown. They agreed with our approach of injecting substantial stimulus into the economy already in advance of the economic slowdown, long before other countries around the world, including the United States, as they've just begun to act. Here are just a few examples. Next year, Canadians will pay $31 billion less in taxes, or almost 2% of GDP, as a result of the tax reductions we have made since taking office in 2006. Our Conservative government has reduced the federal debt by $37 billion. We reduced the tax rate on new business investment to the lowest level in the G7 by 2010. Our Conservative government has made historic investments in job-creating infrastructure. We've also invested in science and technology, in education, and in training. Our approach to the economy has been and continues to be steady, and prudent. The economic and fiscal update continues this process. We will continue to consult all Canadians, including businesses, families, and seniors, on our future stimulus package. We will continue to be careful stewards of taxpayers' money. We will not frivolously spend money without a careful and thoughtful review of a coordinated approach with our provincial and G20 partners. We will not produce a stimulus package that will not be effective. We will not produce a stimulus package that will spend taxpayers' money for the sake of spending money. And we will not spend good, hard-earned public dollars to prop up bad public sector investments. Canadians want serious solutions from a serious government. The government they elected on October 14th, a Conservative government. The economic and fiscal update deals with the savings of seniors. I've heard from many seniors in my riding asking me to speak on their behalf. They asked our government to take action to help them with their retirement savings. And we did. And I'm very happy to say our government was listening. Our seniors built this country. They deserve to live with dignity and respect. Our Conservative government is committed to the needs of seniors, and we have a government dedicated to seniors' issues. The seniors in my riding have been calling me concerned about the value of their registered retirement income funds, or RIFs. The legitimate concern is in the lost value of their RIF portfolio this year and the withdrawal requirements based on the value of their savings at the beginning of this year. Our Conservative government has recognized this problem and have taken action in the economic and fiscal update. To help seniors, like the seniors in my riding of Burlington, we have proposed a one-time change that would allow RIF holders to reduce their required minimum withdrawal by 25% for this tax year of 2008. For seniors who've already withdrawn more than 75% of the monies required for 2008, they will be able to repay these funds without penalty. This measure would mean that seniors are under less pressure to withdraw assets at a time when their retirement savings are at a low point in their market value. Although most RIF holders have only a portion of their assets in equities, this change recognizes the impact of recent declines in those assets. I have listened to the concerns of my local seniors and have regard for their savings and effect that the stock market is having on them. I have had a tremendous number of calls from seniors in my riding, both on the phone and contacts through email, and a number of them have taken the time to come to see me. It is a real concern that at the beginning of the year, for those who aren't familiar with the system, their portfolios are evaluated on their RIFs are evaluated. There's a certain percentage, and the average in my riding is about 8.5%, 9% of what their RIFs are worth has to be withdrawn in that calendar year. The purpose of that is to make sure that, of course, that seniors have enough money to survive on based on their retirement savings. And the way the system works, the RIFs are used up based on a system where by the time you're 90, we're hoping that no, we're not hoping, but your RIFs will be virtually completed. But we want to spread out the payments so people in their early senior years are taking all their money out and spending it all once and then having nothing left for the next couple of decades that we hope that they're with us. But in this case, and that system has worked really well over the last number of years. Our party has increased the age requirement to start taking out a RIF from 69 to 71, which allows people to save money a little longer without having to start to withdraw from their RIFs. But in my riding, and what I've been hearing from my seniors, is that this requirement works well when the market is where they think it should be, where they understand how much savings they're going to have, and that they can plan for their retirement and for their retirement expenses based on a reasonable return, nothing extraordinary, but a reasonable return that they're getting on their RIFs, and they understand the payment process that will last. But the way the system works, the RIFs are evaluated at the beginning of the year. You're told as a senior that how much money you'll have to withdraw over this calendar year based on the value of your RIF at that particular time. Well, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the marketplace in terms of the stock market has been very volatile, to say the least, this year. And so somebody, for round figures, who had and we'll use round figures just for example, but had $100,000 in a RIF, and they were supposed to take out 10%, which is $10,000. $10,000 of $100,000 is something that they were planning for, able to deal with. But because the marketplace went down such, and now their RIF's only worth $50,000, they're still required to take the $10,000 out. But what we've done in this economic update, or in this economic plan, in this fiscal update, is that we're going to allow our seniors to take only 75% of what they would have been normally required to take out. That 25%, if they've already taken some out, they will be able to pay that back without penalty. But if they haven't taken out, they only have to take out the 75%, which leaves them 25% room to help overcome the difference in what the marketplace had evaluated the RIF for at the beginning of the year and what it may be worth now. Now, with the agreement or the coalition or the cartel or whatever they're calling it on the other side, the marketplace is reacting today. We were seeing a week of the marketplace coming back. Things were going well. Based on the shenanigans that were happening with the coalition across the way, the marketplace has fallen again today, hurting every senior in this country, including the ones in my riding. So on the RIF piece, Mr. Speaker, I made a commitment to my local seniors that I would talk to both the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister on this particular item. I was, when I got back from after the election and got here to caucus, I was able to speak to both those individuals, and I was very proud and happy to see that in actual fact, in the economic update and in the fiscal plan, that we have taken action for seniors. And I appreciate and want to thank them for listening to the issues that I brought forward, and were able to put that forward. Mr. Speaker, I was going to talk mostly about the economic update today, but I can't, for me it's a bad day for democracy in Canada. And I can't go any further without talking a little bit about the coalition that has happened here today across the way, down the hall. And I think it's a very sad day for democracy. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what has actually happened today, and I'm reading this from the Elections Canada report. We hear from the opposition, 60-some% voted against. That is not true. I got 48.5% of the vote in my riding, Mr. Speaker. I think 48.5% of the people voted for me in my riding, not the balance voting against me. People are vote for the party, not against. So, when you read this out, you look at this, the Liberal Party got 26% of the popular vote. 26% of the people in this country voted for the Liberal Party. Only 26. And then we hear they're going to install their leader, who in the Hill Times today is announced.
The honourable member for Burlington, I urge you, you're not to be using props in the House.
Then we look down further, Mr. Speaker. We look at the NDP, the New Democratic Party. They got 18% of the vote across the country, 18%. And they're making a deal with somebody who got 26% of the vote. Even if you add up, if I'm doing the adding correctly, it's 113 seats or so, and they're going to install the Prime Minister. But that's not the bad part about it. That's not the part that bothers me. They can make deals amongst themselves, even though I can quote you days where the opposition leader would say, poured cold water on suggestions of a coalition government as he attacked the fourth party leader plan on the economy. The fourth party leader does not understand the economy cannot think that Canadians will give their support to a man who will kill jobs everywhere in the country and raising the corporate tax, the opposition leader said September 23rd, 2008. Just as there's recently as in October. There's 4 quotes here from October where the opposition leader said he would not form a coalition with the New Democratic Party. But really, really what irks me, Mr. Speaker, and I think what irks the hundreds of calls I've gotten from constituents today, emails, phone calls, is that these two parties have made a deal with the party in this House that wants to break up Canada. They have made a deal so that they can come across the way and put on a crown of Prime Minister on somebody who's leaving, who's been, we all realize nobody in Canada wanted or they would have voted for him 4 weeks ago, but that's not the case. So they have made a deal with the Separatist Party, the Bloc Québécois. How is that good for Canada? How do I explain to my daughters that the political scheme that they've come up with is good for Canada? There is no explanation for it. Oh, there is one explanation, Mr. Speaker. It's political power. The NDP know in 4th place and always will be in 4th place as long as the Bloc are here. Maybe they'll move up to 3rd if we can get rid of the Bloc. But no, they supported the Bloc today. If we could get rid of the Bloc and have the NDP move up to 3rd place, right, then they will never form government in this country, thank goodness. And the only way they can get any influence, and I understand from what I'm hearing that it's 6 cabinet positions in this new coalition, the only way that they can get influence is to make a deal with separatists, people who want to break up Canada, who don't want to really be here, but they're happy to take our income. They're happy to take our money. And I can tell you by sitting on committee, Mr. Speaker, that when there's something that they want, they don't mind taxpayers from the rest of the country paying for it. Absolutely not. Only when it affects them will they support it. Now here's the deal. I'm hearing the deal is this: for the other minority parties, the Liberal and NDP, we'll stick together for about 2.5 years. No throwing each other out after 2.5 years. But the Bloc, the tail that's wagging the dog, their deal is 18 months. So they've made separate little deals with each other. Is that good for Canada? Is that the direction this country needs? We are. Nobody around here is denying that we are having tough economic times. Do you think that the public in this country want the politicians to be making little deals, working it out? Let's be honest. We asked. The Finance Department asked the opposition members for suggestions on this update. Asked for suggestions on this update. We did get suggestions, Mr. Speaker. We got suggestions from the Bloc, but not from the NDP and not from the Liberals, because we know from information that's now available, they've been working on this scheme of a coalition long before. As soon as they knew they lost, the leader of the 4th party put himself up as potential Prime Minister in the last election. Declared it everywhere he went. Vote for me, I'll be your next Prime Minister. Well, he came 4th, Mr. Speaker. The public in this country do not want him as a leader. They don't want NDP members in cabinet. They are not. If they have the audacity to do this, take it to the people. Let's ask Canadians how they feel about that. But no, we're going to ask the Governor-General to form a government. We'll see how long it lasts. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it won't last more than a few weeks. They made a deal. The NDP made a deal with a party that doesn't even has a lame duck leader. He admitted today that he's leaving. He knows he's leaving. He'd be the second, I believe, leader of the Liberal Party never to become Prime Minister. Well, now he's going to correct that history book by being Prime Minister for, in his view, a few months until their leaders pick. That party the NDP made a deal with a party that doesn't have a leader. It's unbelievable. It's undemocratic. It treats the people who voted in the last election with contempt, and I don't believe that it'll last, and I don't think it's good for this country. Now, the previous speaker, who's not in the House before, talked about, he had a question about plans. I only have a minute left. It's too bad. Talked about plans. Well, absolutely. What do you think we were doing here? We were expecting plans from both the automotive sector and other sectors. They got up and made this big thing. Hey, we're going to have plans. We're going to talk to those industries and see what their plans are, make sure they're viable. Well, of course, the last thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I want you and everyone in this House to check the record on the economic update from last year and the previous year. We would get complaints from the opposite side that it was too much like a budget, that we were doing too much in those economic updates. This one was much more, this update, much more narrow, waiting for us to get those ideas and those plans from those industries that were looking for a stimulus package. We were going to consult with the provinces, to continue to consult with the G20 people that we've been dealing with. Look, the U.S. plan doesn't even come into effect. When it does come into effect, after Obama, the new president down there, gets gets that position on the 20th. They had an $8 billion plan, Mr. Speaker, $80 billion plan. What has it done for them? Nothing. We need plans. That's what this government will do. This is what this government will continue to do. And thank you for your time. It's been a pleasure.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague speaks about democracy and speaks about what is happening here in this Parliament. Yet, my honourable colleague must be aware of the fact that under the Westminster parliamentary system of democracy that we have, we do not elect governments. We elect parliamentarians in a parliament, and in order for a government to function, it requires the support of the majority of parliamentarians of Parliament. This government, minority government, has failed Canadians, has failed the democratic process, has abused the process over and over again by declaring every bill as confidence motion, has basically bullied the opposition into supporting the right-wing agenda, has attacked women's rights, gay rights, has attacked everything that we have that is fundamental to this country in terms of human rights and respect for human dignity. And yet it expects us to just roll over and do whatever it wants. Well, we were not going to stand for that. And in fact, many constitutional experts, and I spoke to one of them, Professor Errol Mendes from the University of Ottawa, has said that, under our Constitution, the Governor-General has, in fact, an obligation to see if there's other opportunities within Parliament to make it work, to make sure that there is a party that, in fact, that does have the confidence of the House. That is exactly what's been before us. That is, in fact, that needs to be, in fact, be clarified before we talk. The honourable colleague speaks about President Obama. You know very well that President Obama has, in fact, engaged Republicans into the discussion.
Member from Burlington.
Yeah, thank you. This is exactly it, Mr. Speaker. President-elect Obama engaged the public during the election. He got elected. We engaged the public during the election. On October 14th, we got elected, Mr. Speaker. I'm way back here. I want to make sure you hear me, because it's obvious from the question that you're not hearing. What have we heard from the Liberals just now? Well, constitutionally, it's a minority government. We checked with the Constitution. So the people of Canada voted for the Conservatives. We have 143 seats in this House. You have 76. And you want to be you want to have the Prime Minister. You have 76 seats. You have the worst election that your party has had in decades. Why? Do you not understand that the public are not going to be happy with what we're doing? We are trying to accomplish things in a very tough economic environment. But what you want to do, you don't want to accomplish things. You want to look.
If the honourable member from Burlington, I also want to remind him that he ought to be addressing the chair rather than the other honourable members in this place. Having said that, questions and comments? The honourable member from Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to question my honourable colleague, someone I've worked with in this House before, and who I think must understand that we're all elected here. We're all elected in this Parliament. We've come to it with different allegiances. We're here. We have the opportunity to decide the fate of this Parliament. We are all parliamentarians. My question to the honourable member, if your party was so insistent on holding power in a minority position, why weren't you making the arrangements with the other parties to secure their support to allow you to continue with your work? Why did you let this happen the way it did?
Sure. Why don't you join me?
The honourable member from Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoy the question, and I
actually with me.
Spent a respect for the member opposite who asked me the question. Have been on trips with him. And I've said to him many times. Mr. Speaker, I've said to the member opposite many times. You know, the one thing about the New Democrats, they at least have principles. They at least believe in something. We don't agree necessarily on things, but we at least have principles and they stand. What happened to those today? What happened to those principles over the weekend? They have gone away so that their leader, who will never have any influence in this place the way it's set up, can get 6 members of a coalition cabinet. I am disappointed. I'm disappointed in a few things here today, of course, but I'm mostly disappointed in the Democrats. They've lost my respect in the sense that they had principles that they stood for. You knew what a New Democrat stood for. Liberals, you could never tell. But New Democrats, you could. You knew where they wanted to go. Different direction than what we think is right. A different direction from an economic perspective. Leadership in this country. But at least you know. Today you don't know because they're made a coalition with the Liberals, supported by the Bloc. Who knows where they stand, and that's very sad for this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his comments. We've served on committees together, and a great deal of respect for him today. However, he seems pretty excited about things, and I want to make sure I don't make him more excitable by asking this very simple question. He will acknowledge, will he, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister's party over there only received 6% of the vote in Canada. I don't know what happened in Burlington. I congratulate the member. And that is not a majority. The Minister of Industry on your side once won an election by 20-some votes or 30-some votes. He was no less an MP than anyone else who won by big landslides. We don't carve up democracy by percentages. We follow a system. Is he repudiating the Westminster system? Does he think that the Minister of Industry, when elected that last time, was less of a minister than any of the others who had big landslides? Than the member from Wild Rose who had every man, woman, and animal in the riding voting for him? Is he less of a minister?
The honourable member from Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad my speech didn't get you excited, the member from the opposite side there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're right. We got 37, Mr. Speaker. We got 37.6% of the vote. We have 143 seats in this House. The election happened October 14th. I think they should remember that it was October 14th. It's 4 weeks ago. If they were really concerned that we weren't the government that the people had voted for, why did they allow our throne speech to pass? We set out in a throne speech just last week, which they passed on Friday, I believe it was Friday, Thursday or Friday, that the opposition's passed on division to allow us to continue to govern. We laid out what we were going to do. You've got to give us a chance to do it. But no, over the weekend they decided to have a coalition, work out some backroom deals, work something out on a piece of napkin upstairs, toast it in the parliamentary restaurant, and then announce it today. It's unbelievable, it's undemocratic, and it's not Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brandon Source. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have a question for the honourable member. I sat and listened to the members opposite present their case today, and obviously the Christmas spirit, or at least the rush of Christmas, has hit the members opposite. They're already starting to plan their little shopping list of all the things that they're going to squeeze out of this coalition government. Whether it's necessarily right for Canada or Canadians, everybody's going to be in there taking their little piece of the pie. We actually just watched a news story where they're talking about they're going to spend $30 billion on a stimulus package, but nobody has any idea how that'll be done. But
I'm sure if they listen to the comments made in here today, they'll find a reason to spend that $30 billion and perhaps another $30 billion. I just wonder if the member would comment on that and the fact that everybody else in Canada is being asked to tighten their belts and be responsible and accountable, and when we see the opposite members planning to spend $30 billion without a plan, I'd ask the member to comment.
The honourable member from Burlington has about 1 minute to answer.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. This is why a Conservative government with their prudent, steady hand is what is needed. You're going to have 3 different kingdoms on the other side trying to spend taxpayers' money, not their money, of course it's not their money, it's taxpayers' money, under the idea that it's stimulus. Well, we know what that is. They just want, the Democratic Party think that they know best for everybody. We know that's for sure. That's the way they've talked in every election, and everything in this House has been all about that. That's Mr. Speaker, that's how the Democrats talk about things. The Liberals, well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party, we don't know where they stand. Whether it's $30 billion, whatever it takes, we'll spend it here, we'll do it there. We know they don't have a plan. But what really irks me is that the wish list for the bloc will be all about Quebec. It'll have nothing to do with what's good for Canada, and it's not good for this province to have.
Before we resume debate, I would like to remind all members of this House that they ought to be addressing their remarks to the Chair. I know there's a lot of excitement in the room here today, but I would appreciate you keeping me an important part of this conversation. The honourable member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg North. And as well, Mr. Speaker, I want to start by congratulating you to your appointment to the chair there. I know that you had a campaign for Speaker and now have able been selected, can follow that roll up right now. Now, although I've spoken in the House of Commons a number of times on different issues, it's the first time I had a chance to properly provide a speech, and I want to do so by starting to thanking the residents of Windsor West for re-electing me. It's an honor and privilege to serve in this House, and I thank them for their confidence, and as well, too, to the volunteers, and as well, too, to the many people that gave up their time to make sure that the campaign was successful. In particular, I want to thank my family, my wife Terry, Alex, my daughter, and my son Wade, who I miss every single day, but I know that the work that we do in the House of Commons here can make a difference for the future. And that's one of the things I want to focus on in terms of this speech that I have with regards to the fiscal update. It's really disconcerting when we saw the update come forward and the lack of action on a stimulus package, and also a lack of commitment for the government to do so. In particular, in my region, the auto sector has been struggling for a number of years, and we've been seeking solutions for actually reinventing the actual industry in many respects. We put together over 5 years ago a green car strategy with Greenpeace and the CAW to look at modernizing the auto industry, making sure we're going to protect jobs, and we're also going to be environmentally improving not only just the emissions but also the way that we design and make the vehicles. And Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that there has been those that have described the current condition of the auto industry of one where we have to work towards a bailout. I would counter that, Mr. Speaker, with regards to history. And history has shown that in the past, when there has been support for restructuring, like, say, for example, Chrysler's, the United States was very assertive, and Canada was too, to provide leadership. And what ended up happening from that, Mr. Speaker, is that you look at a plant like mine in Windsor West, where it produces the minivans. They've been doing for 25 years now because of that commitment. And what ended up happening is that taxpayers' money that went into providing credit at that time actually paid a dividend back to them. So the taxpayers of Ontario and also the taxpayers of the United States actually reaped in millions of dollars back as the company rebought shares back. And that's important to note, Mr. Speaker, because it's not about providing a blank check, as those who have tried to use jargon and other types of innuendo that would see this diminished opportunity. And when you look at what's happening, Mr. Speaker, over here in Canada, we're totally different than the United States. Last year in the United States, they actually moved rapidly. They worked together on an energy bill, and in that energy bill is $25 billion for the auto industry in the United States to move it to new technologies and to a greener technology. And also, too, is that there's been a political support to say that they want to save their industry. That's been very overt over there, whereas over here we've been very passive and having to catch up. You compare that, what they did, that $25 billion set aside for loans and other types of research and development on the American side, and you look at this Conservative government's last budget, they actually cut money from the auto industry. They had a program, the Eco Auto Fee-Bait program, which was a terrible program. I agree with that. When it was put in place, they actually subsidized vehicles made in Japan and in Korea and other parts of the world. Your taxpayer dollars went out to those other actual production facilities as purchasing all those models included that aspect. But instead of actually investing and reinvesting that money, they decided to cut that outright. But what they kept in was a tax on the auto industry, which they rolled into a $25 million a year fund, or sorry, a $50 million a year fund for $250 million over 5 years. So you see the big difference in what's happening in the United States versus what was happening here on the ground in Canada. Likewise, we do know that when the U.S. automakers went to Washington, it was a debacle, and they should have, and they rightly so, been called to the table with a proper plan. They didn't have that, and they were reprimanded from that. But there was a clear signal there that they would be drawn back because the workers' interests were more important. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it's not the fault of auto workers in this country because the management did not move quicker to greener technologies, nor is it their fault about the liquidity problem the United States has been facing. And while the Prime Minister was during the election very explicitly saying that we don't have the same problem over here, we don't have the same housing issues, and in fact, actually, we saw housing properties drop in my riding during that time, so he was wrong there again. But what they failed to recognize or tell Canadians is that we have 85% of our auto sales going to the United States, and when they have a crisis there, there needs to be action here when you have that type of a connection to their market and their economy. It was very obvious the consequences as we've seen the markets dry up. And so what did they do is they ran to their friends in the banking industry and provided billions of dollars of support for the Canadian banking industry, and they did nothing for us in terms of automotive. And it's interesting, to Mr. Speaker, because those interest savings that should have been passed on or some mandate were never done. So let's take an example of where we could have seen some better, I guess, muscling in on the industry. And, you know, a good example of that is that interest rates. We did nothing with conditions of interest rates. So say, for example, my bank, which I'm offended at right now, TD Canada Trust, but if it wasn't for the good service of the people, I would leave that banking institution. They actually have car loans at 4% above prime. So they actually will probably make more money on a car as they finance it through the system, as opposed to when you look at some credit unions out there, they actually have them at prime or prime plus 1. And what that does, Mr. Speaker, it lessens the cost for the consumer and also makes sure that the bank's profits on that industry isn't the priority. The priority should be actually going back to these companies and the workers so that they actually can be profitable. And I know, Mr. Speaker, what's important that's happened is that there hasn't been the discussion about some of the facts of the investment of this industry into the Canadian economy. And I want to highlight a couple of things that are important, especially when it comes to innovation. The industry has invested more than $35 billion in Canada over the past decade, accounting for more than 17% of overall manufacturing investment. You compare that to the oil and gas industry, and when we did a study on the House of Commons on Industry Committee on Manufacturing, one of the things that was clearly obvious is that the oil and gas sector, which seems to get the lion's share of attention from this government and support, put less than 1% of their money back into research and development into Canada. It basically is sucked out of this area and it doesn't come back to us. So R&D is already low when it comes to Canada compared to other industrial states. We are around 8%. And it should be higher. But when you look at the oil and gas sector, it's abysmal. Yet they continue to get the support of this government and its members at a time when what we should be doing is reinvesting in those sectors that have had some trouble, not to the fault of their own, some to the fault of their own, but not to the fault of the worker. And that's what's important to note. Now, what I do want to note is really important, Mr. Speaker, is that there's been those out there, including the Minister of Industry, who has made several comments about auto workers. In fact, it was interesting because he did so from basically through the media, try to negotiate with the CAW. Instead of sitting down and meeting with the CAW and their leadership, for a number of days they waited as a letter was never responded to, instead went public demanding them to do their part. I want to correct the record so that people know that the CAW has been doing their part, and they're willing to do their part, and they've actually showed some much progressive works that have been important to land us investment here. Right now, we do know that auto wages are high. They're 50% higher than the Canadian average. There's no doubt about that. But there's nothing to apologize, Mr. Speaker, because productivity is even higher at $300,000 value in productivity added per worker. That's 4 times the Canadian average. So they know that they have to be productive on the site, and they've actually lowered their actually per vehicle hour assembly rate to be even lower often than some of the offshore auto market suppliers that come in. So Toyota and others, say, for example, they've actually been able to reduce their auto assembly hours where Toyota has gone up and their costs have gone up. Real wages in the auto sector are falling. Labor costs are approximately 7% of the total auto assembly cost, which is actually low, and wages are higher in Germany and Japan as well, too. So it's not that the auto workers over here are in a different situation. In Germany and Japan, auto workers get paid more. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I have one more minute, but it is important to recognize that the big 3 auto companies and their unions have already come to the table of $900 million worth of savings already through restructuring and also changing their agreements right now. So they're doing their part. They're doing their part today for the economy, and what's been missing and absent is the fact that we have had a federal government that has not done its part. There is no national auto strategy. There is no sectorial strategy. There's only a corporate tax cut, which doesn't help them because they actually don't make money right now. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, they're canceling the capital cost reduction allowance. Is being phased out, so they're actually going to reintroduce a tax on the auto industry. And that's unacceptable. We have men and women who are the best in the world, to no fault of their own. They're unemployed. It's time for a national auto strategy, and the time is now.
Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member from Simcoe North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest to the honourable member here, and he seems to envision some form of large-scale intervention for, in particular, the auto industry. And I wonder if the honourable member might enlighten the House as to which taxes he would intend to see increased, or the extent to which deficits would have to be encountered to fund the kind of massive, he didn't say a number, Mr. Speaker, but I envision something in the range of 30, 40, or maybe back to the NDP's election platform, with tagged that number somewhere in the 50 billion mark. And I wonder if he might enlighten the House on what way he would go forward to raise that kind of massive injection.
The honourable member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's question. His office is on my floor, and I know he works late, and I respect his work in the House of Commons here. But you know, the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, when you look back at history, it actually hasn't cost taxpayers when they've actually reinvented the industry and worked on it. That's why I went through very specifically the situation with the Chrysler minivan that's now produced for 25-plus years in my city right now, and it's actually one of the biggest exports that we have as a country. And that's clear, is what we have to do is to make sure there's conditions. And what we're talking about are loans here, and as well, too, is that we're being very specific, is that we want to tie it to research and development, and we want to tie it to new green economy. And what's important, Mr. Speaker, is we have to start discussing about market share, regaining some of our market share that's out there. So those are the elements that you have to look forward to in terms of an actual plan. In terms of actual dollars, it would actually be a loans program because that would be the most appropriate.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
And welcome back to my colleague. I have a couple of questions too. You know, he speaks about the banks and how government should moderate the banks. I think it'd be of interest to the member that the financing companies of the car businesses got out of it because they couldn't afford it anymore. And if you think that you're going to move in and regulate banks, I wish you good luck with that. I do want to ask the member, a lot of the speculation that's going on outside now is that the money that will be spent by the new coalition government will be around $30 billion. And I know that the NDP have a philosophy about corporate tax cuts. They don't agree with them. There was a $50 billion package put on the table in the last budget approved by this House. The Liberals, I guess I would have to say they don't believe in cutting, or they want the corporate tax cuts to stay. So I'm wondering how the member can go back to his communities fighting for the car industry, saying that the current government has given a $50 billion stimulus package, which the automotive industry has benefited from, and the manufacturers of parts and subsidiaries of automotive companies have benefited. Where does the member find the balance in that, in the sense that $30 billion more dollars are going to be spent by his new government?
The honourable member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question, and especially the issue with regards to banks, because I think it provides some additional opportunity to interject some facts here that are important for the discussion, especially given the fact the member has admitted again, like his party, that there is no role for regulation with the banks, which is absurd, because that is part of the responsibility of the Government of Canada. And it's interesting, too, because they talk about even distancing themselves further when the banks have actually received over $100 billion of support from provisions from the federal government. And specifically, we have federal government CMHC purchases, pooled together mortgages from the bank, $75 billion for that. Bank of Canada offers short-term credit through PRA to banks, $50 billion plus for that. Bank of Canada offers short-term credit through PRA to private money market, $5 billion there. You have the Bank of Canada established new term loan facility to assist banks and others, $8 billion there. Bank of Canada releases treasury bills to investment dealers, $10 billion there. And there's also the federal government agrees to guarantee loans to private banks, and also the Bank of Canada accepts assets-backed commercial paper as collateral. And what did we get from that? Not a single thing. The banks instead have told they're going to actually raise credit cards on his constituents, and he doesn't care. That's unacceptable.
Continuing debate, the honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to participate in this discussion on the economic situation in the country today, and to do so on a day of historical importance, a day when Canadians have seen unprecedented collaboration among parliamentarians and a new degree of cooperation that bodes well for the future and, in fact, gives people great confidence and hope. Mr. Speaker, we are just minutes away, we are just minutes after a formal declaration between the three opposition parties in this House, the Liberals, the New Democrats, and the Bloc, coming together to indicate their will to find a way to make a government, to support a government, to create a parliament that in fact addresses the real needs of Canadians, not a government that ignores Canadians at their time of greatest need, at an hour at a moment in the history of this country when government and parliament has an obligation like never before to be there for the people of this country. And Mr. Speaker, I don't need to tell you that we are into one of the most serious economic crises this country has ever faced. We have not even seen the end of it, Mr. Speaker, and already people are worried about their jobs, their homes, their savings, their pensions. People are worried about how they're going to support their families, how they're going to make ends meet, how they will deal with the ravages of an economy that is out of control, where people are being left in the cold without hope of security in the future. That's how important this is today, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we are here today on an unprecedented basis, here in this House, working together as New Democrats, as Bloc Québécois, and as Liberals, saying to this government, we no longer have your confidence. We no longer have the belief that this government is able, in fact, to address the concerns of Canadians. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we all thought that somehow this government had heard from Canadians during the last election and had somehow recognized that they only have 37% of the votes of Canadians and that they needed to cooperate here in this place. Instead, they chose to ignore the ravages of the economy, just chose to ignore the needs of Canadians and proceed with an economic statement that has no stimulus, has no protection for people, has no understanding of the real needs of ordinary people in this country today. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we saw on one particular issue, as my colleagues raised in the House today, that notion of equality for women and the question of pay equity. This government chose, in fact, to use an economic statement to pursue an issue, a pet project of their own, to kill pay equity in this country, Mr. Speaker. And it's not just what's in the economic statement. It is the fact that this government, as we know from their recent Conservative convention in Winnipeg, which I and some of my colleagues from the Bloc witnessed, where in fact Conservative members sponsored by the caucus of the Conservative Party here in Parliament put forward a motion to change the definition of pay equity from equal pay for work of equal value to take us right back 30 years ago to equal pay for equal work. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is not pay equity, and so we have to understand what is in this economic statement. That is not equality for women, and we are standing here united in the belief that, in fact, this is the precise moment when we have to ensure quality measures for everyone in our society, women, people living with disabilities, our First Nations. Mr. Speaker, this is a time when we need to be there, in fact, working with Canadians so that they can help themselves to ensure a decent future for themselves and their families. So, Mr. Speaker, let me say in the little time that I have left that we had the belief that this government understood some of that and was going to come to this House with an economic statement that addressed those very issues. And instead, Mr. Speaker, as some of the commentators have said, they woke up to a disturbing reality, an affront to reason, a public policy that had been public policy and public reason that had been discarded, and an economic challenge that had been ignored. Mr. Speaker, whether we're talking about the economists from the business sector to economists in the labour movement to grassroots organizations, everyone has come to the conclusion, in fact, that this government did not address the economic situation of the day. It ignored the realities of Canadians and, in fact, chose to instead attack those very people and organizations in our society today with whom we must work to build a stronger society. So, Mr. Speaker,
the honourable member, when the House resumes, this honourable member will have 5 minutes remaining in her time. It being 6:30, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.